Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here
Hello everybody, welcome to Wynn Stadium. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto, day 3 of the Down Under Championship, back in the Gong. First time we were here, 2012. I'll tell you what, 10 years in the making. It has been an incredible journey, and an incredible journey for you to come all the way from the US to come and join us this weekend.
Definitely, you know, for years I've been watching the regionals go down here in Wynn Stadium. So to not only be actually here in Wynn Stadium, but to see repeat of some of those regionals events that happened right here on this floor, it's been absolutely amazing, Jeremy.
So we start yesterday with the John Cleary Shuffle on the Hill. A short event, and we expected some carnage, and we got it.
Oh, we expected carnage. I did not expect it to look like that. I mean, all these athletes were grabbing backs, legs, lungs, souls were left out on the field yesterday, but good on all these athletes for getting after it. Fantastic event.
17.1 was event number 5 yesterday, and we came in the run outside. The pictures that we were able to bring you on the live broadcast, they were amazing too.
Well, and I think you were saying, you know, never have the athletes been able to go outside at Wynn Stadium. And so for all these athletes to go outside twice yesterday was super special. The weather's been kind of spotty here in Wollongong since I've been here, and yesterday provided a beautiful day for a little outdoor competition.
Then we came inside for the final event for yesterday, event number 5. We hashed back to 12.5, the snatch ladder. Weights increased a little bit, but performances were outstanding, and probably the best thing I have been part of the broadcast for, and the most amazing thing, absolutely, that's been on this competition floor in Wollongong. Let's take a look. All the other competitors are going to mill in here. This is going to be epic. Lift till you miss. Yes! Absolutely. Outstanding from Chandler Smith, outstanding from the crowd. Fellow competitors just standing and applauding. Oh, goosebumps now, that's crazy.
Same, I mean, really, you could not ask for more in a Saturday night event, right? And to see not only the crowd get behind Chandler, but all of the other athletes on the floor surrounding him, absolutely spectacular.
I reckon I just want to bottle that feeling up and take that home, and whenever I'm feeling a little bit low, I'll just
unleash a little of that.
Just take a little sip and see how that feels. But that was unbelievable. The crowd was just so loud, and even Ricky Garrard in the interview yesterday just said, like, it's just been amazing to be back here.
Yep.
Our leaderboard after 2 days of competition, Jay Crouch doing everything that Jay Crouch normally does in the Oceania region. Leads from the front. Jake Douglas has been great as well. But that third spot, the Reese Michelle, Sneaky Pete Ellis, well, there's only 5 points between them, and I think things are going to shake up a little.
Right, and you can't count out Zeke Grove, right? This is a multi-regional level athlete. He's not that far behind, only about 26 points behind that third place position with Reese Michelle. So really, that third place spot is up for grabs. Only 20 points between Jay Crouch and Jake Douglas. You never know, that could be made up pretty easily.
Great to see Harry Debenham back as well, coming in that 10th spot. And kicking things off for day 3 of competition here at Wynn Stadium. Event number 6, going back to 16.6. We've got a little bit of a twist as well.
We do, Jeremy. So we have a 1,000-meter bike. This time it's on one of the Concept 2 bikes, so that should change things just slightly. Here's where the real variation is going to come in. Originally, when we saw this event in 2016, it was a 100-foot handstand walk. Well, as we know, that's just a little bit too easy at this point for these athletes.
For some.
So we've added an obstacle in on that handstand walk. Then the athletes will move over to 10 overhead squats at 170 kgs, 500-meter row, 50 burpee box jump overs, and then they'll finish with 5 overhead squats at that 100/70 kgs. And if you haven't yet done the conversion, that's 225 pounds for these gentlemen. 16-minute cap on this event.
Now heat list for heat number 1 of our second last event of the day. Jake Wheeler, bit of a rough day yesterday, doing it a little bit tough, but hopefully he can bounce back today with an event that is probably going to suit him with some handstand walking and short range of movement with those overhead squats.
Yeah. Jake was one of those athletes that we saw, you know, that John Cleary shuffle absolutely annihilated him. He was grabbing at his back, saying how sore it was, and then we even saw him sit down during the 17.1 event in the middle of the day yesterday. So interested to see how Jacob recovered last night. Hopefully he got a little body work done, some recovery, and he gets to go hard on this 6th and penultimate event here at the Down Under Championship.
The funny thing about talking to the athletes just in like the warm-up area or as they walk past here at broadcast, how sore they were after day one.
Yeah.
It's only 2 events, but they're sore. And
Yeah.
they do the John Cleary shuffle, they get even more sore. And so this is going to be sort of a battle of who can keep their body intact the longest.
Well, last night, you know, before that snatch ladder started, we talked about, did Rob Forte choose the right weights? Did he actually go a little too light considering what these athletes are capable of? And the answer was very resoundingly a yes. He chose the right weights in that these athletes were so taxed. Hitting some weights that would normally be quite easy for them in training was not as easy last night after the 4 events leading up to it.
Cam Kusler from Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Entry into individual competition after doing team at the Torium Pro. Anticipation. I think crowd a little bit exhausted after last night, so they're probably having a sleep in, but they are going to pack out Wynn Stadium again today.
Well, a little earlier start for all these elite individuals. I think a lot of the spectators have been used to that later start, so some of them might have not even realized we go early today on Sunday so that we have enough time for the after party tonight.
Good planning, I think. Thank you, Rob. Rob just wants to get to the karaoke machine.
That's what I've heard. I cannot wait to see it.
I can't wait to see you join him.
Yeah.
Underway for heat number 1 of our 6th event. Normally at regional competition, we only see 6 events. But we got 7. We got an added extra, an added bonus.
Right.
But with an opportunity for more scoring be added to the leaderboard, hey, the more scored events, the better chance we're going to have at finding who the best is down under.
Exactly. And again, there's only a few points separating a lot of these athletes. So, and there's with 2 events left, really, we could see a little bit of shuffle happen on this leaderboard. You know, and I like this event, Jeremy, because it's not often that there's 2 machines in regionals or cross or games events.
I thought you were going to say, I'd like this because there's no assault bike in there.
That too.
I remember back to when this event was on and Khan Porter ripped the arms off it and he got through the calories on the assault bike so fast that when he got to the burpee box jumps, there was nothing left.
Yeah.
But he had to go.
Yeah, well, and that's where I think that there's a little difference between that C2 and the assault bike. You can really annihilate yourself on the assault bike. Little bit harder to do, not impossible on a C2 bike, but I think we'll see a more steady effort from a lot of these athletes on this event.
Tell you what, I think I've sparked the crowd. They've grabbed their coffee. They are filling in like ants to a picnic.
Yeah, it's a steady flow in.
We've got a picnic on the competition floor right now with Henry Carlisle, first athlete to kick up and attempt the obstacle course, and one of those competitors that has had the experience at the CrossFit Games on the competition floor at the Coliseum. And you can't explain to people unless you've done that how much better an athlete you're going to be for that experience.
Right. Even last place at the games, I mean, just dealing with those nerves, being around those high-level athletes, dealing with the volume and kind of the way that the games can tax you, even just your nervous system. You're at a huge advantage if you've experienced that. And Henry's making easy work of this 30-meter handstand walk.
Part of the great EXF team that went to the games this year, Henry Carlisle, and two of the other girls that were in the team, Christy Hollard and Bryony Chalice, doing it all for the team competition for the ladies for LSKD Gold as well.
Yep. Again, we've seen those ladies dominate this competition so far.
Henry doesn't mind a heavy barbell either, by the way.
You got to think, though, Jeremy, their midline is so taxed, especially after yesterday, that John Cleary event with the heavy sandbag up the hills, and then, of course, the heavy snatching last night. What do? We put a heavy barbell overhead and say, do it all over again, please.
What a great test. 10 overhead squats. I remember back in the day, this was really heavy. Now, not so much.
225 after all these athletes have done, 100 kilos. I bet you it feels more like 110 kilos for these guys.
Henry doing it really easy.
All right, he moves over to the next Concept 2 machine out there, the erg.
And another great movement for Henry as well. He's a great rower, and you'll see some great efficiency from Henry once he does get started, though. Let's just adjust that weight belt a little bit.
Exactly. Let himself breathe on that rower. 500 meters. So for most of these gentlemen, it'll be a nice. This is your chance to recover, Jeremy. 500-meter row. For a lot of these athletes, we're talking about 2 minutes easily on that rower, and this is your recovery spot. Because then you're looking at 50 burpee box jump overs.
Henry just checking himself out on the Jumbotron here. How's my form looking?
Do I look relaxed?
How daunting, though.
Oh.
You look up just to try and take your mind away of what's happening, and there's your big ugly
mug on
the Jumbotron for everyone to see.
I've seen pictures come back of myself when I've been in competition. I'm thinking, that's not me. I don't make that face. I would never look that ugly while I was working out. No, Annie, you do.
There's no pretty faces on the competition floor.
Jack Fleming there, tackling that 100-kilo overhead squat.
Cam Kuzla, center of screen in those orange shorts. One of Rob Forte's disciples down at Reebok CrossFit Frankston, and done with the 10.
And he's an athlete. When he walked in this morning, I heard Rob ask him, how you doing? How you going, mate? And he said, oh, my quads.
I can tell you how he came down to breakfast. He was having breakfast outside just on his own, having some quiet time. And it took him a while to get through his breakfast. He was just pacing that as well.
At that point, you're wondering, is it bad to just put my face in the plate?
Now, you think all of that was enough work. Now we've got 50 burpee box jumps. And we talk about burpee box jumps and targets and measuring. Not just on top of the box and over, making it easy. We're going to jump over this annoying height.
Right. And here's the thing, Jeremy. These athletes are going to start at this 12-inch box, which isn't horrible. Again, they have to clear the box, though. They cannot jump on it and then over it. But then they're going to move from that 12-inch box, and you set a movement pattern there at 12 inches into a 24-inch box, which really changes. Same standard, though, they have to clear the box.
Another annoying aspect of this event, that box that they're currently jumping over doesn't flip or move well. Because it's so low to the ground, they're going to have to get down really low. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And with that little bit of a
You
shuffle.
can't just kick it.
Kick it along. It's too hard to move on its own, so you've got to work out a plan. It's not going to be too taxing for you to bend over as well.
Right.
And if you've done your homework, you would have gone back and watched this IRL, you like that, in real life. Back in the day when they were doing this event here on the competition floor in 2016, and seeing what sort of strategies athletes use to move this 12-inch box down the floor.
Right, it seems so easy, like it's not something that you need to think about, but it's definitely, there's more efficient and effective ways of doing it that save energy. Saw Jacob Wheeler there getting through his first set of 10 overhead squats. Shane
Ashley Maroney, top of screen. second place behind our leader in this heat. Heat number 1 is Henry Carlisle. Henry just having a bit of a look down the floor. Cam Kuzler coming out now to start his 50 burpee box jump overs. And Russell McCloy in the center of the arena as well. Part of that top 3.
And you can see with these athletes, even at this low box, and I beg every one of my athletes at our gym to pay attention. Even at this level, watch how these gentlemen step their feet out of the burpee. They don't jump their feet. Why jump your feet forward when you then have to jump over the box? Give yourself a little reprieve, step those feet forward in the burpee, and then go into that box jump over.
What if you're really good at jumping?
I think it's still not worth the effort of jumping your feet forward. I really think, and I know this sounds silly, but from my own experience, that little step forward in the burpee versus jumping your feet forward is a huge energy saver, especially across 50 repetitions.
Oh, that's so annoying for Henry because he's about 6'3".
Yeah, I don't feel bad.
Struggle for you, you'd have to climb on top of the box.
Exactly.
Yeah. Pros and cons, strengths and weaknesses. But we are going to find the fittest person at the Down Under Championship in a few short hours. So a shorter day today, and I'm sure everyone back in the US that's tuning in, and thank you for everyone that is. They'll be happy because they've got a earlier bedtime than.
Yep.
I don't know what it would have been last night finish, but it would have been very late for those that sat up. And if they didn't sit up and watch it, they would have realised that the internet broke last night with Chandler Smith nailing that 140 kilo
there have
snatch.
So many good videos and clips and photos have come out from last night. All
Henry
right.
Carlisle now moving on to
his final set of 10 right here. But don't forget, once he's done with these final 10 burpee box jump overs, he still has 5 overhead squats at that 100 kilo bar.
the big cheer you just heard was not for Henry, in fact, moving on to the last 10, although that's a very good feat in this heat. It was Jake Wheeler finishing his overhead squats. And the jump over the entire 24-inch box is probably one of the more annoying things you're going to do, especially for Cam Kuzler. If your quads are on fire coming into this event,
I was just going to say,
they're going to light up real quick.
The amount of effort it takes to get up over the box, and that's right before you have to put that 100-kilo bar back over your head. And I'm sorry, Cam Kuzler, with the sore quads, squat it 5 more times.
Carlisle, a few reps left. And Shane Ashley Maroney trying to catch him, but Henry, the last 5 reps. And thankfully for these athletes, they don't need to go down the other end of the competition floor to do the overhead squats.
Yeah.
The bar's right in front of them.
You're almost home, Henry.
Maroney, nearly there. McCloy, like a jackrabbit, but we're going to say kangaroo.
Got it overhead.
Henry looking strong. This is easy work and great position for him too.
Well, it's so much easier to get these reps done when you do have good positioning and you're not fighting.
Beautiful work. Henry Carlisle.
Under 12 minutes right there. I think that'll be a really good time, especially when you look back at some of the previous times from 2016. They were all in that kind of 11-minute range.
But you think back to day one when you've got Nasty Girls and you've got that high school gymnastics and stuff that Henry's not good at for being a taller athlete, and coming into an event like this, he goes, thank you very much. I'm going to take this one.
Yep. And that's why competitions are multiple days and multiple events, because not just 1 or 2 things need to be tested, but multiple things need to be tested. Weightlifting being one of those.
Russell McCloy, another one with great position and that nice neutral spine, that head position, perfect.
Yep. And again, that's something where in his set of 10, especially if you can have good positioning like that, the amount of energy you're saving for the rest of the workout is huge.
Cloy coming in third in this heat. Shane Ashley Maroney, pardon me, coming in second. Kuzla taking a few deep breaths before attacking these jump overs, and they are taxing. And you talk about that quad.
You can see what an effort it is for all of these guys, you know, no matter how tall or small you are, to clear that 24-inch box. You can see most of them kind of use that method where you take one step in instead of just a standing jump over, getting that little bit of momentum. All right.
Kuzlan going to take his time here for these last 5 reps, because those last 10 burpee box jump overs at 24-inch have really taxed him. And you don't want to get this bar overhead and get to the bottom of the squat and have that midline collapse on you.
Yep. Or the shoulders from fatigue. Oh, impressively gets it right on his back. One of the few athletes out there too, Jeremy. I like the behind the neck split jerk to ensure he doesn't miss that overhead position. And Cam is one of the few athletes out there not wearing a belt for these overhead squats. Super impressive. Shows how strong he just naturally is. Got that head pushed forward slightly. Keep that bar over his midline.
Oh, battled those quads. I can't imagine the amount of burn he was dealing with.
It's okay. It's not like they have thrusters next.
You're painting a very nice picture for these athletes this morning.
Well, this is the elite of the elite in this Oceania region, so nothing I'm sure these gentlemen can't handle.
Fleming, top of the screen, no shirt. CrossFit Blackburn. Jacob Wheeler, CrossFit Esplanade. Our 2 athletes left on the floor. And Cam Kuzla going over to give Jack Fleming some encouragement, and I'm surprised that Cam's actually not sitting on the box. I wouldn't be standing up.
He's holding his kneecaps down. He wants to make sure they don't float up into his quads.
No, he's just stopping his quads from exploding. Just don't squeeze too hard.
And for Fleming, he's got less than 5 box jumps, but he also has less than 30 seconds to that time cap, so probably not quite enough to make it to that final barbell, but remember, every rep counts. And if you could just push a little bit, he knows, Jacob Wheeler knows, as many reps as you can in these final seconds.
Well, Jacob, he doesn't mind a burpee either. But you've got to think stature. It is way harder for him to get over that box than it was for Henry Carlisle. Jack Fleming not able to get that finished under time cap. A tough old 16 minutes to start day 3. But Henry Carlisle, mass moves mass. And he moved his body down the floor, not just upright, on his hands, the obstacle course, no issue as well.
Right, exactly. We know how taxed all of these athletes are going into day 3 of competition. And again, they start on that C2 bike without the use of the arms. We're talking all legs on that bike. But it was Carlisle that moved ahead quite early on, off the machines, onto the handstand walk, very proficient, even being one of the bigger athletes out there. He was able to recover on the row portion of that event. And that's what it took to get through all of those 50 burpee box jump overs. You can see looking very relaxed on that row. That is the recovery spot for a lot of these athletes if they're smart and they know how to use that rower. Great job from Henry Carlisle, setting the time to beat for Heat 2, which is about to kick off.
Now, Rob Watt, your friend the turkey, he actually wasn't very happy. I saw him just before the commencement of day 3. A very proud Kiwi and the All Blacks. Great rugby team. They were beating England 22-5.
Heard of them.
It ended up 25-all. So Rob, not very happy.
No.
So he might have to take out his frustrations on the competition floor here. But Matt Gilpin as well, very good competitor. He had a great day 1 of competition last year at the Torian Pro, leading after 2 days of competition. Matty Gilpin, one of those athletes from Brisbane, CrossFit Speed. Underway. Now, we talk about mass moving mass, and Henry Carlisle doing a great job in the previous heat. Rob Watt is the same sort of stature, if not taller than Henry Carlisle.
Right, and where that's really going to serve him well, or the 2 spots that I think it'll serve him the best, is 1 right here on this C2 bike. He's going to be able to get through that 1K bike a little bit quicker than the others. And then obviously on that row, he's got a huge advantage. He can really use that row to recover before those 50 burpee box jump overs. And then of course, being a taller athlete, getting over that 24-inch box for the final 10 reps should be a bit easier for Rob Watt than some of the other athletes out there.
Well, Rob Watt just having a quick chat to his judge while he's cycling. Zach Thomas was doing that to Zane Shellabere-Healy as well. Everyone just relax, cruising. This is not where it's won and lost either.
Nope.
You go out hot here, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. And you think about the burn that Cam Kussel was experiencing coming into the day. You don't want to exaggerate that any more than you need to. Massive crowd. Look at these guys.
Yeah, filling
What is it? 9:30 in the morning.
I love it.
And it's a beautiful morning here in Wollongong as well.
The warmest day yet.
And you think about supporting events, community events, and the Torian Pro was an example of that earlier in the year when we absolutely packed the house out, and tickets for that event sold out really quickly. And for this to have nearly 4,000 tickets sold.
Yep, amazing.
Crazy. This is event number 6. It is the old regionals, 16.6.
The only difference though, Jeremy, is instead of a 1,000-meter assault bike, we're doing a 1,000-meter C2 bike. So no use of the arms on that bike portion, but that's good because then these athletes are going into what was just a 100-foot handstand walk and has now become a 30-meter obstacle handstand walk. From there, they'll go into 10 overhead squats at 100 kilos, into a 500-meter row, 50 burpee box jump overs at 2 different heights, the first 40 at 12 inches and the last 10 at 24 inches, where athletes must clear the box. And then they'll finish with 5 overhead squats.
Ethan van der Velden doing very well on the handstands. He's on his way back already from CrossFit Uplift. Now, one guy who took it very easy and came off the bike last was Rob Watt. He knows his time is coming, especially on the row.
Exactly.
And especially on those overhead squats.
And like you said just a second ago, Jimmy, you're not going to win it or lose it on that C2 bike.
And saying that, Rob Watt has just now taken the lead.
Yep.
Experience right there, people. Take note. The choo-choo train does not need to go fast from
out
the
of
start.
the station. Great job right there from Rob Watt.
Oh, Rob. Let's see what he can do with these overhead squats. He's on the far right of screen. CrossFit Project Bayside. The owner down there in Melbourne. And funny that he's wearing all black and his team is the All Blacks. How funny. You like that?
This is great. Ethan has the bar on his back first.
Zach
He's
Thomas
out
as
of
well.
ahead.
Zach Thomas is actually ahead now.
He's now pulled ahead. Great job from Zach Thomas.
Local boy and very good in the open this year as well.
You know, this is one of those events, Jeremy, where you really have to know yourself and your fatigue points. Look at how narrow Zach Thomas's grip was on that overhead squat.
And you think about resting. Where do you split your reps up? Zach Thomas split his reps up deliberately, but then he back-racked it. He didn't drop the barbell.
And look then he moved his grip back out. So he started those first few reps with a really narrow grip. Like you said, put it onto his back, popped it back up overhead with a much wider grip. Don't know if that was a strategy or a mistake.
Zach Thomas.
But he's now done with those overhead squats, so whatever it was the right move.
Young guy with him, a lot of experience already. For a young guy stepping onto Pat Rafter Arena up in Brisbane at a semi-final event, it's got to be daunting. So being in your hometown, yep, this is cool. We know what to do.
Yeah. You can see for a lot of these guys how hard it is right now to stabilize that bar overhead. I think that's a huge mixture of shoulder fatigue and then obviously midline fatigue. You can see right there Rob Watt's shoulders just wanting to give out at the bottom. They're internally rotating a bit. He's doing a great job of supporting that bar overhead. You don't want to have to drop it and pick it back up again.
Oh, Rob Watt, pumped. He's done, but he's got to catch our leader, Zach Thomas. I'm glad he put his name on his shirt so we know who he is.
And we can see.
But we know exactly who he is.
You can see Zach's already halfway through that 500-meter row.
Now, 145 pace, that's not bad. That's not redlining.
That's not bad.
Cruising either. It's just that really... Now, he's one of the taller athletes here as well.
Yep.
So that 145 is a really comfortable pace for him. But got to realise we've got a bucket load of heats to come still.
Yep. Yes, you have to remember, and you can see Rob looking around at where he is in this heat. You got to remember, you're not just competing against the gents in your heat. You're competing against the entire field. This is your second to last opportunity to make points. You got to make sure you're giving it your all the entire time.
See if we can get some pictures of Rob Watt's display. See what pace is on as Zach Thomas. Now, there we go.
Yeah.
2-minute splits for Rob Watt. Now, that is very conservative.
Yep.
Especially for someone of his height, about 6'4".
Well, again, let's see what happens between Zach Thomas, who's already started his burpee box jump overs, and Rob Watt, who, like you said, is being much more conservative on his row pace right now.
And the event really starts where Zach Thomas is right now. He's left of screen, the black shirt.
He's got a great clip on these burpees. See if he's able to sustain it over.
What do you think about his landing position where he's spreading his legs a little bit more, distributing the weight more evenly on a wider base?
Well, I love it because he's also in a half turn right there. So he's basically set to go right down into that burpee. It's not like he needs to now spin a 180 and get his feet back. So really smooth and smart movement from Zach Thomas right there.
Harrison Rowley just sitting on his barbell, absolutely cooked. These overheads proving difficult. And Matty Gilpin, Jaden Fakatopi-Stewart and Rob Watt exiting the rower exactly the same time.
You can see a lot of these gents have taken off their belts and are throwing them down the lane. You definitely don't want to be doing burpee box jump overs with your belts on if you can help it.
Van der Velde moving to the box as well. Now, it's funny, you've got the race going on. You can see who's winning, but it's like it's in slow motion because it's 10 reps at a time before they get to flip their box or move their box forward into the next zone.
Here's what I really like. Look at how Jaden Fakatopi is just barely clearing the box, which means he's not doing any more effort than he needs to get over the box. If you look down the line, you can see some of these gents, they're clearing that box by a good 6 to 8 inches. You don't need to. Just get your feet right over that box.
But you don't need to clip the box either and go flying on this floor.
No.
There's that fine line.
I think we call that proprioception, knowing where you are and where the other objects are in space.
Van der Velden looks like he's moved into second position. But it's going to be a tight battle for this second position with him, Matt Gilpin, Rob Watts, and Jaden Fakatopi-Stewart. They're battling it out. Trying to catch our leader, Zach Thomas from CrossFit Wollongong, who's into his last set of 10 on the 12-inch box. And then the nastiness starts.
It's only 10 reps at that 24-inch box, but the effort to get over what is double what these gents are jumping over right now is at least double for those last 10 reps. Thomas almost done.
Back of screen
With
as
that-
well. You can see Harrison Rowley getting onto the rower finally.
Yep. All right.
Thomas now.
Oh,
final
right into
10.
it. He went
Oh,
right to work on that 24-inch box. Good on you, Zach.
but the good thing you can do the burpee.
Yeah,
Rest.
exactly.
Exactly what he's doing now,
Yep.
and
Get
wait.
to the ground.
So the burpee's the easy part of this.
Yep.
Get on the ground, get back up, give yourself a little bit of rest. And Zach Thomas, you mentioned it with Jaden Fakatobi Stewart as well. The distance over the box. There is so much distance
Yep.
that Zach Thomas is wasting.
But he's really keeping a nice cadence. It hasn't slowed down. I haven't seen him stop and kind of stare at the box. He's got almost the same movement tempo on this 24-inch box as he did on the 12-inch box.
Zach Thomas, the last couple of reps on the 24-inch box. That will tick off 50 burpee box jump overs and the last 5 overhead squats at 100 kilos ahead of him.
The time to beat from the heat before is 11:44, and that was put up by Henry Carlisle. So we're now at the 11-minute mark. Let's see if Zach Thomas can do it. Only 5 overhead squats left to go. He is within striking distance of the event lead. And there he is, back to that narrow overhead squat grip. Definitely requires a lot more mobility in those shoulders, but much easy to support it overhead.
Walkies.
Oh, and there he goes, back to the back. So impressive.
Hey.
And then he moves that grip back out again.
Now, a number of athletes will drop that barbell. Zach Thomas.
This is,
So good.
and he won't get Henry Carlisle's time, but very impressive. I've never seen anything like that, Jeremy. He did it on the set of 10. He did it on the set of 5. He starts his overhead squats with a very narrow grip. Again, requires a lot more mobility in those shoulders, but much easier to support it overhead if you do have the mobility. And then he back racks it, moves his grip all the way out to the ends of the barbell to finish his sets.
Tight battle, second coming. Fakatobi Stewart, Van der Velden. Gilpin now, Rob Watt on his last couple of reps with the burpee box jump overs. Who wants to pick it up first? They're all looking around at each other going, you go first. I don't want it. But Van der Velden and Gilpin first to address the bar. Fakatobi Stewart in the blue shirt, far end of the arena. Gilpin getting to work quickly. Van der Velden looking a lot more comfortable under the bar and doing the reps a lot quicker than Gilpin and Fakatobi Stewart. Oh, it's tight. Oh, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but Matty Gilpin's knee just hyperextended as he stepped over the line.
Oh, I did not.
That was nasty.
Oh.
Fakatobi Stewart over the line as well.
And now Rob Watt is at the bar for his final reps.
Rob Watt, that head forward just a touch, making things a little bit harder. Like to see it just back a little bit more underneath that barbell. He's creeping forward to the finish line every rep.
If you're smart, that's what you do.
Make that last step even
Don't
easier.
walk away from it, walk towards it. One more rep there for Rob Watt. Really good effort. Well within the time cap. He's got 2 minutes to spare.
The turkey. There it is. He's coming for you, Ami Sakamoto. Harrison Rowley getting through the round of 30. 10 on the 12-inch, 10 on the 24-inch. Zane Shelabare-Healy across at Dignus, Perth, Western Australia. How daunting, you've got this cameraman right in front of you at line of sight. And we saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
With Gemma Hoke asking the cameraman, the video guys, to get out of the way because they're in her spot.
Right.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. And
Move. Get out the way.
I'm somebody who very much spots when I lift, and that is something that can be very distracting. So. Oh, what a bummer. Zane Shelabare-Healy just missing that 5th and final rep, which means he's got to pick that 100-kilo bar all the way back up again.
Rally nearly done. Shelabare-Healy trying to get it done. 45 seconds left.
Oh, this
Harrison Rowley.
Oh, poor Zane. This last rep is just eluding him on that bar.
Harrison Rowley, someone has put springs in his shoes.
Well, he knows, again, Jeremy, this is a great play from Harrison Rowley. He knows he might not get those 5 overhead squats, but every single burpee box jump over he can get here could be points on the leaderboard.
And not wasting time. He's only got 10 seconds. I'm not sure he's going to have enough in the tank to get it off the ground, let alone overhead squat.
Come on, Zane.
Shelabare-Healy.
Just in the nick of
yes,
time.
sir.
That was so impressive.
And that's what you call pacing the event perfectly.
I don't know if that's what he would say. You know, this is always something I wonder, Jeremy. If he thought there was 6 reps, would he have gotten that 5th rep fine?
Matt Gilpin.
Yeah, we saw.
Hyperextension as he stepped over the line. Now we know the chip time is on their ankle. And let's hope it's not going to cause him too much drama.
He seems to be walking okay across the floor. But right here, like you said, you see him finish. Little twist in the body right there for those final couple reps. He gets over the line and then, that hyperextension, that kind of buckle.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
No, but again, he seems to be walking okay. He went and just grabbed his shirt at the other end of the competition floor and seems to be moving just fine. So fingers crossed, Matty Gilpin is okay and ready for that final event.
Well, let's put the knee under some more strain with the thrusters.
Oh, this was another brutal one for these gentlemen. 2 machines in this event, starting with the C2 concept bike erg, 1,000 meters. That went right into a 100-foot obstacle handstand walk. Most of these gentlemen having no trouble accomplishing that. But it was Zach Thomas in his unorthodox style with that overhead squat, some of them narrow, some of them wide, that got him ahead. Easy 140 split on that 500-meter row. He was so consistent on these burpee box jump overs. His pace didn't seem to change. Jaden Fakatopi-Stewart making a move on those burpee box jump overs. But again, it was Zach Thomas's ability to not put that bar down on those 5 overhead squats that gives him the heat win and an unofficial time of 11:48.
Third heat of 4. 16.6, the old regionals events. And a number of athletes, and we spoke with Harry Debenham after his snatching yesterday and his elbow.
Said it was a little sore.
A little buckle every time he'd snatch, and we were a little bit concerned for him, but he said it was a little bit sore. So you've got to think overhead squat at a heavy load as well. What's that going to do to his elbow? And Harry there on screen in all grey. Grey Day Sunday, they call it.
Well, the other person I have my eyes on is Isaac Newman in lane 6.
Wasn't he exceptional yesterday?
So he was one of the few athletes that made it to that final bar. He didn't make the lift, but he made it to it. He looked great. So I can only imagine that for him, look at him. He's frothing
tiger.
He's frothing at the bit for the overhead squats at that 100 kilo.
Hello, Newman. You like that? There he is. Look at him.
He's ready. Look at him.
But for him as well, he's just got to pace everything else and attack on that heavy barbell.
Yep. I can only imagine that he's going to be quite good at that. The 10 overhead squats, 15 overhead squats.
You'd imagine
total.
he'd be very good at that. In fact, this is warm-up weight for what he lifted yesterday on the competition floor. And the crowd weren't expecting it either.
Right.
He got into that third row and he just kept going, and the noise in here for Isaac Newman was incredible.
And he was actually looking better and better as he made his way down that third row. George Regas right there on that C2 bike. So a little different. Regional 16.6. We saw a 1K bike, but it was on the assault bike where you get to use your arms. C2 bike, pure legs. But that's okay because we're going to turn you upside down and put you on a 30-meter handstand obstacle walk, a little different than the just 100 feet up and down from regionals in 2016. From that, these gentlemen will move over to 10 overhead squats at 100 kilos, a weight that a lot of these athletes did not even see last night on the snatch ladder. 500-meter row for most of these gents, that's going to be a recovery point, 50 burpee box jump overs, and then they'll finish with 5 overhead squats at the end of the competition floor. 16-minute time cap on this event. For most of these guys, this 1K bike is just a warm-up, just a chance to kind of shake the nerves off. Isaac Newman, one of the taller athletes, should have no problem getting through this bike. You can see him trying to control his breath right here. All these gentlemen looking real relaxed on the bike right now. See Harry Demerman in that bottom right-hand corner right there. How will he tackle these overhead squats? Especially after the handstand walk, considering he had a little jerk in that elbow last night. Oh, Isaac Newman. Fast work of this handstand walk.
Now, that was smart.
Yep, I was just going to say.
Don't fatigue yourself. Pick your battles, because his battle is right now. When he picks up that barbell, the battle is over.
Right. And we saw Justin Medeiros do this on the handstand walk in 2020.
He did.
And he, you know, all of those gentlemen went unbroken, and he did this very unorthodox style of kick down, kick up, kick down, kick up. And guess what? It was almost as fast as Matt Fraser going unbroken.
Matt Fraser was saying how annoying it was that he kept doing that and staying in level pegging with him, even though he went unbroken.
And think about it, that split second of taking the tension off your shoulders right before a heavy overhead squat. Way to do your homework, Isaac.
Luke Fowler. CrossFit Selwyn on the left of screen.
Little shaky right
Ludwig
there.
Hansen in Finland. CrossFit Basement in Helsinki.
He's got that real wide stance.
He's got some of that Nordic water in him too. Look at him. So much strength.
Luke Fowler looking pretty consistent on those overhead squats.
And Luke with that narrow grip as well.
Yeah.
But
here goes Isaac.
I see you, Ludwig. I'm going to raise you the same weight barbell, but Ludwig Hansen, the first to move through the row. And Newman has caught up so much time on those 10 reps.
And I love how upright Isaac Newman was in those overhead squats. Not having to cantilever that torso forward to help balance. He's just able to stay super upright. Again, this is a great spot for Isaac to kind of recover his breathing. 500 meters, he's a taller athlete. He should be able to just...
And another athlete who's impressed me greatly is Curtis Jackson. Now, he did well yesterday with handstands, nasty girls with the ring muscle-ups. He's already on the road. He's in the orange shirt, just at the top of the screen next to Luke Fowler.
Right.
For a smaller framed athlete,
Yep.
like pound for pound, probably one of the strongest athletes here. I did that pound for pound so you'd understand what I was saying.
I don't know if he's that good kilo for kilo, but he is really good
Definitely
pound
for pound.
Yeah, two of the smaller athletes right there rowing their 500 meters.
Did you see him look up at the Jumbotron? What a great way to self-critique your row stroke while you're going.
Yeah.
Hey, how's this looking? Okay, good. I've got the push-pull happening.
Yep. Quite a few gentlemen are on that 500-meter row portion. Can Isaac catch Ludwig, who got on the rower a little bit before he did?
Luke Fowler's display just then.
Yeah, sub 2 minute.
Not bad.
Bailey O'Brien finishing up his set. Oh, just missing.
Mitchell Case just behind him, getting on as Ludwig moves forward now. And they've had five and a half minutes or so to think about what's ahead of them.
Right.
And handstand walking past this 12-inch box. Not difficult, just annoying.
Right. And again, important to note that these athletes have to have the wherewithal to remember that to flip their box into their lane. Both Isaac and Ludwig have started chipping away at their 50 burpee box jump overs. I like how relaxed Ludwig looks on his box jump over. Again, just enough effort to get over the box, but not so much that you're wasting energy for the final 10 on that 24-inch box. We talked about it earlier, how Zach Thomas kind of landed from his burpee box jump overs with that split stance, the weight kind of his feet a little bit wider. He was already in a half turn. And you can see Luke Fowler's landing both feet very close together, and then he has to make that 180 turn. So probably not quite as efficient of a movement for Luke Fowler. But as fatigue sets in, it gets much harder, believe it or not, to be efficient, even though it matters more at that point.
Ludwig looking good. We've got that international flavor here. I'm thinking, you fast forward 12 months from now, what does this event look like? No, this is day 3 and we've experienced such a great deal already. But you think potential sponsors, athletes, people coming out on holidays like yourself, talk for a few days and then enjoy what we've got to offer out here. But you think about the exposure to the entire world and what we saw yesterday from Chandler Smith.
I was just going to say.
That's going to go bonkers.
Yeah. And to think that already last night there was over 4,000 people in the stands, I can only imagine this is going to be a destination for many CrossFit athletes next year.
But it's like the off-season. It's the end of the season. You've just gone to the CrossFit Games. Hey, I just want to go out for a holiday and also just get in a little bit of off-season training, say with a team, come out here. What better way to do it?
Yep. Well, and let's face it, the Oceania region is proving that there are a lot of very, very high-level elite athletes. And so this is a great competition to come test yourself against some of the best in the world. Ludwig on his final 10 burpee box jump overs, throwing his arms, throwing his body over that box.
Cam Kusler's just behind us. He was in the first heat and said his legs were sore when he started. He goes, right now, they are cooked.
It's okay. He only has 45 thrusters to finish the day. You know what?
I don't know what he's doing here. He should have come in athlete services.
So, yeah, exactly. You know what Greg used to say when we would complain about something being sore?
You just wouldn't, would you?
Oh, yeah, we would.
Oh, okay.
He'd say I could spray a little YBF on that if you want. YBF. You'll be fine.
Oh, okay. You'll live. Ludwig Hansen doing it easy. And now, oh, look at that. There's experience for you as well. Chalk in the pocket. No messing around. CrossFit Basement. I had to look up where that was. Helsinki, and I went, it's a fair hike from here.
Yeah.
Finland's probably one of the furthest places from here.
Really, it felt like California was on my way out here. Beautiful set position. I love this too, the wide clean, so that he doesn't have to put it on his back. He can go directly overhead and immediately into those squats. But again, look how wide his stance is. Now the thing about that, Jeremy, is it makes it a little bit harder to get depth.
Oh,
Obviously not hard enough.
a minute
He
quicker
beats-
than Henry
yeah.
Carlisle. Ludwig, way to throw it down on Sunday morning, day 3.
And look at this. Curtis Jackson is to his overhead squats right here. You talked about him earlier, Jeremy, one of the smaller framed athletes. He's making pretty easy work of these final 5 squats at that 100-kilo bar. What a move from Curtis Jackson. Not what we expected. Smaller
We
framed
expected it. Come on.
Okay, not what I expected. Like you were saying, one of the smaller framed athletes.
But the burpees are going to favor him.
Yeah, not the 24-inch box, though. But there was only
It's
10
only
there.
10.
Yeah.
He can make up some time.
Well, he sure did.
Isaac
I was
Newman.
wondering if anybody was going to try to snatch that barbell.
Harry Debenham on the left, that elbow. Let's have a look at it. Actually doesn't look too bad.
No.
It's the right elbow,
You can see those shoulders shaking a little bit, but
but not nearly the weight he was putting up yesterday.
no.
Good, elbow intact.
Yep.
What we
There's
wanted.
Isaac Newman finishing out. He attempted a snatch at that
Oh, of course he did.
to start. Yeah, I was wondering if anybody was going to do it. So thank you, Isaac Newman.
I think we're going to see it a little
Somebody
bit
had
later
to
on.
try it.
I think Royce Dunn's a special for it. As Newman finishes up 12:14, unofficial time, of course. Regis, bottom of screen.
Mitchell Case has the bar on his back. You can see him right there. He's got 5 reps to go. Make that 4.
Case, another one of those Torian pro athletes we've seen in the last couple of years. Semi-final competition.
And right next to him as he finishes up, Luke Fowler has gotten to the barbell. So again, some of these smaller athletes making up a lot of time on those burpee box jumps. Oh, that was great from Luke Fowler, another athlete with the wide clean directly to the overhead from that front rack position. Luke does it with just a more narrow grip.
No problem there.
Ah,
Regis now.
impressive how many gentlemen
Lane
are
eights.
finishing this event right now.
Riley O'Brien.
There's still almost 3 minutes left before the time cap.
Oof.
There's only a couple athletes left on the floor. George Regis is one of them, but he already has that barbell up overhead. 5 overhead squats to go for George Regis. And there's Bailey O'Brien on the right-hand side of your screen. Just 5 reps left for Bailey. Oh, tough miss for Bailey right there, but George Regis has crossed the line, sub 14 minutes. Bailey O'Brien, final overhead squats, plenty of time to go, Bailey, 2 minutes to that time cap. Ah, the crowd is lighting up for Bailey. He's got it overhead. Keep it there, Bailey. Keep it. 4 more. Almost home.
Loving this crowd here at Wynn Stadium.
Oh, and he gets a no rep.
Nah, he just wants to do
Crucial.
more. No, he does not. Great adjustment at the top just then.
Yep.
Barbell sending forward a little. He's just got it back that 1 inch.
Ah.
Oh, come on. No rep. The Ghost Rider rep, it's got to be dumped in front. I was wondering if anyone was going to do it, and we've now seen it.
Oh,
So there's 2 no reps.
and this is where, again, Jeremy, it is so critical to know the rules, to know the event ends, to know how to end the event.
Oh.
Oh.
And having to pick it up again, clean it, put it in position, and you just go, oh, you idiot.
Oh. All right. Bailey needs to take a second, compose himself. He has enough time to get this final rep. He just needs to compose himself. Let's go, Bailey. Just under 15 seconds to go.
Oh, when he could have been done
One
a minute
rep.
ago. Bailey O'Brien.
Yes! He's got it overhead. Oh. That might be a +1, considering he didn't get over the line.
Correct.
In time, but he at least finished.
And you do post-event reviews, and you look at that and go, why did I do that? Brain just switching off completely.
Yep.
And we know why that barbell has to come to the front for the safety aspect, but so important that you know the requirements of the event, and that has been absolutely costly for Bailey O'Brien.
And it's not just the physical fatigue that starts to take over on these athletes, it's the mental fatigue. You're tired, and it's so little mistakes start to happen like that, where you know better. At that level of competition, you know better. Isaac Newman, who was a superstar in that snatch event last night. We expected big things of him in this event, knowing that there was 15 overhead squats at that 100-kilo bar. He did not deny us a great show. Ludwig Hansen there. He definitely took control, and it was specifically on that first set of overhead squats where Ludwig was able to move ahead of the rest of the field, chipped away at the burpee box jumps. One of the most impressive things, he went immediately into those overhead squats, and he finishes in an unofficial time of about 10:43, which was a whole minute faster than Henry Carlisle's 11:44 in the heat before. We are moving into our fourth and final heat of men. And of course, all eyes on lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's a hot race. Jay Crouch leading the charge from Reebok CrossFit Frankston, but not far behind him, Jake Douglas, and then of course, Reese Michelle and Sneaky Pete Ellis coming into this sixth event of the day. Right now, if we look at the points, Jay Crouch leads the charge.
Jake Crouch, leader after day one, leader after day two.
I was going to say, I think those points are a little wrong. There they are.
But Jake Douglas as well.
Oh, I was so impressed with
Don't
Jake Douglas.
discount him, because he's going to squat this very easily. He's a big, strong athlete. We'll have to see how the handstand obstacle course goes for him.
He's only 19 points behind Jay Crouch. He had a fantastic day 2 of competition. He really surprised me, too, with how well he did at handstand push-ups.
Do not be surprised to see Jay Crouch wire to wire here, because every component in here, heavy barbell, burpee box jumps, row, cycle, handstand walk, every component here he has covered.
Oh, you mean he's good at CrossFit?
Yes.
Gymnastics, weightlifting, monostructural. Hard things under high heart rate. Might be why he is a games athlete. There he is right there, Jay Crouch, starting his 1,000 meters on that C2 bike.
And so casual, having a look around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Looked a bit like Popeye then with that
But right behind him.
Pipe out the side of the mouth.
Yeah, Jake the biceps.
Speaking of biceps and forearms.
I got to tell you, I am so utterly impressed with Jake Douglas. For somebody who is so big, so thick, so strong, the way he was able to snatch with that more narrow grip last night, his mobility for being such a thicker athlete, very impressive. So from this bike that you see all these gentlemen doing, They're going to move into a 30-meter handstand obstacle walk, a little change up from the regional 16.6. 10 overhead squats at 100 kilos. From there, they'll go into what's probably going to be a recovery 500-meter row. 50 burpee box jump overs, 40 of those over a 12-inch box, and 10 of those at a 24-inch box. Finishing up with 5 overhead squats and moving into their final event of the day. Who will be first off this bike? Would it be Andrew Sambo?
He's impressed me the last couple of days.
Definitely.
Did very well on the John Cleary shuffle yesterday on the hill. First outside event we've ever seen here at Wynn Stadium. Great to get outdoors though, the fresh air, the sea breeze. Oh, good for us. It wasn't great for them.
Yeah, you're a deeper shade of pink today for that.
So do I. Right on the top of my shoulders.
We got a little hand race right now.
So Zeke drove a little bit of a stumble, but another one of those athletes.
Right now,
who's
Sneaky
good.
Pete out ahead.
Yeah. Zeke Grove, one of those athletes, very good at overhead squatting.
Shorter athlete, shorter range of motion, stronger athlete, not hard to support that weight.
Jay Crouch. Here he comes in the orange shorts, in the lead now, taking over from Pete Ellis. Oh, it's too easy.
I love how relaxed Jay looked on that handstand walk.
Pete Ellis.
But it's Pete directly to the bar.
Did you see what happened? He had looked to see what Jay Crouch was going to do. Jay went for the chalk. He went, I'm going for the barbell.
He went for the bar, yes. And look at him making easy work of those overhead squats. That looks more like 45 kilos than 100 kilos for Pete Ellis. Oh, Zeke almost getting shot out the back of that first overhead squat. Whoa. Pete Ellis moving to that row first.
Oh, Pete Ellis.
What a race we've got now.
This is going to be good. Jake Douglas getting to the row.
So with all three of these guys on the rower, that starts to beg the question. I've been saying this 500 meters is going to be a recovery. I don't think these boys are going to be able to recover.
4 guys on the row. You forgot Zeke Grove, who jumped on at the same time. So now Zeke, very good at burpee box jump overs as well. If I was going to call it right now, Jake Douglas a little bit behind just due to the size of his frame. But getting to that barbell after the fatigue level of those 50 burpee box jump overs, I'm going Jake Douglas all day. And you see the bent arm position he's got on the row right now.
Yep.
Not ideal rowing position, but with the muscle mass that he has got, that's easy for him to pull possibly sub 140s at that pace quite easily.
And if you think about Olympic weightlifting, there's so many different styles, and some people encourage an early arm bend and some people don't. So again, when you're at this level of athleticism, there's little tricks and things depending on where your strengths and weaknesses lie. And I'm not going to doubt that Jake Douglas has a strategy with that slight bent arm row.
150 for Jake Douglas with that bent arm. He's got 150 left on this 500-meter row. And I cannot wait to see what happens with these judges' hands and which one is going to go up first. Pete Ellis getting there first, and the first judge's hand in the air. Oh, second after Jay Crouch. Jay Crouch.
There goes the hand for Jake Douglas.
Oh, Pete Ellis, sneaky Pete. I'm sorry, Pete Ellis, but that sneaky Pete tag is going to stay with you for a long time.
There's worse things he could be, right?
Synchronized burpee box jump overs for Pete Ellis and Jay Crouch.
Look at the pace on Jay, though.
Speed.
There it is. When you think about the fact that this is over 50 reps, every little half second that Jay Crouch is getting ahead of Pete Ellis is going to add up. Oh, I love how efficient Zeke Grove looks on those.
And he'll go fast. So he'll catch up a bit of time here, and these last 5 overhead squats are not going to be an issue either. So don't be surprised to see him move up a little bit. challenge Jay Crouch at the end of this, but Jay looking really good early.
What a great little race. You're right, Zeke just made up some time right there on that first set of 10.
Moved into third, Zeke Grove. The 1, Jay Crouch. 2, Pete Ellis. 3, Jake Douglas. Apologies. 3, Zeke Grove. 4, Jake Douglas. This race going to be a whole lot tighter at the end. And you talk about time caps. We've got 16 minutes here. They are moving really fast.
Yep.
Jay's into his 30s already.
Who's going to join him?
I know Jay very disappointed with his result at the CrossFit Games this year. As were a number of the Aussie boys, just felt like they had a little bit more to give, but just the change in the programming, things maybe they hadn't tested like a lot of the athletes. And we saw after day 1, Tia nowhere near the top, and she had to claw her way back.
Right. Well, don't forget, it's often not the things that we succeed at, but the things we fail at that make us better as athletes and people.
But Adrian Bosman, if you're listening, Bos, well done, because now you've opened up a can of worms of all these other things that athletes now have to test themselves in training before they get there.
Oh, you mean like the fundamentals?
Yeah, you're there.
The basics?
Yeah, go and read the...
single unders, you mean?
Yeah, go and read the journal.
Yep.
Pete Ellis looks like he's speeding up a touch on these last 10 on the 12-inch box. Pete Ellis from CrossFit Peak Blaxland. Jay in the lead in the orange shorts, no shirt, and done with his 12-inch burpee box jumps at 40 reps. Now 10 at 24-inch.
Oh, he looks so relaxed on that jump over. And that little side swing of the legs.
And that pause. I'm loving the pause just before he does the burpee. That one.
Yep.
It's a split second, but just enough to catch your breath.
It's a breath. That's exactly it. Ah, Pete Ellis is over there now too, though.
Jay will get to this bar first.
You can see a lot more effort. Look at the way Pete shoots his feet forward to get over the box, whereas Jay kind of just swivels them to the side. Much more efficient technique from Jay Crouch on these final 10 box jump overs.
Jay Crouch now last 5 reps, 100 kilos, 225 pounds.
We're not even to the 9-minute mark, and the time to beat was set by Ludwig Hansen, and the heat before that was 10:41.
Oh, that's going. Oh, Jay Crouch, exceptional performance.
Jay is about to beat his time by over 2 minutes, Jeremy.
Yes, sir. The Prince of the Pacific region, Jay Crouch, continuing his domination of the Down Under Championship. We're into day 3 here. And Pete Ellis.
Sneaky Pete over the line. Just about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me give you a little perspective here too, Jeremy. Rob Forte won this event in 2016 with a time of 10:16.
The Padawan learner has come through. The Jedi Master has had to step aside.
Oh, Zeke going for that snatch on the 100-kilo bar. Just missing.
Oh, here we go. Jake Douglas, Zeke Grove. Zeke gets his bar up early. Oh, he goes for the snatch this time.
What a way to get that first overhead squat.
Douglas coming. Evan Morris coming as well. Zeke needs to move. 10:16, the exact time of Rob Forte back in the day.
But get this.
Evan Morris got Jake Douglas.
Oh.
That's an important one. Positions on the leaderboard. Oh, crazy stuff happening.
With a time of 10:16. Back in 2016, his time was 11:50. So talk about observable, measurable, repeatable.
But his age
betterable
as well.
Exactly.
So 6 years later.
Yep.
Age doesn't really help you as you get older.
And elements of this event are a little bit harder. Again, they added in the obstacle in the handstand walk. So without a doubt, Zeke Grove, you are stronger and better than you were 6 years ago.
Clint Cole will be next to finish. 6'4" Army competitor.
So almost every single one of these athletes getting in under the 12-minute mark. There's still well over 4 minutes to the time cap. Andrew Samble and Reese Michelle on their final burpee box jump overs. Plenty of time to make this in the time cap. Both athletes moving to that final 5 overhead squats at the 100-kilo bar. Looks like Samble's gonna be the one to grab it first.
Samble on the left,
Samble,
Reese
yes.
Michelle on the right.
I love that. Little wider, clean grip directly to the overhead versus Reese Michelle's quick little onto the back, behind the neck, push jerk. Oh, those knees coming in.
Time cap as well. Samble in. And the hurdle of the bar, one of the hardest things to do. Those legs are on fire.
Yeah, we saw that with Bailey O'Brien. He tried to avoid it. Hit him in the butt. Every athlete in well under the time cap. And that is why this is your leading heat of men. Jay Crouch smoking Rob Forte's time in 2016 of 10:16 by almost a minute. Jay Crouch just finished that event, even with some added difficulties in 9 minutes and 17 seconds unofficially. This is and was the hardest heat 4 from the men, and it's no wonder why. All of these gentlemen finishing well within the time cap, even with the added obstacle in the 30-meter handstand walk. Barbell's the same weight as it was back then, but for a lot of these athletes, much easier to deal with. 100 kilos for those 10 overhead squats. That 500-meter row, though, where Jay Crouch was able to sneak ahead. Pete Ellis hold that lead on the burpee box jump overs. Super efficient at the 24-inch box. And then once that bar was locked in overhead, it was going nowhere. Jay Crouch with an easy win on event 6. Regionals workout 16.6. Sneaky Pete and Zeke Grove also with some under 11-minute finishes. Great work. All right, we're gonna throw down to rookie who is standing by with event 6 winner and leader of the Down Under Championships right now, Mr. Jay Crouch.
Thanks, Annie. Jay, you've been a little bit quiet. We haven't seen or heard much of you except at the top of the leaderboard where you're sitting pretty at the moment. You must be really happy with where you are right now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm always pretty consistent, either in that, top part, but never really get an event win. So yeah, it's good. It's awesome.
Now your mentor, Rob Forte, programs this event. He's also your coach. He's just over here on the floor setting up. So Rob did this back in 2016 in 10 minutes and 16 seconds. You have really wiped the floor with that time. And it's harder as well. So what have you got to say to your coach right now?
Oh man, yeah, I know everyone's always comparing his times and stuff, but you can't take anything away from him. It's always different machines, different environment, different times. So you can't take it away from him.
Now, Maddie's doing very well on the female side of things. Have you guys got a bet on, or is there something on the line with you two happening this weekend?
No, nothing like that. We have little bits around here and there, but we usually just leave it out on the floor.
Must be great to be back in competition here. You haven't been here for a while, but must be awesome to be leading the charge. You've only got one event left.
Yeah, 100%. It's awesome to be back here. Awesome to see the stands pretty full. So it's epic. Can't wait to finish it off.
Well, keep it rolling.
Legend. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay Crouch, and done with the individual stuff for event number 6. Event number 7, not too far away.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Men's competition out of the way. Women about to get started. Good chat with Jay Crouch. Partner Maddie Sturt leading, but only just. Gemma Hoke with a great day two. And good battle for third. Youngster Grace Walton from Western Australia. Caitlin Van Ziel coming out of teams, and Lauren Fisher coming out of teams at the CrossFit Games with Reykjavik. A great battle for third coming up. 2 events left. Not too far away from our start. Regional 16.6. And a great test to observe, measure, and repeat. 16-minute time cap. Jay Crouch not even needing half. But underway for heat number 1. Start with 1,000 meters on the bike. Concept 2 bike, a little bit different to 2016. The athletes were on an assault bike. Heat 1. Heat list. Bridget Corcoran, lane 5. She's had really impressed me over the last couple of days. She did say yesterday when we had an interview after the John Cleary Shuffle event number 3 that she's had a lot of injury to deal with, a lot of adversity to deal with, and comes from such a wonderful family. Saw her mum here on day 1. But it'd be, as you said, interesting to see what is going to happen, especially someone like Courts. He can actually measure. We've just seen with Jay Crouch and Rob Forte, and also Zeke Grove. Rob setting a very good pace back in the day in 2016. Jay beating that, but Zeke beating that time.
Even with the added difficulties of that event, shows so many of these athletes are still just getting better and better.
But yeah, you increase your skill level, you get better, and your strength obviously increases. So I things get a little bit easier in some aspects.
You become more efficient at these elements.
Some people do.
Courtney, one of the first ladies off the bike. You know, here's what I love, Jeremy. Yes, she's had some injuries. Maybe she won't make it back to the games, but she just still loves competing. And I love to see that. I think that's really important for our community to see that even if you're not going to the CrossFit Games, you can still love competing and be out there on the competition floor.
Lisa Hemrick having a break. It's Marlene Fleck ticks another segment off.
And here's the thing, Jeremy, just because you can go unbroken on these handstand elements doesn't mean you should, because you're from this movement, you're going right into 10 overhead squats at 70 kilos, not a lightweight, but you need to save your shoulders.
Were you talking about me just then when you said lightweight?
You've got to save your shoulders for that overhead squat coming up.
Thanks for tuning in wherever you are right around the world. I know we've got a big audience over there in New Zealand tuning in. Fortunate to spend a little bit of time there over the last 6 weeks. One of you tuning in from the US. And I know Justin Kotler from Underdogs is tuning in. Number of athletes joining the Underdogs. What do you call it?
One of those athletes being...
Because it's not a stable, because they're for horses.
I think you do call it a stable of athletes.
You can't call it a doghouse, because when you're in the doghouse, you're in the doghouse.
Under doghouse. I think it's a stable because these are not just horses, Jeremy. These are race horses. And
Stallions.
And Justin Kotler is doing a great job with his stable of athletes right now.
I'm more like a Clydesdale.
One of those athletes is Gemma Hope, who's
Absolutely.
made a huge
Caitlin
move
Van
on day
Zyl.
2. Yep. See Marlene Fleck getting that bar to her back. And here comes Lisa Hemrick right next to her. Which one of these ladies will get through the 10 overhead squats first?
Courtney Fitzharris having trouble with this obstacle, and she's getting a little frustrated. Marlene Fleck and Lisa Hemrick. Marlene from CrossFit Play. Khan Porter's gym up there in Sydney. And Lisa Hemrick, CrossFit Speed, just north of Brisbane City.
$70 kilos for these ladies.
Midline.
I was just going to
Buckling.
say, when you think about how fatigued their midline must be, especially from that John Cleary event yesterday with the heavy sandbag, all those strict handstand push-ups with the weight vest on, you know that 70 kilos feels more like 80 kilos overhead right now. Lisa Hemrick going unbroken on the overhead squats and moving into the lead in this first heat.
Lisa Hemrick rowing. That head buckling forward a little, that torso collapsing a little. Love to see more upright position and less reach. But you could use this as a little bit of a warm-up for those shoulders, because you're going to be doing a lot of pushing off the ground in the next little bit.
Well, and when she leans forward like that, she's going to get a little longer stroke on that chain. So not a bad move from Lisa right there.
2:15 row pace for her as Bridget Corcoran descends on her first overhead squats. And for a number of these ladies, this is way over body weight. And we know how hard body weight overhead squats are, except if your name is Nicole Carroll.
Used to be, and it still should be, one of the standards, being able to get 10 overhead squats
I thought it was
body
15
weight.
back in the day.
It might be. No, I think you're right, 15.
Because
For me, it's
10's
10.
doable. 15.
For me, it's 10 because I'm big.
But you don't have to squat very deep. It's only about an inch.
How many centimeters is that?
An inch, not, I think like maybe 2.
I like that big breath from Nanda Stoltz right there before she approaches the barbell.
Oh, Courtney Fitzharris is getting very frustrated still in lane number 6, trying to get this obstacle course done with the handstand as Marlene Fleck heads to the row after her 10 overhead squats. Nanda Stoltz and Georgia Otto rep for rep on their overhead squats. Athletes are breathing a sigh of relief once they get to the row. Okay, okay, I can do this easy.
Well, 2 very hard elements right before that 500-meter row. In that handstand walk with the obstacle course, and of course the 10 heavy overhead squats.
Courtney Fitzharris on the far right, trying to get up the steps before she hits the ramp on the descent.
Oh, and Nanda having to put the bar down 2 reps shy of her 10. Again, it's not just those overhead squats, it's getting that bar overhead into position.
2:20 pace for Marlene Fleck on the road, so that is very conservative pace.
And that's where we could see this time cap looking a little different for these ladies than it did for the men. Very hard for the females to hold the same row pace that some of those guys did.
Hemrick, 10 done, 12 inches.
6 inches right now for these ladies.
6 inches.
Yep.
And you think about, we talk about inches and new movements that have come in the last little bit. That 4-inch bar muscle up at Rogue.
Oh.
Wow. That sorted some people out.
Was so fun, Jeremy Austin. Oh. Yes,
Would have been
please.
fun for you, but
yes, please.
some athletes really struggled.
Yep. And a lot of what that was you cannot kip the same when the implement is that thick. So these big, beautiful kips that a lot of these athletes use on the bar muscle up could not be executed the same way.
Negated totally.
Yep. So for somebody like me who does pretty much everything strict but thinks they're kipping, it was perfect.
It's like my thrusters. It's a front squat, it's a pause, and then it's a strict press. Courts in the background.
Finally up the steps right there.
The crowd favorite here, Courtney Fitzharris.
I love the attitude she's keeping about it, though. Look at the smile on her face right there. She's going to get it, and this crowd is going to go nuts when she does. There's Marlene Fleck moving on to her burpee box jump overs. Only the second athlete there.
So Hemrick with a fairly good lead.
Courtney's figured out the steps. Now it's getting off of those steps and onto the ramp for Courtney Fitzharris.
And for Candace Thorpe on the opposite side of the arena, it's the ramp on the way back that's causing some concerns. And Courtney wants some love from this crowd, and she's getting it.
Meanwhile, Lisa Hemrick and Marlene Fleck are chipping away. Lisa in her final set of those 6-inch burpee box jump overs.
Candace Thorpe again attempting the ramp. And I reckon you just got to run down it as quick as you can, get over the line.
And she
good
makes
girl.
it.
Well done.
So cute. Okay, Candace, now you got to overhead squat 70 kilos.
But we love, as a community, overcoming adversity.
Yep.
It is the greatest thing. And everyone appreciates it because everyone's adversity is different, but everyone gets it.
I was just going to say, Jeremy, every single person in here can appreciate it. And maybe it wasn't on a handstand walk up and down a ramp, but at some point they've struggled, they've missed, and then they've made. And so anytime we see another athlete in similar situation, the empathy is there, and we celebrate the
Empathy.
success.
What a great word, empathy. Those who don't know what empathy is, it's knowing exactly how someone feels,
Yep.
and it's not sympathy. Corcoran still battling in the background with the overhead squat as Courtney Fitzharris battles with his handstand. Courtney Fitzharris, come on! Go, you good thing! Yes! No! Oh!
That judge better be careful.
I don't think he's going to leave here alive.
No.
Oh, she just rushed those last two. Oh, no,
Yep.
I got
I
goosebumps
have
too, Annie.
goosebumps right now.
Oh. But she knows she can do this now.
Yep.
She's just done it.
Yep.
Let's head back to our leader, Lisa Hemrick. Oh, this crowd's amazing, isn't it?
No. She's got 5 overhead squats to go, 3 minutes to get them done. For all intents and purposes, Lisa Hemrick should be our first athlete in the ladies division finishing this event.
Oh, great power jerk. Love that.
Love that. Right off the front.
Oh, the depth.
Ooh.
Oh. It's
Like
that
you were
midline
saying-
just collapsed in the
Well,
bar. Just
yep.
Shot
And-
out the back.
Same like some of the other athletes. I'd love to see her pick her gaze up just a little bit. Keep those eyes up. Keep that head up. Where do you want that bar to go? Nunda Stoltz chipping away at her second set of 10 burpee box jump overs on that 6-inch box.
Hemrick,
right.
much better position
Yep.
this time. Now, looking down,
Yep,
that's a concern.
yep,
You look down, your head dips down, the bar
Exactly.
comes forward.
exactly.
And if those hips are coming up way before your shoulders, that bar's going one way only.
Oh,
Marlene Fleck moving into position. Courtney
Courtney
Fitzharris, come on! Yeah! The second greatest moment on the competition floor is right there.
oh.
Outstanding, Courtney Fitzharris. And the tears are probably going to flood as well.
I'm not going to lie. I just got a little
Oh,
misty-eyed
same.
right there.
Someone's cutting onions in here. The chalk's flying up or something.
It's got to be.
Oh, wow. Hemrick. Yes. Over the line.
Excellent.
Under time cap, and she's probably going to be the only one to do so. Unless Marlene Fleck can do something amazing.
1 minute to go.
Talking of things amazing, Courtney Fitzharris, if she can come down the floor and get over this obstacle on the way back,
She's got under a minute to do it.
this crowd's going to need to lie down.
Just seeing how much effort. She never gave up. She went again and again and again.
You talk resilience,
Yep.
determination.
Yep.
Courts
What-
has been here a long time. She's been doing CrossFit a long time. She's seen struggle. She's experienced it.
What better role model for all of these athletes
Oh.
in this building to see? You never give up because you never know when you're going to get it.
But following Mum Lynn into the sport, Courtney Fitzharris, come on. But Marlene Fleck now, CrossFit play, chance to get maybe one rep out before time cap.
Oh,
And a
great
win
effort.
for Lisa Hemrick, but also a win for Courtney Fitzharris because, hey, no event finished, but there's a challenge and she completed it.
That wasn't just an event win for Courtney Fitzharris right there. That was a win for this entire stadium. Everybody was behind her. Everybody was invested in her making it over that obstacle course, and she did it. Oh, huge hugs right there for Courtney.
I don't know how she kept her emotions in check.
Well, as soon as she wiped her eyes, I realized I need to wipe my
Why?
eyes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, look at it. It's coming out now.
Yeah.
More onions being cut here at Wynn Stadium.
Sunday onions.
We're only an hour into competition.
Great. Seeing Nunda come over and give her a great congratulations. Well-
Candace Thorpe had a battle.
Yep.
Bridget Corcoran had a battle. Courtney Fitzharris had a battle. One girl who didn't was Lisa Hemrick.
Oh, Lisa was so good, super consistent the whole time through. She didn't come out first off of that bike, but I love her relaxed position right here. She's not even supporting herself with extended arms. She's relaxed over. For a lot of these ladies, though, it was this obstacle handstand walk that proved to be so tough. Not for Lisa Hemrick, no big deal. Her and Marlene Fleck got to that overhead squat bar, that 70-kilo bar, about the same time, but it was Lisa going unbroken by the skin of her teeth that got her ahead, not only of Marlene Fleck, but of the rest of the heat. Super consistent on her burpee box jump overs. Although she missed a rep or two on that first set of 5 overhead squats, she was able to finish up. Great job for Lisa Hemrick. But this was the real accomplishment in this event. Courtney Fitzharris trying for probably solid 10 minutes to get over that obstacle course. Finally, with the entire crowd behind her, she did. Oh, I have chicken skin again. Every time we think about it, talk about it.
Oh, so many great moments and plenty more to come. This is day 3 of the Down Under Championship from Wynn Stadium in Wollongong. And thanks for joining us, Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. And a number of athletes coming up right now.
One of those athletes is 17-year-old Alice Scott. We've kind of seen the highs and lows of Alice this weekend.
I told you she wouldn't be the last one to cry on the competition floor because Courtney Fitzharris
You
did just that.
You did say that.
But emotion gets the better of you when you're in that pressure cooker moment.
What a beautiful thing, right?
I remember doing a marathon back in about 2005 and I got about 3/4 of the way through it and I'm bawling my eyes out. And
Isn't it wild?
What am I crying for?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yep.
we'll just let those flow. And Morgan Gray, great snatch yesterday.
Those
Now, is
purple,
is that real hair?
Yeah, those purple braids were flying. She was absolutely phenomenal on the snatch ladder last night. She must be thinking about it because she still has a smile on her
I like
face.
that word, phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
We saw some phenomenal performances and hers was
no
one of
doubt
them.
there's still a few more to come, right, Jeremy? Last two events.
But the local crowd really got behind Morgan Gray.
Yeah.
Like every gym in the area knows who Morgan Gray is, so it was like this collective. Anyone else just jumped on board the train and the choo-choo train and. But the
I'm never going to live down choo-choo train, am I?
Never. But the crowd, it's been great in numbers, but the volume
Yes.
they have bought over the weekend has just been amazing.
Well, and that's something that I was so excited to come down here and experience, is because it really does come through when you're watching it, you know, from America, from wherever else you are. You can feel how much this crowd gets invested in these athletes. And what these athletes are doing right now is a repeat of regionals event 16.6 for time with a 16-minute cap. 1,000-meter C2 bike right into a 30-meter handstand obstacle walk, so a little different than what we saw in 2016. Then these ladies will move to 10 overhead squats at 70 kilos, 500-meter row, 50 burpee box jump overs, the first 40 being at 6 inches, and the next 10 being at 18, and then they'll finish with 5 overhead squats. We've only seen one athlete in the women's division complete this event so far, and that was Lisa Hemrick in the heat before. Can another lady or 3 join her in this second heat of women?
Daisy McDonald straight to work. Now we talk about handstand position and where you should put your legs. Daisy's got her legs all over the shop. But guess what? It works.
Well, and sometimes what that can be doing is actually helping propel you. You know, I remember Dave Durante saying you don't walk leaning back, so that idea of a handstand walking in a hollow body position, throw it out the window, Jeremy. What you need to do, you need your feet over your head so that you're almost kind of following and your hands are chasing.
Unless you're an elite gymnast and you practice this since the age of 6 months.
Correct.
We've seen that a number of times at the games where those elite gymnasts have come into the sport and been able to hold that perfect body position. Gretel's one that really jumps to mind straight away. But for me, it's whatever works. Hollow position's great and holding that midline position, but balance is the thing that is going to get you more efficient movement and more...
Well, and
I'm
again,
going
I
to
think
say, I'm going to say meterage, but you wouldn't probably understand that.
Yeah.
I know, it's like footage, but
footage.
yardage. Well, yardage, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, boom.
You know, again, there's knowing your element and being good in training. There's what you need to do in competition. And these things are not always the exact same.
Daisy McDonald making light work of this bar. She's
kind of
looking
more
good.
narrow grip. Again, if you have the mobility to hold that bar slightly more narrow, it is an easier position to support that bar in. The problem is it requires a little more shoulder mobility. But everything is stacked a little closer to midline there. And it becomes a lot easier, a lot less on the wrists when you have a little more narrow grip, with which when you combine that with some handstand walking could add up.
Kenzie Woodhouse, another of those young blonde athletes that has really impressed me. There are so many blonde girls with ponytails down here that are great athletes. It's crazy. We've got a team of them with lion mode as well.
Yes.
Kenzie Woodhouse, CrossFit North from Canberra. Great position. Oh, look at that rotation of that shoulder.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We can see her armpit right there, which may sound odd if you don't do CrossFit, but that's exactly
what you
what
want to
we
see.
want. Exactly.
Show me your armpits. What? But that internal rotation is that position is where most people fail on either the snatch or the overhead squat.
Shoulders start rolling in.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a little bit quick.
Saw a lot of the guys holding a 153 pace.
Well, Daisy's one of our taller athletes.
Yep.
So that might
again,
be
if-
okay pace for her.
I was going to say, again, if that's still a recovery pace, she's fine. And in fact, she's at a huge advantage.
It's not even my flat out pace. Got some work to do, Annie Sakamoto. Alice Scott. Part of 6'4" training systems.
And Mackenzie Woodhouse has hit the rower. She'll start chipping away at her 500 meters.
I like that. Chip away. This is a chipper.
Yep.
Probably one of the better chippers we've seen on the competition floor here as well.
Without a doubt. High skill, heavy weight. Some good old monostructural in there. .208s
from Alice Scott. Now, Alice is one of our shorter
Yeah.
athletes as well, so 208's not a bad pace to sit at.
Yep.
Now, far left of screen, Morgan Gray just struggling a little with the overhead squat, which surprises me considering what she did with the snatch last night.
Yep. Again, I think you cannot underestimate the shoulder fatigue that a lot of these ladies must be feeling, not just from the handstand walk, but remember, Jeremy, these ladies did 48 strict handstand push-ups and 96 chest to bar pull-ups, all with a 14-pound weight vest just yesterday. So shoulders are a little fatigued, not to mention midline from that sandbag John Cleary event. Daisy McDonald easily getting over that 6-inch box.
Alice, love the composure. Lost a little bit of composure yesterday, but she has brought it back and brought it back strong.
And you know what, Jeremy? At 17 years old, I don't fault her. It's hard to keep myself together at 47 years old. So.
But you've got a 16-year-old daughter.
Yep.
I've got a 16-year-old daughter.
Yep.
It's like, oh, it's our babies
Oh
out there.
yeah, exactly.
The mother and father instinct kicks in.
Yep.
Protect your babies at all costs, even though they're 16 and 17 years old. It's like, Daisy, bottom left, black and blue.
And Alice joining her.
Now, Alice is moving really quick with these, and she's built a little bit shorter to the ground than Daisy is, so she'll probably find this a little bit quicker to go through. Beck Glenister getting the job done with a handstand obstacle course, and we saw in the previous heat with Courtney Fitzharris, Candace Thorpe, how difficult that was as Mackenzie Woodhouse now moves on to the burpee box jumps. Mackenzie there, centre of screen, blonde hair and in all black.
When we see Monique Sims in lane 3 there, she is still yet to get over the first part of that handstand walk. So similar to Courtney Fitzharris. Monique kicks up. You can see her on the top side of your screen. Is yet to get over that obstacle. But hopefully she learned from Courtney Fitzharris. Do not quit trying, because when you get it, this crowd will go nuts.
Tell you what, it has been a jam-packed week here in Wollongong. The affiliate gathering feels like it was last week. That was only on Thursday. And 2 great days of competition in the bag already. There's going to be some post-event depression coming up for me, probably for you, for the 15-hour flight on the way back on tomorrow morning.
I know.
Sad.
I'm already dreading it. And honestly, Jeremy, it's not the flight that I'm dreading. Oh, it's not the flight that I'm dreading. It's the not being here. This has been the longest and shortest week of my life. It has been so fun to be able to finally experience this Oceania crowd. Absolutely nothing has let me down here.
Daisy McDonald now moving to the box for her last 10 reps.
No problem getting over that box for Daisy McDonald.
In the background there, we've got Alice Scott, Mackenzie Woodhouse. Now, Mackenzie has made up a lot of ground and doing well with that split landing position of those feet. Seen it a couple of times now.
Yep.
If you're doing your homework in the warm-up area where there is a display, they can't hear us, thankfully, but they can see what's going on and maybe looking to see what works better.
Here's the other thing I love about Mackenzie. She doesn't stand up. She just kind of stays down. You're halfway down into that burpee. Why stand all the way up? Stay low. Go immediately into the burpee. If you need to take a beat before you jump over the box, do so. But look at how low she stays over that box. Morgan Gray entering the burpee box jump portion of this event.
Daisy now last 5 overhead squats. 70 kilos, 155 pound. Time to beat 14:49. Daisy gets these 5 quick like she did her first 10. It's going to be a very competitive time for the other heats.
Yep.
Oh, that position. Oh, Daisy from Wolfton, team competitor from Torian Pro earlier this year.
Daisy about to beat Lisa Hemmerich's time by almost 3 minutes.
Oh,
Make that more than 3 minutes.
Easy does it.
Good on you, Daisy McDonald. Sub 12 minutes for Daisy.
Wolfton, one of our Victorian athletes down in Melbourne. Great to see them qualify for the semi-finals this year. Tell you what, team competition at Torian Pro for the semi-finals is really going to ramp up, considering CrossFit Selwyn, team disbanded. CrossFit Urban, team disbanded.
Yep.
Arbourside are probably going to be back in numbers. EXF have disbanded as well. So it is open. Strength of field comes into play.
Yep.
Poof. Here we go. We're on.
We've seen some great women team athletes this weekend, some great men team athletes this weekend.
Well, we asked Christy Hollard yesterday what her intentions were going to be for 2023. She goes, I'm in a team. I just don't know which one yet.
Well, I was just going to say, they've announced that the requirements are a bit different this year, so it really opens the door for almost more of those super teams to come out again.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at Alice.
Great position. Oh, it looks narrow, but it's not.
Nope.
It's weird.
What's been actually narrow is her foot position. couple steps here and there, but just to stabilize.
Isn't it funny? The focus is on one particular point on the floor.
Yep.
Alice Scott's great finish and faster than Lisa Hemrick's time of 14:49 as well. Kenzie Woodhouse now with a very narrow grip. Oh, that shoulder flexibility. Bring some up here, please. I want some.
Here's what else I like about Mackenzie right now is she's not shrugging those shoulders up in her ears. Yes, we talk about that for the overhead squat. But if you really think about it, it's the elbow lockout. It's stacking joint on joint that is what supports that barbell. It's not necessarily shrugging your shoulders up into your ears or engaging those traps.
You want your shoulders going down, not up.
Exactly, Jeremy, exactly. Squeeze those scaps together, lock those elbows out, stack those bones on bones.
That's what they're built for.
Yes, sir. Oh. Monique Sims, 2 minutes.
She's feeling Courtney Fitzharris's pain. A daisy straight down to lend assistance. But it's one of those skills, if you've got it, you've got it. If you don't have it, it's going to be a very long day in the office.
Well, and the one thing we can say about Courtney is she got a little better every effort. Monique needs to rest just a little bit more in between her efforts here. You might not feel like you're taxed, but
you want to get back to work quick because you've got all this fitness, but
it's a game you're playing with yourself, right?
We go back to the 2010 games back in Carson, the strict handstand push-ups, and athletes jumping on way too quick.
Yeah, no.
Jason Khalipa being one of those and getting on just too soon.
And you know what you're doing? You're digging your hole just a little bit deeper.
Morgan Gray will be our next athlete to the barbell with only a minute.
She might not need more than that, though, Jeremy. She did so well in that snatch ladder.
But struggled a little on the first 10. But has she got enough in the gas tank to get to the barbell? Time ticking away very quickly. Very free stone.
Just about 15 seconds left for these athletes. I love it. Carrie Freestone, pick up the pace, babe. As many reps as you can. Here goes Morgan Gray. Can she get at least one overhead squat? And she'll just miss it.
Trying to rush, trying to beat the time.
You know what, though? You can't deny her effort there. She did not just wait for that clock to run out. Alice Scott, good on you, Alice. She turned her day around from yesterday, like you said, Jeremy. We saw some tears on the floor, especially in that 17.1 event in the middle of the day. She turned that frown upside down, didn't she, Jeremy?
She certainly did.
Finishing that event unofficially in 13 minutes and 5 seconds.
Daisy, what a performance.
Yep.
That was great.
Time to beat set by Daisy McDonald in that heat. About 11:39.
And one of those taller athletes, the overhead squats, proving to be a bit of a tester on the way up and the way down. But Mackenzie Woodhouse, Alice Scott, not big athletes at all.
Nope.
And doing very well.
Exactly. It shows that really just knowing yourself as an athlete and where your fatigue factors lie is what's most important. You don't have to be big. You don't have to be small. You just have to be good to finish this event. 16.6. Handstand obstacle walking, heavy overhead squatting, a couple of machines thrown in there. God, look at the mobility of Mackenzie Woodhouse there. But in the end, it was Daisy McDonald, those long legs, allowing her to really pull hard on that 500-meter row, jump high on those 18-inch burpee box jump overs, and squat well on those 5 overhead squats. Daisy McDonald setting the time to beat, unofficially 11:39. Will the ladies in Heat 3 be able to chase her down? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
Great finish, Alice Scott. And our heat list for heat number 3. One young lady I'm going to be looking at, young mum, Talia Jordan. Julia Hannaford as well, both with great position on the snatch yesterday.
Yeah, Juliana looked great on that snatch
Talia,
event last
that's it.
night.
The happiest person
she
on
hears
the
you.
planet. Always
I
with a
think that was
smile.
for you.
She's trying to be serious, but the camera's in her face, so she's got a smile. Great. Oh, the big deep breaths before we get started here. And don't be surprised if Lucy Clark, you'll see her come in the frame eventually, because she is very close to us in the orange tights all the way down the far left. She'll just chip away here. Might do a sneaky Pete on us. So just, I'll put it out there now so she doesn't do a sneaky Pete on us. Underway. Also, Abby Carvel from Fitness Alley. Next to Lucy Clark there with a lot of support right in front of us.
All these ladies hopping on this C2 bike in a repeat from 2016, 16.6. This is the 6th event for these ladies, and if you don't know what it is a 1,000-meter C2 bike right into a 30-meter handstand obstacle walk. Then they'll complete 10 overhead squats at 70 kilos, 500-meter row, 50 burpee box jump overs, 40 of those being over a 6-inch box, and the final 10 being over 18 inches. And then they'll finish up with 5 overhead squats at 70 kilos. Time to beat right now was set in the heat before. That was Daisy McDonald, unofficial time of 11:39. Can one of these ladies meet or beat Daisy McDonald's time? We shall see.
Talk about cruising, laser focus. I was going to say laser focus, and then she ruined it on me.
It's almost like they can hear you.
I know. Julia Hannaford, be serious for 5 minutes while you're on the bike.
Why? Why?
Poke your tongue out. Okay, good. The colourful wardrobe of Peter Hansen continues over the
Love it.
weekend.
I love it.
All the colours of the rainbow. Another one of our New Zealand athletes, Peter.
And we saw a little glimpse of Brendo there, right there, one of the MCs that's been working hard all weekend. Got to tip our hats to all the MCs.
Hey, he nearly came as far as you did, all the way from Perth, Western Australia. They complain about how far it is to come.
You know, the MCs are
there
often,
he is,
there
Brendo.
he is.
Hey.
The MCs are often kind of the unsung heroes at these events. You think about how many athletes they have to get to know as far as their names, where they're from, keep them sorted. Super impressive. We're
trying to keep the Western Australian MCs unbiased for the West Australian athletes on the field as well.
A lot of these ladies coming off the bike at the same time.
Abby Carvel, the far right, local girl. We're going to hear a cheer if she gets down there first. Melly Hutchins as well from Adelaide in the white on the far left. Oh, wow. Hannaford is in a rush. It's walking on your hands as fast as you can for Julia Hannaford.
I don't think I could have walked as fast as Julia Hannaford just did that on her hands.
But over the obstacle as well.
Yep.
Other ladies taking their time. Peter Hansen finishing up. Hannaford a little bit slower. Ellie Hutchins.
And again,
staying with Julia.
And I like that Ellie kicked down right before she went over the obstacle. I don't think that was a bad move. And it's not that, Julia Hannaford's going to go unbroken. It's how taxing that can be on those shoulders, and especially going into the 10 overhead squats.
Rewind to last night. Julia Hannaford makes a mockery of the weight on this barbell. She gets to the second last barbell. So this weight at 155 pounds or 70 kilos is not going to be an issue.
I love it.
Young lady.
Squat
there you go.
snatches at first
That'll
rep.
do me.
9 to go when you do that. We call that efficiency, Jeremy.
Confidence, I call it.
Yeah.
Zeke Grove tried that. It didn't work out.
Ellie Hutchins in the white bra right there. She's chipping away at her overhead squats, trying to close the gap between herself and Julia Hannaford, and she's not doing a bad job, that's for sure.
She's sticking her tongue out every rep she completes. Oh, easy does it. And now, so much time. Coming up to the 4.5 minute mark. Lucy Clark struggling to get over the steps of the obstacle for the handstand. Abby Carvel, a little bit of fatigue creeping in for her. Emily Clements, the ramp is stopping a few athletes on the way back.
Yep.
And the steps stopping some on the way down.
So close right there for Lucy.
2:09. Very conservative pace on the road.
But Julie is already almost 200 meters in before Ellie joins her on the rowing portion of this workout. So good lead right now for Julia Hannaford.
Ellie Hutchins, pretty spent after the John Cleary shuffle yesterday on the hill. Ellie getting started, 2:04, 2:05 pace. Not bad considering she's tall, using those long limbs to her advantage.
It's a good spot to make up some time that Julia put between her and Ellie.
Peter Hansen, an athlete that surprised me with her frame on how strong she was last night.
Again, it's proof that it's not always mass that moves mass. Strength is not all about size. There's, without a doubt, a neurological component to strength, and that can't always be seen in muscles or girth.
Emily Clements having a staring competition with the barbell. I got you, bar. Talia Jordan getting set, bottom right of screen, in the brown and black. Now her overhead squat position is magnificent as well. Oh, how upright she is.
Beautiful.
Looks like she got a no rep for depth on the first rep.
You can see right there, Abby Carvel about ready to finish her 30-meter handstand walk.
As Julia Hannaford gets to work. Oh, this is going to be a quick time as well. She can keep pace. Now, she doesn't have to go super fast, but it has to be efficient. And the rest periods. The thing about rest periods, you have to progress this box down. Even though it's only a 6-inch box and it's not very heavy, moving it down, you should be using as your rest period.
Right.
And get to work for the 10 reps.
And otherwise, you shouldn't be stopping. A burpee box jump over, only 6 inches, Jeremy. You can slow down, because if you're going slow, you're at least still making reps. Whereas if you stop, you're doing nothing towards your score. So, again, you don't have to be fast. Just don't stop on these burpee box jump overs. I like it. Julia kicked that thing into place. Ellie Hutchins joining her.
Hannaford, still your leader. Ellie Hutchins coming strong. Abby Carvel from Fitness Alley. And I want you to have a look at Abby Carvel's overhead position and tell me what you think.
I think if you can do it, you should do it. I just love, oh, look at her smile right there. I love the narrower overhead squat grip. Like we were saying earlier, you have the mobility to keep your hands in that narrow. It is such an advantage. Much easier to stack those bones. way easier on the wrists. You see a lot of people complain of their wrists on overhead squats. The more you can stack that bar directly overhead, the easier that is.
Georgia Welsman joining Julia Hannaford and Ellie Hutchins in heat number 3. Hannaford last 10 reps at the 6-inch box. They'll then move to the 18-inch. And that's where Ellie Hutchins is going to have a little bit of an advantage, being a taller athlete. Peter Hansen in the background.
And Julia's
starting
got
her 50 reps.
Yeah, she's got to keep her foot on the gas right now, because Daisy McDonald's finished this event in 11 minutes and 36 seconds in the heat ahead of her. Julia's just about at the 10-minute mark, so she really needs to keep moving right here. She's going to take down that time of 11:36.
The last 5 reps for Julia Hannaford, honestly, I think are going to take about 15, 20 seconds. So the amount of effort she needs now, she needs about a good 30-second effort here. It's only 10 reps. And knowing how easy a heavy barbell is ahead of you, but you've got to just get this little box ticked first.
Right. There's one.
And I like the bounce up off the floor. Get to work straight away. Last 5 reps, so 10 reps in total remaining for Julia Hannaford.
The nice thing about these box jump overs, Jeremy, is you don't have to start from a dead stop, so you can see her step into that box jump over. Much easier to do when you get that little step in.
Don't know if you saw what Julia Hannaford just did just then. She looked straight at the clock, which is right in front of her lane, just to see where she was, and no doubt an idea of where Daisy McDonald's time is in comparison. She wants that time. She's got to get moving.
She only has about 10 seconds. So she's not going to beat Daisy McDonald. Oh, she's not going to beat it, but she's going to give us a show. Squat snatching that first rep again.
They must be really happy after last night. And this barbell being a little bit lighter. But Julia Hannaford, the second fastest time in event number 6. Regional 16.6.
So great effort from Julia Hannaford, about 13 seconds slower unofficially than Daisy McDonald's 11:36. But I have to tell you, Jeremy, I am so impressed with that squat snatch, both on the 10 overhead squats and 5 overhead squats from Julia Hannaford. Not a lot of athletes have been able to do that under the fatigue.
Event programmer and director of the Down Under Championship, Rob Forte, just giving Lucy Clark a few tips on how to get through this obstacle. Thank Ellie. Boom. Long way to go.
Yeah. Last 5 reps for Ellie, but plenty of time to get them done.
Easy. Ellie Hutchins. And one of those athletes on our radar down here in the Oceania region.
As she should be, Jeremy. She's been fantastic so far this weekend.
Georgia Welsman, third in this heat, and she will be another athlete to get finished as well. Another one of our blonde brigade. Something in the water down here, I think. It's like Iceland.
Blonde, long, and beautiful, and extremely fit.
11:51 confirmed time for Julia Hannaford. And that's official time. Chip timers in the ankle bracelet that the athletes are wearing. Welsman, far left in the black shirts.
About 2.5 minutes left for these ladies.
Well, seriously, with this, you just need one crack, but you need to make sure you're recovered enough to have 5 reps in the tank. Georgia
You don't want to do what Bailey O'Brien did in the men's heat and be at that 5 overhead squats and have a few critical misses.
But it's so heavy, you want to rush the movement, but you don't want to rush the movement.
You cannot rush that movement. Not a heavy overhead squat.
Georgia Welsman. Patience, persistence, and execution. Lucy Clark.
You can see Julia coming over to help Lucy Clark.
And as athletes, a number of athletes have been here before.
Oh, look at she's chatting with Courtney right now. I mean, that is just beautiful.
That's empathy right there.
Exactly.
But you think back to Rich Froning back in the day with his road climbs.
Right.
And failing and not able to do them. Matt
Right.
Fraser with the same issue, not able to do them.
You know what happens?
You get better at it.
You come back the next year and you absolutely blow them out of the water.
You go,
Yep. I'm going to have you for breakfast.
Post-event review, that is top of the list. Peter Hansen about to attack these last 5 overhead squats with about a minute left.
What other sport do you see, Jeremy, where your fellow competitors start coaching each other, start rooting for each other like that?
You don't. That's the issue. It's competitive, but there's no empathy for your competitors.
Right.
That's why we get it. Peter Hansen has got to get moving. 30 seconds left for her. Lucy Clark still battling. Oh, forward, that barbell with Peter Hansen.
Just 20 seconds left. That's so tough for Peter Hansen.
Now, Abby Carvel as well. She's coming to the bar, but I don't think she's going to have a whole lot of time. She's only got 10 seconds.
You can see her. Peter Hansen, who lost the bar on that second rep. She puts one more rep on the board. Good on you, Peter, for not giving up.
Emily Clements as well, getting the bar in position, but not able to get it done. And Lucy Clark, emotion, it's a killer out there.
Yeah.
And talking about chinks in the armor, you try to minimize those chinks in your armor.
But there's only one way to find out where those chinks lie, and that's by testing yourself. So, Lucy Clark, we have no doubt that next year or the next time you face one of these handstand obstacle courses, you will be just fine. Great job from all the ladies in Heat 3, especially Julia Hannaford, who tried to chase down the time set in the previous heat by Daisy McDonald, 11:36. Although she was unable to catch her, she had a time of 11:51. She gave us a great show. She was so solid, and most importantly, I love that Julia Hannaford squat snatched. Look at that tongue out on the bike. I love that she squat snatched that barbell. A lot of these ladies having a tough time on the obstacle walk. Julia was not one of those ladies. Neither was Ellie Hutchins. You see both those ladies get to the bar around the same time, but it was Julia Hannaford who was so strong on that overhead squat. Did a great job chipping away at those burpee box jump overs, finishing off at that 18 inches. And then once again, Julia Hannaford squat snatching the first rep of those overhead squats with a heat win and a time of 11:51. Ellie Hutchins under the time cap as well. Great job from Heat 3, all the ladies in that. Only one event to go for those ladies. But one more heat to go for all of us in event 6, Regionals 16.6. The final and best heat coming out right now.
Our heat list for our fourth and final. And the last time we'll see the individuals on the floor in this event. And I tell you what, throw a blanket over anyone. One I'm going to keep an eye on in particular is Georgia Pryor. Slowly chipping away. But you mentioned overnight, Maddie Sturt doing well at the top. Gemma Hoke making a massive move yesterday, but that third place position on the leaderboard.
2 points separates Grace Walton, currently in third place, and Lauren Fisher, currently in fifth place, and only 8 points separates Grace Walton.
anyone's game.
Yep. Yes, sir, it is.
Underway.
And don't forget, just 5 points separate Hoke and Sturt right now, who's currently in first place.
Cannot afford to drop an event.
Nope.
This is where pressure and experience really comes into it. And someone like Maddie Sturt and Lauren Fisher, who
Yep.
have had that experience at the very highest level.
Not only at the highest level, in this event, Jeremy, both ladies have
Yes.
actually done this event in 2016. At that time, Maddie Sturt put up a time of 14 minutes and 28 seconds, which was good for 8th. Lauren put up a time of 11 minutes and 51 seconds. And if you don't know what we're talking about, it's regionals event 16.6, which is 1,000 meters on a C2 bike, 30-meter handstand obstacle walk, 10 overhead squats at 70 kilos, 500-meter row, 50 burpee box jump overs, 5 overhead squats at 70 kilos. There was a time to beat set by the gentleman, an absolute smash by Jay Crouch in 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Can his lady friend Maddie Sturt beat him for nothing more than bragging rights?
Correct. We know she's going to absolutely smash what she did previously, 14:28. Oh, Jay Crouch just walking past us now.
You think he's going to be rooting her on?
Well, he's not really watching. He's taking photos with fans, so
He should. He might want to take note. Again, we have changed the game a little bit. In 2016, the bike was an assault bike, and the handstand walk was a pure handstand walk, no obstacle course. We see Jay right there trying to get a good view, I would assume, of Maddie.
probably going to go right down the end of the arena.
Yep. You can see he's eyeing right where she's going to come down the lane. It's Grace Walton, who is already upside down and on her hands.
Lauren Fisher in the yellow. First athlete up and over the obstacle. And those
Look,
air
yes.
cycling she's got going on.
We've seen a lot of athletes do that, and there's, it looks inefficient, but it actually can be quite efficient. You're almost propelling yourself.
Do you think warming up your legs for these burpee box jump overs that are coming, what better way? You've just been on the bike where you can't
Exactly.
get that full flexion. We're getting that full flexion now. Lauren Fisher.
This will
Wow.
be interesting to see if she goes unbroken on the way back as well. She went unbroken on the way down, and it looks like she's going to attempt it.
Oh, yes.
Not only is she going to attempt it, she's going to smash it. Lauren Fisher getting to that barbell first.
11:51 is in danger.
Right up overhead for Lauren Fisher. She's got that wider grip jerk.
And her proficiency at barbell movements, especially Olympic lifting movements, we know how good she is. The
Well,
position for her is easy.
Right next to her is Grace Walton, who has just a couple points. So Lauren Fisher really needs to stay ahead of Grace Walton on this workout, and she knows it.
Lividatakis in lane 8, just next to Lauren Fisher on the far right, moving fast through her overhead squats. Walton failing on one. Fisher done. The row commences.
Walton just opened a huge door for Lauren Fisher to walk through. But Lividatakis finishes her 10 reps, and she'll be the second lady to the bar.
What-
Christina not far behind in points as well.
What a great jumble on the leaderboard we're going to have
Yes, sir.
if Lauren Fisher can win this event. Maddie Sturt having a break.
Lividatakis is just 9 points behind Grace Walton. So again, another athlete that needs to stay ahead of Grace. Right now she can see right where Grace is, and that is without the barbell overhead.
Two athletes, Lauren Fisher, Christina Lividatakis, on the rower, Maddie Sturt wanting to get there soon.
Maddie with a wide grip, wide stance on that overhead squat.
2-minute flats pace for the 500 row. If you're not sure what that means Lauren Fisher is going to finish the 500 meters in exactly 2 minutes as Grace Walton joins the ladies on the row. And as suspected, Georgia Pryor sneaking away over there in lane number 2. Marnie Sykes, Caitlin Van Zyl, Gemma Hoke, Maddie Sturt still on.
And here's
the
the
overhead
other
squat.
Right, and here's what we need to also pay attention to, Jeremy, is Gemma Hoke, who's only 5 points behind Maddie Sturt. Both ladies are still at that overhead squat. You can see on your screen, Gemma is just to the left of Maddie. Maddie's trying to put the finishing touches on her overhead squat. Gemma not far behind.
Caitlin Van Zyl finishing up now and starting her row. Oh, Maddie Sturt, this is going to be a crucial result, but she's just got to be patient.
Well, and the woman she needs to stay ahead of, Gemma Hoke, is right to her right, so she needs to pay attention. Lauren Fisher finishing up her 500 meters. I love this, Jeremy. Lauren didn't seem to be totally fired up yesterday. I lacked a little sense of enthusiasm from Lauren, or a little sense of hustle. We're not seeing that today. You can see Lauren knows she's hungry.
Hold on to your phone.
Yep.
Here we go. Christina Livitatakis, the Zimbabwe native, training out of CrossFit Cross-Axed in Brisbane, battling it out with one of the best that the USA has produced.
And we've mentioned this earlier, but Lauren Fisher is the only athlete in this entire competition that has done every single one of these events at a regionals event at some point in her life. So that's a claim.
It's a good claim. Hope still battling on that barbell. So is Marnie Sykes. Georgia Pryor. She's doing a sneaky Pete. Grace Walton coming to the box now.
Livitatakis just overtook Lauren Fisher on those burpee box jump overs. That's a big move for Christina.
She was faster on the barbell than Lauren Fisher was. So she gets to the barbell first.
We have such an amazing race right now.
Christina's coach just gave me that look again, saying, "I told you so," again. Yes, you did, Rob, you did. Georgia Pryor on the other side of the arena, so don't forget about her.
And Georgia's just 8 points behind Grace Walton, who currently sits in 3rd place and currently sits on the rower next to Maddie Sturt. So neither of those ladies are off the rower yet.
Caitlin Van Zyl coming.
Yeah. All the ladies battling for that 3rd place spot are on their burpee box jump overs.
So on the leaderboard, 1st and 2nd, the ladies are still on the row. That's Maddie Sturt and Gemma Hoke. Marnie Sykes is still rowing. So this jumble of the leaderboard coming into the final event, I cannot wait. Christina seems to have slowed down on her burpee box jump overs as Maddie Sturt finishes off her row. She's going to be ahead of Hoke and Sykes. And now damage control for Maddie Sturt. But this is a great battle right here. Livitatakis now moving forward to her last 10 on the 6-inch riser. Because you can't really call it a box.
It's a box. It's square.
It's a rectangle.
Is that how you see that?
No, it's not square. Because all sides would have to be equal. Maybe a parallelogram or something. I don't know.
You're right. You're right. It's
I forgot all that about 40 years ago.
I hate admitting when you're right.
But Livitatakis and Fisher, bottom of the screen. Livitatakis closest to the screen. We were fortunate to get a sneak peek of Christina at the Torian Pro when she got stuck here and couldn't go back to
We're at the 9.5.
native Africa.
We're at the 9.5 minute mark. Jeremy, just for reference, Daisy McDonald still has the time to beat. That was set in heat 2 with 11 minutes and 36 seconds. These ladies have just about a minute and 40 seconds to try to chase that time down.
Livitatakis is going sub 11. And I'm telling you right now, she's going sub 11. She might even go sub 10:30 if she can get these last couple of reps done quickly.
And look at this, Grace Walton just moved back ahead of Lauren Fisher.
Barbell is the friend of Lauren Fisher as well. Leaderboard juggle coming. The last couple of reps for Lividatakis. Bottom of screen, Lauren Fisher, one up. Grace Walton next in line. Georgia Pryor over the far side on her last 10 as Lividatakis now comes to the barbell. The time to beat is going to be beaten by Christina Lividatakis.
She has 1 minute to do it. 5 overhead squats.
Speed
Bars overhead.
needs to slow down.
Great position. Easy for Lividatakis.
Beautiful movement. Christina Lividatakis stumbled forward. It will matter not.
She's staring at 100 points. She's hungry for it. And guess what?
Sub
she got
11.
It.
Boom.
100 points for Christina Lividatakis. Huge move, exactly what she needed.
Lauren Fisher, Grace Walton moving to the bar at the same time. Lauren, no weight belt. She's going to work straight away. Hey, youngster, this is how we do it in the US of A.
2 points separate her and Walton right now.
So this will jump Lauren Fisher ahead of Grace Walton with the 5-point spread for each placing. Georgia Pryor on the far side as well in lane 2 on her last couple of reps. Lauren Fisher gets done.
Big move for Lauren Fisher.
But
neither one of these ladies has beat Daisy McDonald at this point except for Lividatakis.
Walton is in next. Pryor finishes. Seconds away, Georgia Pryor, what a result. And now Caitlin Van Zyl ahead of Maddie Sturt, Gemma Hoke and Marnie Sykes. Grace Walton. Oh, another good one for her. Can Maddie Sturt get to the barbell quick and put some pressure on Caitlin Van Zyl? Caitlin about to move this bar overhead. She has taken a long time to get set. A little bit slower on her overhead squats.
She looks like she's gonna snatch that. Oh, wide grip.
Now she needs to be patient with position. Even though it's going to take a little bit longer, the time under tension, if you rush, you're going to fail. The eyes trying to peer up to keep that head in good position, and she's done.
Van Zyl, who is just 1 point behind Grace Walton, will lose a few more points. Maddie Sturt finishing up her last 5 overhead squats. Maddie had a 27-point lead over third place Grace Walton. But Grace Walton has cut into that lead. Maddie Sturt gonna have to work hard to keep that first place on the final event. You can see the crowd filling in. Just a few more athletes working on the 6th individual elite event, the Down Under Championships. Gemma Hoke, who currently sits in second place, is one of those ladies still on the floor. Gemma, who is just 5 points behind Maddie Sturt. With a few burpee box jumps and 5 overhead squats still to go. Marnie Sykes is on the bar, as is Gemma Hoke. Which lady will pick that barbell up first? Both ladies have 90 seconds before that time cap. Both ladies can easily finish this event, but as we've seen in previous heats, mistakes will be costly.
1 minute. Marty Sykes battling Gemma Hoke. It's taken an eternity to get here.
I like it. Gemma was a little bit slower to get to that bar, but we just saw Marnie fail on one of her overhead squats. Costly fail. That opens the door for Gemma Hoke. Oh, she has to put the bar down as well. 35 seconds. A few squats left for both of these ladies.
"30 seconds on our official time clock here at Wynn Stadium for the last of event number 6. Sykes is in, just under time cap. Hoke will miss out.
That was huge for Maddie Sturt to not have Gemma Hoke finish that event. That will keep that point spread, increase the point spread between Maddie and Gemma Hoke. So a little sigh of relief for Maddie Sturt right there, but it was that lady that we're looking at, Christina Livitatakis, who absolutely ate that workout up for breakfast. Great job, Christina Livitatakis. Sub 11 minutes. Fourth and final heat, taking the stage for this penultimate event for the elite individual women. We knew it was going to be a good race. It is on the leaderboard right now, and it was on the competition floor. All of these ladies within about 30 points of each other, but it was Lauren Fisher who needed to close the gap between herself and Grace Walton. Lauren Fisher, who has done this workout previously at regionals with a time of 11:51. She was hunting down Grace Walton, who was right next to her. Lauren getting to the rower first. All these ladies having to do all of these burpee box jump overs, but it was Christina Livitatakis who made her move on the burpee box jumps, got to the bar and overhead squatted those final 5 reps with absolutely zero difficulty. The race on the floor was almost as tight as the race on the leaderboard. A couple of shifts happening. And we're gonna toss it down to Jeremy Austin before we see the finalized leaderboard, who's standing by with Lauren Fisher.
Thanks, Annie. And Lauren, one of the only athletes, in fact, the only athlete in the individual competition to have done every single event program this weekend at regional competition on the floor. Is that a benefit?
It's pretty crazy to think that I've done every single workout since 2012. I remember I was 16 years old or 17 and competing against Annie Sakamoto and all these other big name girls like Miranda Oldroyd, Jenny LaBaugh, and now just seeing how far the sport has come. Like, there's some up and coming girls that I'm competing against this weekend, and it's been so much fun. But yeah, I can say it's kind of a benefit knowing and having done every single workout.
How did that one in particular compare to 2012?
I have to look back at my time, but my burpees were still slow.
11:51 it was, your time?
Okay, well, about the same time. It was a little bit harder with the handstand obstacle course, but I think all of us were really nervous going into that. You didn't want to make a mistake, so it's just about executing, jumping straight on the bar for those overhead squats, which actually felt a lot better than I thought they would. So overall, I'm happy with where I'm at this time of the season for that workout.
Great to have you out here, Lauren. We are going to head straight into presentation on the competition floor. So Kobe Head's going to take us away for that. More action here from the Down Under Championship, the last day of competition, coming to you later on this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
Jamie McHenry, Tracy Johnson, Eric Brown, Jeremy Gordon, Rogan Dean and Riley Butt. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all of our inducted athletes. And just to make it even more special, we're presenting our prizes. Next up we have our Masters 55 plus category. For the men, in third place on 555, Rob Lowe. In second place on 560, David Amy. And in first place on 595, Dion Walmsley. For our women 55 plus, in third place on 540, Elizabeth Hannigan. In second place on 545, Kylie Johansson. And in first place on 570, Faith Hohai. And then next up, so Masters, all come over here. Next up for our intermediate men teams. In third place on 503 points, Instinct Iguanas. In second place on 545 points, 6'4" Army Thunder. And in first place on 565, Massive Urban Chorus. All right, put your hands together for our intermediate men teams. All right. And next up, we're bringing out our 48 to 54 Masters. In third place for the men, Scott Woodhouse on 530 points. In second place on 538, Trent Colmer. And in first place on 570, Simon Hope. Then for our women, in third place on 525, Simone Thompson. In second place on 530, Joe Noyes. And in first place on 580, Daniela Hodges. Oh, that's our 48 to 54 Masters. And next up we have our 41 to 47 Masters. For the men, in third place on 523, Greg Costello. In second place on 555, Sam Jaroslavsky. And in first place on 560, Scott Vanderheuvel. And for our women, 41 to 47 in third place, Kirsten McKessa. And in second place on 533, Neroli Field. And in first place on 550 points, Vicky Dean. And that is our 41 to 47 Masters. All right, next up we have our women intermediate teams. In third place on 490, CrossFit Kia Kaha. In second place on 555, VFH Legals. And in first place on 558 points, Powerpuff Girls. Put your hands together for our intermediate women teams. And without further ado, our final category. Our 35 to 40 Masters. For our men, in third place on 520, Luke Starr. In second place on 540, Josh Boyle. And in first place on 595 points, Lars Christensen. And for our women, 35 to 40 Masters. In third place on 555, Tamara Dinsmore. In second place on equal points, Merrin Starr. And in first place on 570 points, Lindsay Vaughan. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our Masters 35 to 40 age category. 2 minutes, athletes. As the equipment team makes their way out now, who's ready to bring out our elite teams for event number 6? In lane number 2, BTS CrossFit.
Welcome back to Wynn Stadium, day 3 of the Down Under Championship, and things are heating up. Annie Sakamoto, Jeremy Austin with you, and look at that leaderboard juggle.
So
Boom.
Maddie Sturt keeping her 5-point lead in first place, but it's changed who that 5-point lead is over. It is now over Christina Livitatakis. She made a big move on event 6, taking herself into second place, 481 points. Lauren Fisher doing exactly what she needed to do, moving herself back into third place, but it's still a tight race with Grace Walton only 8 points back in 5th place.
Our team's leaderboard. The men at work. 5 points. You'd think it'd be a lot more, but the way it's juggled out, back to the down underdogs. You're not sure who men at work is. They're the boys from the US of A, Noah Olsen, Chandler Smith, and also Saxon Panchik. And if you haven't seen the video of Chandler last night, you must have been a very...
Yep, if you didn't see that last night, Chandler Smith putting on an absolute show. 140 kilo snatch. We talked to his wife Jessie right after, and she said not only was that an epic moment, it was an epic PB. Yes, sir.
And
PB.
something in the interview that Chandler said that he's going to be showing his kids later on in life because it's one of the most epic moments of his career thus far.
I've seen a lot of live competition in CrossFit. I've been lucky enough. That has to be top 3 of all the live competition moments I've ever seen.
One of the other ones I can think of is the Tia Kara battle at the Align Energy Center with the overhead lunging with those kettlebells.
Yep.
That springs to mind, but that one yesterday, absolutely incredible. Team competition for the men about to get underway.
And event 6 for these teams is called Roadblock. Let's hope these teams don't get in a block.
Let's hope not.
16-minute cap on this event. Athletes will be biking and rowing while another athlete is holding a barbell, and that barbell is going to be 140 kilos. Speaking of 140 kilos, for the gents, 90 kilos for the ladies. Then all of the athletes will go through a 60-meter handstand obstacle walk, 60 burpee box jump overs while these athletes are holding, bear hugging a sandbag, and I'm sure none of those athletes want to see that sandbag after yesterday's John Cleary event. They'll finish with 6 overhead squats, 100 kilos for the gents and 70 for the ladies. A lot of work to get done in just 16 minutes.
Underway, Heat 1, Event 6. 2 events remaining for the team competition, 1 remaining for the individuals. Crowd packing it in here to Wynn Stadium.
So you'll see, Jeremy, there's 1 athlete on a C2 bike trying to accumulate 75 or 60 of those calories. Another athlete on the rower trying to accumulate the same number of calories. But the other athlete is not resting. They're having to deadlift hold a heavy barbell.
We go back to comparison from this to the individual competition, and this was the break. The cycle portion was the break heading into all of the hard work. You got someone holding a heavy barbell, we're busting chops, we're going.
Exactly.
We're fanging it.
Full fang down on the floor right now. And you can see those guys from Ocean Fitness Black pushing hard for each other on the bike and rower. A little communication right there from the ladies in BTS CrossFit. So just for comparison, that barbell, that deadlift barbell weight is the same weight that we saw Chandler Smith put up last night, about 308 pounds. same weight that was the final barbell for the ladies as well, 90 kilos, which is about 200 pounds. So not a light barbell to be standing there with. That is definitely not a rest position.
Unless you're a very strong human being.
Think about the first day.
Johnson comes to mind immediately.
Think about that. Oh, look at, she's pulling 1,500 right there.
Oof, that's a good row. About to hit 30 cals. A heat one.
Think about the very first day of competition, all the grip work that we saw, that grip coming back into play, holding that heavy barbell. See, most of these athletes, I'm sure, are going to mix grip that bar, a little stronger grip, easier to hold on to that bar for longer.
And where do you rest? Where do you switch out? Do you have one athlete just sit on the rower and the bike and stay there for the entire time?
You know where you rest, Jeremy?
You don't.
At the end.
Yes.
When you're done.
We'll rest at the bar. Mr. Crown tonight from 6 p.m. Mesomorphics.
Ah, she's smiling. I love that one of the ladies from Tribe White there.
Well, you think you've got to send your mind somewhere else. If you're just standing there with a static position the entire time while everyone else is at work, looking around the crowd, give one person 10 calories each as you go around.
Well, that's the only thing, Jeremy. The more you rotate, so obviously you do want to rotate before anybody tires out, but the more you rotate, that's transition time. You're losing some time in those transitions. So you don't want to just rotate every 5 or 10 calories, even though people will get less tired that way. You're going to eat up too much on those transitions.
Ocean Fitness. Shirts are off for 2 of the team members. And the handstand obstacle walk commences.
One athlete through.
The red line only. So 60 meters of the handstand walk required. Now, the good thing about this, Annie Sakamoto, is that although it's called roadblock, you can send any athlete you like. So it's not a minimum work requirement from each athlete. So if you've got an exceptional gymnast, your team won't get stuck at a particular point. But extra fatigue of doing all the handstand walks, it's going to be tough.
Well, this is great, though, Jeremy, because that means there's a lot more strategy that comes into play, because that'll go even into who and how and where you have them rowing, biking, holding. How can you best utilize each team member on this event? One of the ladies from Tribe White right there finishing up.
Sarah Jade and Erin from Tribe White. Ocean Fitness Black now on the way back. And one of those skills that has increased in repetition in people's training programs over the last couple of years. And how do you make things harder? How do you make things more difficult? Boz goes, hey, we're going to do some pirouettes and we're going to walk on parallel bars.
Well,
so
and if
where's the limit?
You've read the CrossFit Journal, you know pirouettes was very specifically one of the elements.
100 words of fitness is right there. Let's hope cartwheels wasn't in there either. Ocean Fitness Black back on their last handstand walk leg. The far end of the arena. Excite, ignites, unites. Catchphrase of the Down Under Championship.
Just saw one of the gents from Mesomorphic crash right at the end of that handstand walk.
Ocean Fitness Black, TBC. Thomas, Blake, Caleb, not to be confirmed. And I love the rotation policy. You can't get into a rhythm.
Exactly. Exactly. The jumps are so different between the 12 and 24 inch.
It's like a recovery jump before you hit the big one. So
Yep.
again, a great twist on the programming for this event.
Yep. Little walk around.
And again, the guinea pigs down there at Reebok CrossFit Frankston in Melbourne that Rob Forte's got under there. Test out this for me. See how this feels. Why? No reason.
The Ocean Fitness Black finishing a chunk of those burpee box jump overs. Another athlete bear hug carries that, bear hug holds that sandbag. It's the same sandbags we saw yesterday on John Cleary Hill. So 60 kilos for the gents, 45 for the ladies. Somewhat of a lighter sandbag for a lot of these athletes, but not after the amount of work they've done already this weekend. It's almost like a little dance out there, the way they rotate boxes, isn't it?
They should have to high five in the middle to come over. Hey. They count the reps every time they clap.
I like it.
Now, a gentleman who I ran into just before we came back on air was one of the original CrossFit Games competitor from back in the Australian Pacific and now Oceania region, Commando Steve Willis. I tell you what, he set the bar for fitness down here and proved exactly what it took to get to the CrossFit Games. And he took a very young athlete back in the day, Chris Hogan, with him to the CrossFit Games in 2009. And Steve ended up finishing in 4th place. And until this year, he was the highest place getter for an Australian male to that point, until Ricky this year getting on the podium.
And so awesome to see somebody like Steve, you know, that really set the ground for a lot of you guys out here in the Oceania region to still be at these events, to still be loving it. If not participating in the competition, then at least spectating in it.
Do you remember who won the male, or the top 3 male finishers in the 2009 games?
Games?
2009.
7 was OPT, won it.
The top 3 place getters in 2009.
8 was Miko.
8 was Kalipa.
Then 9 was Miko Salo.
Yes, who was second?
Ooh, I'm being tested on air.
You are.
Is Tommy Hackenbrook in there?
Tommy Hackenbrook was
Yes.
in there. Who else was in there? A lot of people will not know this. A lot of the OGs from over the US way will know who it is. He's a rather large, tall athlete. Mo Kelsey.
Who?
Mo Kelsey. Google that one. And of course, our good friend on the female side of the competition who won the 2009 games, who we also corrupted at the games this year.
Tiny Wagger?
Tanya Wagner.
You missed it. Tiny Wagger.
I guess. Wag your tongue, that's it.
He was also on the broadcasting team for the CrossFit Games, and just one of the most solid, down-to-earth humans I have ever met.
One of the best weeks I've had broadcasting was with her. TBC are your current leaders. BTS battling this obstacle for the handstand. TBC, their burpee box jump overs. TBC as well, to be completed.
So we're about 11 and a half minutes into a 16-minute time gap. Few teams on to their final sets of burpee box jump overs. And then each athlete will complete 6 overhead squats at 100 kilos for the gents and 70 kilos for the ladies.
Under 4 minutes left. And grueling. As we've seen, the team competition has tested a lot of elements, but I think the biggest one it's tested is people's resilience within their own team, and I think that's awesome.
Yep.
6 overhead squats. Just 6. Easy. Send one athlete, all 6. Other guys can just kick back and watch. But if that's the strength of your team, go do it.
Well, and it's the only point in this workout where somebody is actually resting and not working. One of the first athletes from TBC has that bar overhead.
And Fitness Alley right here in Wollongong. And Ocean Fitness Black joining them. 2 reps. TBC make that 3. Bar goes down for Ocean Fitness Black. 4 reps. And stepping ever so close to that finish line. 2 reps remaining. 1 now. And TBC.
Way to stabilize that bar overhead.
Oh, the patience required.
Excellent work.
How about 6 per person as a change?
Yeah.
The underway full centers just joining us here. Great lifting from Benny Newland last night. I didn't recognize them without their Speedos on. Or their budgie smugglers.
TBC is on their second set of overhead squats. Again, we have less than 2 minutes to the time cap. You can see the gents from TBC coaching each other on.
All right, you're in a team. You've done all this work, you get to the end. Do you go first, do you go the middle, or do you go last based upon your fitness level, your experience?
Oh, I'm going last. I need all the time I have to recover. Here's what's tough too, Jeremy. Once you start your set of 6 overhead squats, you obviously have to finish it. So that whoever's behind you cannot go. You're kind of holding up the line. Just under a minute to go. Can TBC finish this?
Side whites. Oh, I love how their midline stabilization has been tested for the last 3 days.
Tested? It's been obliterated. A test means you want people to succeed. This is just absolutely smashed these athletes.
Athletes are going to have to come back next year and grab their midlines. They'll just be left here on the floor.
In the lost and found.
No, just lost. Peak. Not able to get that handstand walk completed.
Oh.
And no teams getting all team members over that line.
It's an aggressive time cap.
Oh. And different portions of this event have just crumbled people's expectations, I guess, of where
And again, you know, we saw a couple of those gentlemen, both TBC and Ocean Fitness Black, not struggle too hard on the front side of the event. They were off the Concept 2 rower and bike quite easily and actually through the handstand walk without too much trouble. But you can tell it's that holding that sandbag, that pesky little sandbag, again, that just wrecked all these athletes midlines before having to take that bar up overhead. So, first heat is done. TBC right there did a great job of getting at least one athlete through overhead squats. Second athlete had just a few more to go. All of these athletes have only one more event to go from heat 1 in the elite team competition. And we got to see men and women going at the same time again, Jeremy, one of the unique elements that we've seen at the Down Under Championships. And not that they're competing against each other, but bragging rights are always fun. Deadlift hold, nowhere to rest on the front end of this. All of these athletes having to get over the handstand obstacle course and then having to chip away at a good amount of burpee box jump overs while somebody's holding a sandbag. Heat 2 just got underway. Can somebody finish? Can one of these teams finish this 6th event for all the elite teams?
16 minutes awaiting these athletes. Their second last event of the Down Under Championship, day 3. We're into heat 2, the second last event. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. And thanks to your company wherever you're joining us right around the country. We're just over the ditch in New Zealand, in the Pacific Islands, or right around the world, in fact. We've got an athlete from Finland, Helsinki, in fact. Ludvig Hansen, all the way from CrossFit Basement. A very international flavour. A lot of athletes flying out from the US for this. Adding that flavour, great community aspect.
Oh, look at the legs shaking already.
Roya! That's me with a barbell, let alone weight on it.
That shake right there too that's not just the muscular fatigue, that is the nervous system fatigue that is set in for all of these teammates. And if you wonder what we're doing, it's event 6, otherwise known as the roadblock. For time, with a 16-minute cap, these teams will complete 75 or 60 calories on the Concept 2 bike and rower, while one of their members is holding a barbell that is either 140 pounds for the 140 kilos for the gents, 90 kilos for the ladies. Then there's a 60-meter handstand obstacle walk, 60 burpee box jump overs, while one member is bear hug sandbag holding 60 kilos or 45 kilos. And they'll finish with 6 overhead squats each at 100 kilos for the gents and 70 for the ladies. We didn't see anybody finish it in heat 1, although TBC came close. Can somebody in this second heat finish this?
75 and 60 cals. One of those unique events where males and females competing on the competition floor. We normally work on about a 70% drop in reps or weight based upon males and females. To get that same sort of empathy factor.
How about the fact that these female teams worm squatted the same worm as the males yesterday?
Impressive.
Yes,
Absolutely
it was 10 reps
impressive.
less, but it was the same weight. So super impressive effort from all of these female team athletes. Some of them beating the boys in that worm event. We talked earlier in the individual version of this event, that row, the bike and the row were almost kind of the rest periods, the chance to just move and breathe a little bit. Quite the opposite for these teams. When you're trying to accrue calories while somebody else is holding a barbell. You gotta fang it.
And the boys, the first team, RFX, fortunately having to pull out of competition. An empty lane 7, but the boys from CrossFit VFH down there in Melbourne as well.
Oh! Hopefully we can get a little replay on that. One of the
Joel
boys,
Munro, former regional competitor here on the competition floor, going for some
handstand push-ups while doing the obstacle course. Because, Jeremy, why not?
Some teams here in a position to push for that podium. A lot of these teams in the lower heats, not so much. They're just here enjoying the experience.
Is that what you would call this? Enjoying?
Maybe not.
Nah, I think they are.
As some all fit, the ladies. First team in the center of the arena in the brown and black. Easy does it. So 60 meters required. And I say 60 meters, there's a big obstacle in the way. It's like, let's go for a walk, except we're going over Mount Everest. Smaller scale though.
On your hands, it's not much of a smaller scale.
The boys, another length down. And the key to this is obviously balance, but patience as well, not rushing.
Well,
normally athletes get bigger steps with their hands, forcing them into a position they don't want to be in, which is where they come down.
Right. And again, it's really easy to get caught up in competition, to kind of try to race another team, but this is with the execution of this skill, this is a spot where you really have to know your own capacity and kind of when and where it's time to attempt it and when it's best just to rest, maybe take an extra 10 seconds to save yourself a minute on the other side. Oh,
boy!
Great effort.
Yeah! And you go back and experience. We had Courtney Fitzharris on the floor. She's been competing here forever and struggled with the handstand obstacle. So that's a skill she hasn't yet mastered. Mastered many others. Was part of the team at the CrossFit Games.
right.
But that individual...
Again, for so long, just handstand walking was enough of a challenge for most of us athletes. That doesn't seem to be enough anymore, Jeremy. We need to walk up ramps, down ramps, stairs, sideways, backwards.
Well, if you go back to the 2009 Games, they had strict handstand push-ups from parallettes that were set. You couldn't move them, male, female.
Right.
And athletes had to adapt on the fly.
Well, one of the components of CrossFit is being able to adapt. Ideally, all of these athletes at this level would be trained up enough that they can adapt when asked to.
The boys are done. They're on the move. The sandbag comes into play once more.
Normally on burpee box jump overs, you see athletes kind of able to set a little rhythm to the movement. almost becomes a zone out spot. For these athletes, that box changing heights every other rep, it's much harder to kind of zone out and rest. The jump over 12 inches being definitely different from the jump over 24 inches. So.
First time I've seen corporate boxes here, Wynn Stadium as well. Jake Crouch's dad, he's way down there, showing us they've got beers. It's not fair. Getting an early start.
Why don't you shake a gummy worm at that?
Do you think where this event is going to go, not just next year, but in the future? Packed house. Now that things are getting back to normal, we have a global pandemic. The whole world pretty much implodes. Everyone stays home for a bit. We've seen that across the games over the last couple of years, the progression of the 5 athletes only. I can't believe Dave Castro specifically, and the whole games team, Justin Berg, pulled that off and kept that dream alive.
Yep.
So we didn't have that glitch year where there was nothing going on. And the two fittest people in the world were still the 2 fittest people in the world.
Definitely.
And then from then, the progression, we're getting back to normal slowly. Even with the broadcast team back at the games this year, so glad to be headed back this year. And we're nearly there with a full complement, not just of athletes, spectators, but everyone behind the scenes as well.
Again, it's the ability to adapt, to be resilient, to be persistent, and that's exactly what everybody from the sports side of CrossFit did. We figured out how to adapt the games that year. Was it what we wanted as spectators, as athletes? Maybe not, but at least, like you said, Jeremy, it happened, and there isn't a glitch here. Part of life is being able to adapt, right?
Adapt and overcome.
And you don't know until or unless you're tested.
Here's a global test.
Yep.
Yeah, have this. See how you deal with it. All right, pandemic, we got you. Is that all you got? Carvo G's on the left, Joel Munro. I'm not exactly sure if they were deliberate handstand push-ups from Joel Munro, or that's him trying to balance himself out.
You don't think it was extra credit?
I don't think it was, because otherwise they can't progress in this event.
This is true. Yeah, so Carvo G's still on that, but Tribe Black has joined the only male team, Le Boys, that are on the burpee box jump overs. About 4 minutes left on the clock for these athletes to chip away.
The Carvo G's, they get done finally. The boys in red getting to work.
So again, these teams have to get through 60 burpee box jump overs. One of those boxes for the gents is 12 inches and one is 24. For the ladies, the shorter box is 6 inches, the taller one is 18. Your other teammate, though, must be bear hug holding a sandbag. So absolutely zero rest on this portion of the event. And they'll finish with 6 overhead squats at 100 kilos for the gents and 70 for the ladies.
Think about time caps. That time cap is coming quick. Le Boys, CrossFit VFH. Corey, Michael, and Caden. Nice rotation. I love the element of having to work while you're not working, sort of.
Well, that's not a sort of. I think I'd rather, what would you rather be doing right now, Jeremy? Burpee box jump overing or holding that sandbag?
I actually don't mind a paced burpee box jump over.
Exactly. Exactly. I think
But-
the worst spot.
But I don't mind a sandbag or like an odd object hold either. Working with Rob Orlando on the CrossFit Strongman seminar stuff for many years, you get to like odd object stuff. So, yeah, either or. The handstand walk, that's me out. Sorry.
All right. The boys.
Le boys.
They are moving on to that barbell. Now's the fun part. You get to decide who's going to go first.
We know you're going last. I'll go second. The girl from Tri Black moving on. The last 10 reps.
And they boys with the barbell overhead. First athlete, no problem on that first overhead squat. 2 of 6 reps in. 1 minute to go. Can they get all 3 athletes through that overhead squat bar? It's going to be hard with only half the reps done for the first athlete. The ladies try black right there on the right hand of your screen, knowing that even if they're not going to finish it, the more reps they can get, the more points they will have at the end of this event.
Le boys. Oh, that struggle out of the bottom.
2 reps, but
But
2
it's-
athletes to go for these.
But it's only 6. The bit
It's only 6.
The bit I don't get is hanging onto that bar. It's going behind you, and athlete's still hanging on. I don't have the mobility to hang onto that. That's gone out the back. It's gone.
That's 2 shoulders lying
Oh,
on the
two.
competition floor right there.
2 dislocated shoulders is what it is.
Great effort from all of these athletes. Again, nobody able to finish event 6 roadblock.
But
For
the boys,
these
for the
teams.
boys, and Tribe Black for the girls. Getting through the majority of the work, but those last pesky 18 tough reps to get through with the overhead squat.
Right.
Proving the difference so far.
TBC in the heat before them doing a little bit better, getting at least 1 athlete through those overhead squats. And the second athlete had a few reps on that bar. So the boys not able to catch TBC from the heat before, but a great effort from them. We see a quick reset happening on the floor right now. Heat 3 of team competition coming out. But this was your heat 2 in event 6. Starting off with 75 calories on both the rower and the C2 bike with a deadlift hold. Handstand obstacle walk. No, you were not supposed to do handstand push-ups unless, of course, you wanted to add those in on that handstand walk. Le Boy is able to be the first team through on the handstand walk, and that set them up good going into the burpee box jump overs with the sandbag hold. Although they did great work on those burpee box jump overs, they didn't leave themselves quite enough time to get through the 18 overhead squats at the 100 kilos for those gents. We tee up for heat 3, event 6. About to start now.
Tell you what, a few more people walking through the door in the last half an hour. I'll tell you what, I've been here a long time doing broadcasting in this arena, and the space behind the rig is always fairly sparse. I don't know why.
I know, I think it would be a great view.
I think it'd be a great view as well. It's going to be a great view for event number 7 coming up later on with those rope climbs. So all the people down this end are probably going to transition up to the other end. But all other 3 sections of the stadium here, always full, except for that spot there where there's just few scattered seats.
Yep. Event 6 underway. Roadblock right here. We're in Heat 3 of our elite team competition. Men and women take the floor again in this Down Under Championship, something that's been unique to this event. Having men and women competing at the same time on multiple events. It's been fun to see, although these teams aren't going up against each other. It's always fun to see how the ladies and gents stack up next to each other. Event 6, Roadblock. 75 calories for the gents, 60 calories for the ladies on both the C2 bike and the rower, while another athlete is holding 140 kilo bar for the gents, 90 for the ladies. 60-meter handstand walk, some burpee box jump overs, and just a easy little 6 overhead squats to finish out event 6.
Now, train hard, play hard. I'm not sure what is going on. It seems they've just stepped off the competition floor at the back. See them just at the back of the rig talking to their judge. And we're not talking equipment malfunction either. So unless there's a injury that's popped up.
Yeah, you really hope it's not an athlete malfunction.
Aaron, Lockie and Hayden
Oh.
doing so well yesterday. They toiled on the John Cleary shuffle up
They
that
sure
hill.
did.
Lockie anchoring the leg out there. Carbon Method, one of our New Zealand teams in the purple shirts, are really getting after it.
They seem like they have a nice little rotation. Communication is key. Look at that double overhand grip right there on that deadlift. Very impressive.
Oh, double overhand, absolutely.
Again, you think about how taxed all of these athletes' midlines are, and then having to stand there holding that bar. You really have to squeeze those glutes, flex those quads, because the easiest way to do it is going to be to lay back just a little.
Carbon, Jan, Adrian and Mark. Adrian, wonderful young man from France. Spent a bit of time at my gym a few years ago. Currently rowing. And Rick Jim Kirawee, they are off. And leaders for both male and females in heat number 3. The second last event of the Down Under Championships. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto with you. Wynn Stadium is the arena, and we started back here in 2012 for the regionals after we left Sydney. And this has been the spiritual home of CrossFit for many years.
One of the things that's great about what they did for this Down Under Championship is, as I remember watching regionals here, it was always the upper level of seats. That's what filled up this stadium. The Down Under Championship has added in this lower level of seating. They're down in front of us, they're straight across from us, and so these spectators have a chance to be really close to the athletes during these events. Super fun way to experience this.
I'm going to ask you, experience-wise, what was it like? Because we were normally the first event to go in the CrossFit calendar at regional semi-final time frame. You're sitting over there in the US. You tune in. What do you expect as an American that's done CrossFit for a very long time? What do you expect out of this region, those early days of regionals here?
Well, you know, it's obviously hard to be one of the first regions doing an event. You don't get the same amount of practice, but in some ways that can be great, right? It's really easy to overanalyze events, to overthink them, over-practice them, even worse. So we didn't expect top times to come out, but I'll tell you, the Pacific region never let down. And the deeper we got into the regionals, the better these athletes got. And obviously Oceania has proven that they have some of the absolute best athletes in the world. female and males alike.
So do you sit there and all your gym members, do they sit there and watch the entire broadcast until they're that tired that they have to go to sleep? Or do you just tune in for a certain amount of time and then, because normally it was the team competition first, individuals after, so you've got to stay up very late in the US
Right.
to stay all the way through it.
That's when you're very thankful for replays, for being able to come back and watch stuff.
YouTube,
At least for me, bedtime's too crucial. I've never been good at staying up late, so I would have to come back and watch. Look at that beautiful handstand position.
Oh, that's what we talked about. The elite gymnasts amongst us finding that position is a lot easier to hold as Carbon Method CrossFit. Your leaders, Jan, Adrian and Mark, rolling through.
This is our third heat of 6 on event 6.
CrossFit Wollongong heading back, trying to catch Jamits. I love that name. What a great team name from CreateFit.
Jam it?
Or you, Jam It.
How about jam on it? Jam on it.
Jam Donut. Yeah, we can do a Jam Donut. Coming up to the 8-minute mark, so that's our halfway point.
And we've got 2 female and 2 male teams that have moved into the burpee box jump over portion. And another male team joining them.
Another one of our Kiwi teams from Wellington, Thorndon CrossFit, Instinct Fitness and the Ultra Instinct girls.
Fun little rotation that happens here on these burpee box jump overs.
Paige Brady and Emma Wright getting to work on the 6 and 18-inch box respectively. Amy Renata holding that wonderful implement we call the sandbag as a midline crusher before you get to the overhead squats, which will crush your midline even more.
Don't forget, all of these athletes got to crush their midlines yesterday with that sandbag in the John Cleary event.
Jamet, Maddie, Jenna and Ashley. Oh, they're moving pretty quick. Now, no synchronization required, but you can't move forward.
Exactly. This is an element where you want to just set a nice little movement pattern.
But you don't want to annoy your teammate either by going fast. Come on.
Right.
Chop, chop.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You want to just set a pace that everybody can hold. Can't go too slow, though, considering one teammate's hanging onto that sandbag.
Now, not sure what's going on here, but Train Hard, Play Harder are back on the competition floor.
Maybe they wanted to give the other teams a lead.
Or maybe they're just going to roll with 2 athletes and have a bit of a play. They might have pulled out of competition and they asked the judge, Rob Forte, hey, can we just give this obstacle a crack? There's Paige Brady there from Ultra Instinct. Paige just hanging out, holding the bag. Carbon Method, still your leaders now onto the last box. And with about 3.5 minutes before it is crucial time, those last couple of minutes before the time cap are the 2 minutes that speed up. When you get to the bar, you think you've got time, but really you don't.
Nope.
The quicker you can get through this portion of it, and give yourself maybe 4 minutes on that barbell, the pressure is off significantly.
And you can see the athletes here in lane 8, the team of TDZ, they are pushing the pace on these burpee box jump overs.
Look at you go, TDZ.
Huh?
People are not going to know who you are when you go home.
I'm coachable. I'm learnable. Might take me a couple extra minutes.
What did you do with Annie Sakamoto? We want her back. No, you can't have her back. We're keeping you. You got to come back next year too.
If I'm invited, without a doubt, I will RSVP right now.
Okay, I'll sort that out at the after party. Get them when they're most vulnerable.
I was going to say, I think some things are going to be sorted out at that after party. I don't know if work is going to be one of them.
We get that out of the way early, and then karaoke and shoeies are on the menu.
Wow. Look at the big move TDZ made right here.
They're going quick. Lane number 8. TDZ, Dylan, Zach, and Tim, or in order. Tim, Dylan, and Zach.
Yeah. Really picked up the pace on these burpee box jump overs. They've closed the gap between themselves and Carbon Method CrossFit over there in lane 5.
Last couple of reps now for Carbon Method. Center of screen in the purple shirts. And now we move
3.5 minutes to get these 18 overhead squats, and that sounds like a lot, Jeremy, but as we've seen in previous heats,
that's what I was saying before. You've got to get that more than 2-minute time frame, because this is heavy. They're going to be happy for a lighter barbell in event number 7. Two ways to do this. You can send your least strong athlete first and try and bring it home strong, or you get as many reps done as possible.
I think that's the strategy right there. You got to get your sure shots through. You don't want anybody to clog that choo-choo train heading down the tracks.
Still trending on Twitter.
And they do have one of those train cars in the train station.
Wollongong moving to the barbell for the ladies. Let's see if we can get Thomas the Tank Engine home. Oh, Wollongong doing it easy. They're left of screen. Carbon Method from New Zealand to the right.
So fun for Wollongong right here in front of their hometown crowd.
Rec Jim Kirawee, first athlete home. Wollongong, 1. Now 90 seconds, just over 90. Carbon Method are going to go close to finishing.
Look at this.
But TDZ.
Rec Jim Kirawee's about to send their second athlete through.
Oh, a bit of a shoulder injury there, TDZ. Check out what's happening with that.
Oh, no.
We don't want that happening.
One minute to go, one athlete to go for Rec Jim Kirawee. This would be the very first athlete, or excuse me, the very first team to finish this roadblock event. CrossFit Wollongong also with one of their athletes, second athlete on the overhead squats.
Touch over 30 seconds remaining now. Rec Jim Kirawee, they have made up a mountain of ground in the last 3 minutes.
Third and final athlete on the bar. Oh, 25 seconds to go, a couple reps to go.
Adrian
Can
working
they finish
so
it?
hard. The Frenchman, can he stick it out? Oh, he does. Oh, and it does get completed.
Carbon Method, first team to finish.
And with 4 seconds to spare,
And only team to finish.
Adrian Rodriguez from Carbon Method anchoring the team home. And again, roadblocks galore on this event. What an apt name. But Carbon Method, one of the New Zealand teams getting it done. CrossFit Wollongong, oh so close for the ladies.
As was Rec Gym Kiraway, almost sending their third and final athlete through. This was a chipper style event for these teams that involved biking, rowing, holding, walking on their hands, jumping, holding again, burping, of course, because what CrossFit event would be a CrossFit event without burpees? But what it all came down to, no matter how many minutes you had left on the clock, was these heavy overhead squats. 2 minutes sounds like a lot for only 18 reps, but as we saw, it's not quite enough. Only one team finishing this event so far, and that was Carbon Method CrossFit. They finished the event unofficially in 15 minutes and 51 seconds. That was the third heat. Can somebody from the fourth heat join them in finishing this event?
I have no doubts whatsoever. Heat 4. Event 6, roadblock, underway. 16 minutes ahead of us and a lot of work. And an athlete on the competition floor once again who used to frequent this place a fair bit, Matt Riley in the team. A few blokes there in lane number 5, so keep your eye on him because he's currently holding the barbell and you can just see him to the left of the screen there. And we're very fortunate, Annie Sakamoto, to have a young lady with us. Her name is Tia Claire Toomey. Welcome for day 3 of the Down Under Championship from Wynn Stadium.
Well, hello. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks
Wow.
for coming up with us again.
You know what? I'm
we're
surprised
working
I
you.
got asked to come back because I just ramble all the time.
I
That's
think
okay.
that's what the folks like, to be totally honest. Not that you ramble, but to hear your voice and to hear your insight and to hear your stories.
Oh, yeah, I got plenty. I got plenty to go around.
Oh, you're getting so old now. You got plenty of stories. Yeah.
You know what, though? We were just talking about it, and I was like, man, I don't even have a workout named after me. And Annie, you know, we've got her workout that is known worldwide. And I kind of wanted to ask you, actually, like, why did you choose those movements?
I did not.
You never did?
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay, so this is really interesting.
Yes. So it was one of those instances where, you know, back in the day, we all used to use the .com site. I mean, even though
Yeah.
I was at the original gym, every morning that's what you did. You turned on your computer and you looked at .com is what we called it. And I woke up one morning and, you know, first thing I did, went to the CrossFit.com site and I was like, Annie, what is this? And 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, double unders and sit-ups. I think actually Lauren, now Janai, at the time Glassman, came up with that workout.
Okay.
I have no idea why she chose the movements. My only guess is I have always loved double unders and have
Yeah.
always been absolute horrific at ab mat sit-ups. There was a lot of other words that came to mind, but
I'm with you.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
sit-up
they
one.
are
No, I'm with you.
deceivingly hard.
why? Why
They're
are they
so
hard?
time-consuming.
Yeah, and like hard. So I did
Yeah.
a workout. This is probably maybe 2 years ago with my mom. My mom
Okay.
does CrossFit, and it started with 50 ab mat sit-ups. I am not joking. My mom finished 50 ab mat sit-ups, 10 sit-ups before I did.
That's
I am
awesome.
trash at ab mat sit-ups.
Now,
Well-
Tia, we've got someone special with us as well, just
Oh,
behind
well,
us.
hello.
You're on screen right now. One of
Hello.
the OGs in the
Come
Oceania
on in.
region.
There we go.
Commando Steve Willis, CrossFit Games
Wow,
competitor
a
back in
legend.
2009. Great to have you here, buddy.
Hey, rookie, how are you, mate?
I'm very good, very good. It's like CrossFit royalty in here
It
today.
really
Let's see
is.
who
It's
else we
like,
can
wow,
get in
we've
here.
really blown the roof off.
So first time for you down here at Wollongong for a while for competition.
Been a while, mate. Look at it. It's changed so much.
I'll just get you on headset just quickly. Too bad if you had anything better to do. But
Oh, mate.
your early days, I remember back at your gym at CrossFit Effects, we ran the first regional,
Yes.
and you pretty much set the standard for all the young blokes coming through of what you needed to do to get to the CrossFit Games. And I remember the row event in particular where you had to go outside for a little while.
Oh, mate, I think I got carried
You
outside.
did get carried outside, but you set the standard. You took Chris Hogan with you to the games
Yep.
in 09 and really set it up for what it is today, because back then no one really knew what CrossFit was and what was happening.
No, well, I guess my CrossFit journey, it started out when I first left the Army and I was introduced to CrossFit in 2003, 2004.
Wow.
I
Are
know.
you serious?
And so a mate said to me, let's do one of those CrossFit workouts. And it kicked my butt. And then I just investigated, went to America in 2007, did my level 1, and then competed in the games in 09. And I was fortunate to do the Biggest Loser stuff. But yeah, those early days of CrossFit, and it was very raw. You know, it was very dusty and aromas in California. But, you know, compared to now, look at it. It's a spectacle, and it's a testament to, to those that are behind CrossFit, but also the community. And again, just aspirational. You have those people that are chomping at the bit, they're dedicated, they're committed, and then the youngsters that are seeing them and they're going, that's what I want to do, that's where I want to go. And it's been an awesome outlet for women as well, that may have been all right at gymnastics or other sports, but then, because of certain things, but then the mix of the modalities and bringing it together. And I love it. I'm nearly 50 now, and I wish I was still
You're
competing.
50?
46, 47, getting close.
I ticked over
I
2
know,
weeks
I
ago.
know.
No, we're not getting any younger. Now, I've got to ask you one question before we let you go. Yesterday they did the Don Cleary shuffle, sandbags up the hill. Is the 2009 sandbag sprint up the hill at Aromas the worst thing you have ever done?
Yeah, well, you talked to any of the athletes that did that, and they said that was the hardest workout. Just over a minute, and it was just absolute torture. 2 sandbags totaling 35 kilos. Yeah, and we just had to sprint flat chat up that hill.
And then I did the repeat in 2020.
Oh, how'd you find it?
It was insane.
don't
I crushed it, but
But you don't realise how steep that hill is.
And you know what? It's so crazy because it's just soft dirt, like it's soft sand too. So it's not just a hill, but the terrain is actually extremely challenging. But that's crazy.
Oh,
I mean, I'm actually because only from the short period of time that I've been in the sport, I've been able to see it evolve, especially when it comes to affiliates and everything like that.
Yeah.
So for you guys, it would be kind of emotional a little bit.
it is. I almost didn't want to come
Really?
because of that. You think of the younger you and how I don't want to be standing here watching. I want to be out there. I want to be.
You're telling me.
Yeah, and that's and
Mad
you're
about
feeling
it.
and but it's not just about me in that regard. And CrossFit, I think we adopt it, and the blinkers come on, and we see it through our own lens. And you just need to look around the room and look at how many people are being inspired by those that are willing to put themselves out there.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
that's where it's at for me.
And you know what it is? This is a symbol. It's not just putting themselves out there on this floor, but it's putting themselves out there in the world, no matter what it is they're trying to do or accomplish or anything,
And someone that's just over to your right there, Annie, is one of the first. And I remember watching Annie on it wasn't. I don't even know if YouTube was around back then. But those videos when Annie and Greg and the like were doing them, they were being put up online. And there was it Jay? No, out of Canada. What was it, JT?
OPT?
OPT. And OPT would come down and he did the Helen workout. And remember he did sub 7 minutes.
Yes.
And everyone was like, how the hell did he do it
That's
sub
crazy.
7?
Yep.
And that was all done at Santa Cruz.
We were literally just talking about the Annie workout Because I've always thought that this was just like, you know, she chose those specific movements and everything. And then she was just literally just telling me about the workout itself.
Well, and that's funny because Steve and I were just talking about Eva
Yeah.
and that workout. And Eva definitely did not choose that workout.
I don't think, that's just
amazing.
a crazy workout.
It is.
Yeah, the history, like we definitely need like a Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Just something that like people can go to do like research and recon, just if they're interested, whatever, you know?
Well, especially because it's amazing how far this sport has come in such a short amount of time. And it's just, you know, had you asked me 20 years ago or 18 years ago, like, you think this will be a sport where there's $1 million prize purses, and I would have laughed in your face.
Wait, you've known CrossFit for 18 years?
19.
No way. Shut
So
the front door.
that was
Wow.
so what now? So that's what 2002.
Wow.
18.
So 18 years. So 2004 is when I started. Early 2004.
And that's when I started.
Yeah.
So as I was leaving the
That's
army,
insane.
I
So how old were you?
12. No. You like how fast I said that?
Yeah. So
I
confidently
was
too.
28.
28.
Yep.
Wow. So you guys are 28. I was 21, and now we've got, you know, obviously we've got youngsters, but people competing at 16, 17.
Yeah.
and they're doing more than in the lifts and the
Crazy.
capacity that
I
people
know.
in their 20s and 30s are capable of at that age.
Right. Absolutely.
I just hope that they're in good hands, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and
like my biggest thing.
And I was thinking about that too. It's not even just physically.
Yeah.
It's what's here. You
Yeah.
know,
For
I mean,
sure.
I think a lot of these ladies and gents can maintain this amount of workload physically. It's just on your mind, on your
Yeah,
your
the
soul.
longevity.
Yeah, the longevity.
Yep,
and
I
the
agree.
enjoyment, because that is. I mean, I think about
sure.
it. You know, 18 years later, I still enjoy
Yeah.
this just as much as I always have.
Yep.
And that's my main goal. And so I just hope
For
that's the
sure.
case for all of these youngsters.
Yeah, no, you make a really, really good point there. It's extremely true.
I mean, ultimate goal in CrossFit, for me at least, is to be doing it when I'm 50, when I'm 60, when I'm 70, when I'm 80. Since I think my time has passed to win the CrossFit Games.
Yes, me
now
too.
it's just to just be enjoying it still
Oh, absolutely.
20 years from now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that's in my life for the rest of my life for sure.
Talk about worlds colliding. We are definitely colliding. Mate, thanks for jumping in.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
Great to see you as always.
I'll hand over the reins back to
Back
Annie.
to Annie. But just quickly, make sure you're back down here next year. It's going to be bigger and better.
I might have to
Yeah,
try
I'm
and...
actually going to
qualified,
compete
Masters
this
division.
time.
well, I would actually put it out there, and I'd like to
Just
to
get in
do
a photo.
Masters.
There we go. Let's do it.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah, let's
Well,
bring it
not as an
back.
individual. Maybe in like the pairs or something.
That would
like
be
that.
sick. Hey,
Done.
we should have mixed pairs.
Let's do it. Done. These two can compete together.
Yes, that would be sick.
All right. Love you
Done.
guys. See you
All right,
later.
thank you, buddy. And weren't sure of those voices.
Oh my
Commando
gosh.
Steve Willis, the first male individual to qualify for the CrossFit Games
Wow.
ever.
That's
which is amazing.
amazing.
And Chris Hogan was number 2.
It's so crazy because I just remember I didn't know much about CrossFit, and I just remember watching him and being like, "Wow, he's so muscly."
He's
You
so
know?
good. So did I. I was fangirling as well. Now back to action here at Wynn Stadium. Now one young girl that you used to compete against, April Herring, on the floor with Rec Gym Kira Wee, doing
Yep.
well for the girls. But the Reebok CrossFit Frankston team looks like it's going to be Toby Crouch to grab the bar first in the black and green. Toby, the younger brother of Jay Crouch.
Just over 4 minutes to go for these athletes to get the 18 overhead squats.
Dad Darren in the crowd drinking beers and annoying us.
Hey, it's Sunday.
I know, but it's been not just today, it's been Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Hey, you gotta live. You gotta live. This is a deceivingly hard workout.
Oh, it is, absolutely.
My
And
goodness.
these overheads have really crippled the teams as they've got down there.
Right, well, you've got your heart rate stuff, burpee box, jump overs, machines, and then you're fatiguing the shoulders in the handstand walk. I mean, those overhead squats are deceivingly hard.
Tess Herring now moving to the bar for Rec Gym Kira Wee, getting ready to lift the bar, and Luke Spencer.
So heavy.
It is very heavy.
And it's that CrossFit Frankston team that's chasing down the time of 15:52 that was set in the heat before by Carbon Method CrossFit. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, CrossFit Frankston should finish that well under that 15:52 time.
Pat O'Kane, the final athlete for Reebok CrossFit Frankston, as Tess Herring comes over the line. Sister April about to step up.
You know what? It's such a great turnout. You know, Friday was absolutely epic. Saturday was even bigger.
Yeah.
And Sunday, man, I feel like every man and their dog have shown up today.
We need more dogs in our life. We actually
We
need
do.
we needed
really
Noah to
do.
bring Max down here.
Oh my gosh,
I was saying, Annie, before that this area up here above the rig is always the sparse one. As Reebok CrossFit Frankston finishes up 13:34, make that 13:40 official time. But I totally forgot that all the seats have been moved out onto the floor more.
Oh,
so
yeah.
more people are sitting here when they haven't been there in the past.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's really great that we have some extra space, but you know, the view, like everyone's got the best view in the house. It doesn't matter where
Right.
you're sitting,
Yep.
because I've actually gone up and I've sat with a few bunch of people up in the stands and stuff, and it doesn't matter where I am. I'm like literally getting the best view.
Right. Even
Yeah.
at the top there, you're not far
Absolutely.
enough away that it matters.
Yes, it's great.
Botany, a few blokes. Frankston and Unbound Athletic, all four male teams getting to the barbell. Frankston, the only team finishing so far, 90 seconds remain.
Yeah, they were real strong, really efficient.
Project Bayside about to finish up their burpee box jump overs. Amy Tafai raring to go. What is it about great athleticism and blonde ponytails down here? They seem to be everywhere.
You know what? We're just such a coastal country. Everyone just loves being in the sun, and it's. I mean, when I was growing up, I kind of had like a lot of like natural blonde streaks from
Yep.
the sun. You
Yep.
know?
Yep. From being in the ocean, being in
Yeah,
the sun.
all the time.
Yep.
I loved it.
All right, we are under 1 minute, 45 seconds in fact before the end.
Could we see two teams from this heat make it through this workout? So far, we only have one across the line in CrossFit Frankston. Will we get one more? 30 seconds
Let's
is
go,
all that's
guys.
left on the clock.
Botany, probably the only team that could get this done. 4 reps to go for Botany, 20 seconds remaining. A few blokes, I think Matt Riley's done his shoulder, so a few blokes are not going to continue on. Can Botany get the last couple of reps in the last couple of seconds? There's going to be no time left. Project Bayside for one athlete, but 1 rep short for Botany at the end of a heat 4.
And it was similar for the ladies from Rec Gym Kiraway, who almost sent their third and final member through, and that would have been the first female team to finish this event. So even though they didn't complete it, they were so close and have definitely set the score to beat for the rest of the ladies.
But do you know what? You know, there's such heavy overhead squats. You can't rush an overhead squat. You know, it's quite technical. And so to finish on that, even though you want to go as fast as possible, you know, you have to be so precise. And I think that that's what's so challenging after a workout like this.
Without a doubt, and especially considering you've deadlift, held a heavy bar, you've handstand walked, you've bear hugged a sandbag. The amount of midline work that you've done before even getting to that heavy overhead squat is absolutely just decimates the midline.
Yeah. This is, I'm pumped. But I am quite biased because obviously Saxon's out on the floor. But this is going to be pretty epic.
You want to hang around with us, or do you want to get down in the corporate box?
Well, do you want me to hang around, or
Only if
have
you
I
wanna
talked your ear off too
No,
much?
if you want to hang around, you might be able to give us some insight.
There's one more heat to go before that 6th and final heat. So we could always release Tia if we had to before her boys go.
You know, we were talking about, you know, next year and everything, and isn't it crazy? This year, these guys, everyone behind organizing this event, has just done such an incredible job. I've heard nothing but just incredible feedback from athletes, from volunteers, from spectators, and I've actually been able to get around and interact with so many different people throughout the weekend, and people are just like, we can't wait for next year.
Yeah.
And I was even speaking with some of the Americans, and they're like, oh, we hope we get invited back,
Yeah.
And so it's so awesome to hear. I'm just like, so excited for next year.
One of the vendors said they actually met the quota they were looking for. They were hoping to sell over the weekend. They met it on Friday.
What?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Heat 5 underway, and our heat list on screen. And one guy I reckon who's going to do pretty well is Team Hustle Made, and that's James Newbury on the bike.
Oh, yeah.
And he's used to doing way more than what he's currently just done. But they are doing a transition. Jack Jeffrey, James Newbury, and Royce Dunn. And this is James Newbury's new wheelhouse.
I mean, also looking at him, he was so comfortable on the run. You can clearly tell that he's been doing a lot more triathlon, like a lot more endurance training lately. But I find him just so fascinating, because it doesn't matter what he's done. He's just constantly, challenging himself, and like he's up for a challenge,
Definitely. And like you said, he's been doing all of this, Ironman work, which is very impressive. But then I don't know if you saw him cycle the barbell in the Team Nasty Girls.
Yeah.
He looked just as good as he ever has, and that's so
yeah.
fun to see.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's lived with me for a couple of seasons now, and my nutrition has always just been through the roof when he's lived with us. And, he's just such a great soul, and it's really cool to see him out on the competition floor, especially with Big Roycey boy.
We go rewind back to last night.
Oh.
You were here for the snatch event.
Now
I broadcast.
literally, and now I've got
Yeah, I know.
goosebumps just thinking about it.
I've broadcasted here for a very long time. I don't think I've ever felt what I felt last night, and the
Never.
energy in the place was...
Unbelievable.
The only thing I can compare it to was a Coliseum with you and Cara going down the floor.
Oh,
And I was
yes.
losing my absolute mind like
Oh,
everybody
yes,
else was. But
everyone was.
those two moments for me are just right up there.
But you know what? The thing is, what was so beautiful about last night was everyone.
Yeah.
Like, we had people on the floor surrounding the boys. Like it was. You've never seen anything like it. I guess. Actually, this year at the Games, everyone's raving about that iconic event, the Capitol.
Right.
And the reason it was so awesome was because at the end, when they all allowed the spectators to come behind the athletes, that was unbelievable. And the same kind of, it was like a deja vu.
Right.
You had the athletes there, and it reminded me of like literally just the old days where you're just getting behind your friends and you're just lifting heavy shit.
Right.
Excuse the French, but it was just so awesome.
Roycey Dunn for Hustle Made, and Jake Standen for Batman Robin, and JJ battling it out. Two guys who also battled big barbells at the Torium Pro this year, and both did very well last night on the snatch event. Royce not messing around, and the youngster Jack Jeffrey, he's quick and he's good.
Isn't it interesting? And this is something, that I appreciated about like Jason Kalipa. Just how big of a human being Royce is, Jason is, and them doing handstand walking.
How well they do it.
muscle ups.
Yeah.
It's just what's so great about CrossFit as a sport is you're seeing massive human beings or tiny human beings doing just the unthinkable.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
What defies their body type, their body shape.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lucy Campbell doing well, far end on her handstand walk.
And this is good. Team Hustle Made has chosen Royce to go again on the handstand walk, and that was definitely one of the things that you could do. One of the twists about this is that not all athletes had to do the same amount of work, so great move from Hustle Made right there.
Roycey now to the sandbag. No surprise to see him pick that up.
Right alongside them, though, is Batman Robin and JJ.
And Darcy Hancock, so good on that snatch ladder last night. And his coach came and saw me this morning and went, he's got big things ahead of him. So look out, Torian Pro, next year. We are going to see Darcy Hancock. Not only can he lift heavy barbells, he can jump pretty high as well.
So I don't know if you guys already spoke about this from earlier heats, but if you notice some of the athletes having grips on their hands, they're not actually doing anything on the pull-up bar, but because they have to hold the deadlift bar, they're using them straps just to help with that hold just a little bit more. It just makes it a little bit more easier, and it takes a little load off the forearms, especially going into handstand walks and then going into the overhead squats at the end of the workout. So it's really interesting to see who actually uses those straps. I know I give the boys in training a little bit of shit when they do that, but it's good banter, that's for sure.
Well, it's definitely one of those things that in training, maybe you don't use them so that you do build up the strength of your grip. And then that way, come competition, when you can use them, you do, and it's just that much easier.
Yep. Some competitions don't allow you to do it. I know specifically they've, I think at Torian Pro, we weren't allowed to use grips for deadlifts, for the row double under deadlifts. But yeah, if you're allowed to do it, like why not?
Exactly.
You know?
Lucy Campbell again, bolting down the floor on her hands. 6'4" Army Phantom are our third male team. Kendall Peterson, Stephen Machewski getting to work. Louis Foster, party at the back, holding the sandbag.
When the girls and I were, kind of brainstorming about how we would do this workout, I was like, Brooke, so you're going to do all the handstand walking. You're going to let Ellie and I just rest a little bit, and you're going to just smash through it. I don't know if she really loved that idea, but she was up for the challenge.
I was going to say, when you're part of a team, you got to take one for the team, right?
Torian Pink, the girls, the first to the box, and probably enough time to get this one completed. We're under halfway point of this event cap of 16 minutes. I tell you what, Royce and James Newbury, that if you're going to be going round and round in circles with someone, probably not the guy you want to be doing that with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the one that... But you know what? He's also because he's got very long arms, James is really good at holding like sandbags, farmers carries, deadlifts.
Tim Good, far left of screen for Greater West. Nathan Horner, the meatball, the bald head, jumping over the box.
CrossFit Frankston putting up the time to beat in the previous heat. So that Team Hustle Made is chasing down that time.
I was going to say, Hustle Made, you've got Royce Dunn, you've got James Newbury, and you've got the youngster Jack Jeffrey, who's been at Torian for a couple of years now. What better team to go on? You've got all this experience you can draw from.
Right.
Jack's training with Royce every day. What are we going to see out of him next year? I'm so excited for the semi-final here, the strength of field.
Yeah,
I just hope we absolutely annihilate it.
I mean, I have no doubt.
When I say we, I mean you.
Well, I have no doubt that we will. We are such a strong community down here. Not just in terms of, how many we're here in force, but also like our hard work. I mean, Australians are brought up on hard work. We know the definition of that, and it's definitely showcased in CrossFit, and it's showcased, in every performance that we do.
Batman, Robin, and JJ, the last few reps of the burpee box jump over. 12 inches on one side, 24 the other, and then no doubts. Darcy ready to pick this bar up first and watch the fastest 5 overhead squats at 100 kilos you're probably going to ever see.
What about that 6th one, though?
Oh, yeah, we'll do 6. We won't do 5.
The first 5 are going to be faster.
The last one's going to be a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Darcy Hancock, great position. Head a little bit forward, though.
Yep. Little bobble, but boy, did they make up time on Team Hustle Made right there. Oh,
see,
drops it.
He did 5. He was listening to me. Don't listen to me.
I love
do
this.
6.
No, I think that I think he thought that he had done his reps because he was just speaking with the judges then, and he had to do another one. So I think he just fell a little short.
So Batman, Robin, and JJ, this would be a great result for them.
Oh,
Fast
huge.
time. Oh,
Nice
how do you
save.
do that?
Yeah.
Jake Standen, outstanding.
We've only seen a few athletes dare to snatch that first rep. Obviously, much more efficient.
Here's Royce coming.
Oh, Royce, he's going to hate this. Oh, yes,
Ooh,
sir. There
so
we go.
easy.
In the background there, Royce done.
Such a beautiful view from right here to just see the shoulders hit position at the bottom of that snatch, right?
I was like, damn, look at his back
Yes.
muscles.
Those scaps just engage.
Well, you're talking about stacked position earlier on. No better position from Royce Dunn right now. Jack Jeffrey, what can he do? Batman Robin and JJ, they're going to be, I was going to say
Look at
your
that.
heat winners, but
Look at
fatigue kicking in. Jack Jeffrey in the green shorts right of screen.
young Jack Jeffrey
Oh,
about to
look at
catch
that.
up and pass Batman Robin and
Far
JJ.
out. Kendall Peterson
Oh,
for 6'4" Army Phantom. And now, sexy James Newbury.
and that's it. Hustle Made is now overtaken Batman Robin and JJ. What a battle between these two teams.
James Newbury starting his CrossFit journey on this competition floor. Is it going to finish on this competition floor?
He looks strong.
Hustle made as Batman Robin and JJ falter. Hustle made. Get the win.
Yeah.
And James
Good
Newbury.
job, boys.
What
I wonder
a
if that was their
move from
game
Hustle
plan,
Made.
just take it a little bit slower on the box jumps and then bring it home on the overhead squat.
Whether it was a conscious decision or not, it definitely paid off.
Did.
Now, Louis Foster with that beautiful hair finishes. Batman Robin and JJ.
Devastating right now for that team.
Steve Machuski now left of screen. Can he be patient enough? He's got plenty of time. 11:49, that's very quick.
I don't think it's a strength problem. I think it's just more of a mobility problem. It doesn't seem like he can get into that overhead squat position.
Yep, legs are wide.
Yeah. It's just a little awkward for him.
Yep.
6'4" Army Phantom, one of our Kiwi teams.
Oh, come on, buddy. Oh.
Now, you
This
talk,
is
you
a
talk
hard
frustration.
workout.
You were battling Kara all the way to the end, and we had that last lunge, and then your arm just stopped working, and that kettlebell came down, and you got no rep. Frustrating, yes. How do you compose yourself to get back in the fight at the right time? Not that you had much time to think about it.
Yeah, it was like, oh shit, gotta go. Yeah, no, you know what? It's one of those things when you're in the thick of things, like you don't have time to panic. So you just got to kind of deal with the situation. I actually could have gone back and protested that because my feet did cross the line before the kettlebell came down onto my shoulder. So, but the thing is like, why waste time on doing that when that's what the judge called? No, like, so be it. So you need to go back. I stuffed up, and I needed to make sure that I executed the rest of that lunge, and that's on me. So taking that ownership versus being that victim, and just making sure that you're actually executing everything. You just can't panic in high tense situations.
Seeing the right-hand side of your screen right now, the
looking
ladies
good.
of Torian Pink have moved over the overhead squats. First athlete chipping away.
Campbell. Discussing with her judge whether or not she got the rep done. Now, Batman Robin and JJ.
There we go.
The
Come on,
crowd
buddy.
is going to bring this home.
Let's go. Oh, there
the
we go.
fight.
It's like you
And
finally
done.
warmed up.
Oh,
There we go. Good on you. What a
Wow,
fight.
What a fight.
And
What a
I'm just going
fight.
to collapse here in a screaming heap.
A+ for effort,
I
that's
was
for
going to
sure.
say the amount of attempts and efforts that he had to make.
Yeah, he did not give up.
No.
That was so awesome.
Shania looking
Cannot give
good
up. Your
for
team
her
is
overhead
aligned.
squats. Tim Good over the line for Greater West. And now 60 seconds remain, and still the team's the top end team. Top end trouble with Sammy Drescher. No guessing she's picking that sandbag up.
Yeah, that's lightweight for her.
I got in
isn't it?
trouble yesterday. I said, called her out as 6'2", and she grabbed me and said, I am not 6'2", thank you.
Oh, wow.
I'm 6'3".
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Look at this, the third and final lady from Torian Pink right here. 30 seconds to go. Could this be the first female team
Let's go,
to
Chrissy.
finish this workout? Oh,
Man, she got it.
20 seconds
So
on our clock
close.
now. We are so close to finishing.
15 seconds, just a few more reps.
Second to last heat of event number 6, roadblock.
So Semi and I actually was doing a lift-off at Semper Paratus back in 2013 where I won my
Wow.
very first individual comp. And it was quite the experience.
Well, Temper Paratus is run by Rob Noy, who's sitting over here, who's actually Christina Livitatakis' coach.
Yes.
So we've been
Who
talking to Rob a fair
PR'd just
bit,
like
yeah.
an incredible amount of weight.
Crazy stuff.
And it was so easy for her. Honestly, I was like, you could just keep going.
Oh,
What a
outstanding
great
effort
job.
from our 5th heat. 1 heat to come.
Oh,
The
here's
big guns
Saxon and the
are
boys.
on the stage. Are we going to let you go?
I think so. I got to go and yell at him.
Okay.
Got to scream at them.
Save your voice in case we need to bring you back. But thank you so much. And I
Okay.
know everyone on the broadcast appreciates you coming on as well.
No,
Let's
thank
get
you
out of
so
here
much,
and get into
guys.
that corporate boxing, have a vino or get,
Look,
get
I
a head
love
start.
talking, so anytime.
Okay, done.
See
Easy.
ya,
All right,
Robbie.
I'll see you soon. Our 5th heats. Done and dusted and hustle made. They made a hustle, all
They
right.
sure did. Batman, Robin, and JJ had 2 athletes through when James Newberry stepped up from Team Hustle Made. They had so many of their athletes already done, but James Newberry doing all 6 reps unbroken for the heat win, and so far the event win, the fastest time we've seen, 11:49 for Team Hustle Made. Just one more heat to go, but it is a star-studded heat. It's about to start. Just a few seconds here. Heat 6, event 6, roadblock.
Underway, 6th and final heat. Talk about pressure. Hustle Made have just thrown it down.
11 minutes and 49 seconds unofficially. Let's see. 11:51 is the official time for Team Hustle Made. Can one of these star-studded teams, either Men at Work or Down Under Dogs, take down that time of 11:51?
The man of the moment, Chandler Smith, I tell you what, brought the absolute house down. Actually, I hope they checked the structural integrity of this building before we came in today.
See Chandler chipping away at that bike. And if you're wondering what these athletes are doing, it's event 6, otherwise known as roadblock. They're going to do 75 calories for the men, 60 for the ladies on both the rower and the C2 bike, while one of their team members is holding a 140 or a 90 kilo bar. Then they will do 60 meters of handstand walks, 20-meter increments, and any athlete can pitch in on that effort. 60 burpee box jump overs while one athlete is doing a bear hug sandbag hold, and then they'll finish with just 18 overhead squats at 100 kilos for the gents and 70 for the ladies.
Why are you making it sound so nice?
Because it's nothing but pleasant, as we've seen at that final barbell.
It's one of the most grueling, grindiest events on this competition floor.
Without a doubt, and only a few teams have actually been able to finish it, get all 3 athletes through that final barbell. One of those teams was Team Hustle Made, and that was in the prior heat with a time of 11 minutes and 51 seconds. No ladies have been able to get through this event thus far, although 2 teams have gotten down to their 3rd and final ladies. So can one of these teams maybe Team Lion Mode or even LSKD Gold, who has been nothing but top 3 finishes thus far. Can one of those ladies teams finish this event?
5 points separates 1v2. Minute work. Noah, Chandler, Saxon. Against the down underdogs, Ricky, Khan, and Matt. Matt, the honorary Aussie, he got that title earlier this year, Wadapalooza, joining James Newbury and Khan Porter. And already done a shoey on the competition floor at Wadapalooza.
He's a better man than I am then.
Saxon underway, closely followed by Ricky Garrard, and Ricky we know can walk fast.
Ricky is actually running on his hands. He's putting the pressure on hard on Saxon right now.
And you get to the point now, there's no chinks in the armor. So it is just a race now, and who can race the fastest?
Saxon doing really well at the pressure Ricky just put on. I was wondering what Matt DeLugos would look like upside down with those long levers.
He looks very good upside down.
He looks very good
Thank you
upside
very
down.
much. I like how he bends his knee
Yes.
and keeps his torso in a straight position.
Yep. Feet forward of the head, that's what gives him that momentum. But the knees stacked over the hips and shoulders means a little less break in that midline, so he can save the midline.
How about, sorry to interrupt, Ricky doing 2 handstand walks.
Again, there's a lot of strategy in this event. You can tackle it however you want as far as these handstand walks go, so not a bad move.
We know how good Khan Porter is on the road and the bike, so he would have sent it pretty hard on those.
Men at work off the handstand walk first, but down underdogs not far behind them. Star Strength gals right there in lane 1.
Now pacing, burpee box jumps, 24-inch, 12-inch. All the boys from down underdogs have to do is pace just a millisecond quicker each rep.
Easy to make up the time.
Synchronizing, making sure they're good to go. And moving pretty quick. I'm liking what Khan and Matt are doing. Line mode girls, Amy Alessi loves a handstand walk.
And don't forget, on these burpee box jump overs, there is a required rotation. So the athletes will do 10 and then have to rotate. So unlike the handstand walk where you could break it up however you wanted, this piece, there has to be a rotation every 10 reps. Nobody has to miss that lovely sandbag hold.
You just hate the sandbag.
You know what?
Don't hate on the sandbag. It's not the sandbag's fault.
Our sandbag holds hard. Yes, they're one of the hardest things. Do I hate them? I actually don't.
Khan Porter facing away with the sandbag. Maybe because he doesn't want to know how many reps they're doing. But out of the corner of his eye, he'll be able to see the feet.
They also move over to the boxes in front of Khan, so there could be some sort of strategy there.
Line mode, Abby Ashton. Lake and Watt, the back of Lake and Watt just there. Abby Ashton to the right and Amy Alessi to the left. See, more blonde. Everyone's just dyeing their hair blonde. Even Matt DeLugos did it. But Lake and Watt, outstanding young lady here on the floor and coming back after giving birth. That's a tough old gig. I can't even empathize with that, but you can.
I can, 2 times over. Although quite a while ago at this point. I think we've seen it in both Cara and Annie. There's such a thing as mom strength, Jeremy, and you cannot
really
underestimate 1,000%. You bet. I don't know if it's a mental thing because you've done one of the hardest things there ever is to do.
1 rep, make that now 2 reps. between Men at Work and the Down Underdogs. Our second team, LSKD Gold, now getting to the burpee box jump overs, but it is line mode for the ladies in the lead. We have a good race between 1 and 2 for the men and 1 and 2 for the ladies. Underway full centers in the center of the arena, and bottom, the superstars from CrossFit Ariti. And this almost silence in the crowd. It's unnerving.
I think everybody's holding their breath.
But it's going to be the speed of the overhead squats. We know that. The boys are going to get there fairly quickly. No doubt. I think
Who can make no mistakes and get through it the fastest?
because everyone of these athletes can do the weight. It's just a matter of how fast and getting over the line, making no mistakes, as you said. Last couple of reps for Men at Work. They're in the red shirts today. Don't know what the significance of that is, but
Red is a power color, Jeremy.
maybe they're like dangling the rag in front of the bull. Come and get us.
Yeah.
Maybe that's he.
Saxon right to the bar. They're chasing after that 11:51 time that Team Hustle Made got right before them.
Shout out to any pan chicks watching as well. Scott and Spencer, if you're back home watching this, you're missing out. Come down here next year. A team of pan chicks we want.
Oh, Con Porter right next to Saxon.
And you can see the fatigue. Con Porter doesn't normally struggle in this stuff. Chandler Smith is definitely not struggling.
Is he air squatting?
Oh,
Is Chandler Smith air squatting right now?
it looks like it.
Look at how easily he hits that bottom position.
Ricky going to bring the team home. Now Noah Olsen
Oh,
on the right. Matt DeLugos.
Look at Matt DeLugos with the narrow grip.
Love it.
That is beautiful.
Oh, Noah. He's air squatting, but air squatting faster.
Little struggle on that first rep, but he locked it in.
Noah Olsen, the Men at Work.
Sub 10 minutes.
Whoa.
Unofficially about 9:30. Ricky G snatches that barbell.
Ricky Garrard nearly stepped forward with the barbell. You know what Khan's initial instinct was? He went to catch the barbell. Khan, what are you doing?
It's only 100 kilos, Jeremy. Why wouldn't he catch it?
Sub 10 as well, 9:51 official time for the Down Underdogs and the underway full senders. Can they full send their way to a podium spot?
Oh. Good move so far.
The superstars, Moriti, about to move on to the barbell. Benny Newland, watch this. This will be fast. Clearing the ladder last night. It's funny how they sit there and test that first rep, see how it's going to feel,
Yep.
and then they get into their rhythm.
If you're smart, that's what you do. You do not rush that first rep. It's a significant amount of effort just to get that bar up overhead. So the last thing you want to do is lose it unnecessarily.
And I know Rob's done some tweaks to the programming, but hats off to Dave Castro and the programming for programming these events at regional level.
Timeless
That's it.
events, right?
Now last 5 reps for the girls. Just to the
Effective tests.
back left of Lucas O'Brien for the underway full senders.
Superstars have moved over to the overhead squat portion now too. First athlete. Chipping away at his 6.
LSKD gold for the girls. Stepping forward, Emily DeRoy. Strong.
This looks like her head is tilting a little bit right there, doesn't it? Here's what's fun for these ladies. Again, your top 4 male teams and top 4 female teams are all out on the floor. So you can only guess that these top male teams that have gone so fast through this event are helping to push these female teams to finish this event. LSKD Gold with 1 athlete through, and Lion Mode, about to send their first athlete through.
Bryony Chalice finishing. Christy Hollard now. As Amy Alessi finishes, Laken Watt starts. Can line mode make a charge here? Superstars nearly done. The battle for the girls. Laken losing it out the back.
But here we go. LSKD Gold. They have been so amazing. Oh, I jinxed them right there. They've been so amazing this whole competition. All top 3 results. Another event win would be huge for LSKD Gold. They've already established their dominance in this Down Under Championship. Just a couple more overhead squats separates them from another event win. And there it is, the first female team, possibly the only female team, to finish roadblock.
Laken Watt, she's still got 2.5 minutes. There's no need to panic, no need to rush, but Bryony Chalice, Emily DeRoy, and Chrissy Hollard. LSKD Gold, another one in the books for them.
Yep. Nothing but top 3 finishes.
So Amy Alessi just checking one more for Laken Watts.
LSKD Gold has won 4 of 6 events, Jeremy. Their only other 2 spots have been a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. Talk about dominating a competition.
Not too long left. Laken Watts on the left, 1 rep to go. Lauren Lovick on the right. Laken Watt gets finished. Abby Ashton, the final athlete for Lion Mode.
Just about a minute to go.
Samantha Jones, bar in hand.
Will we see one more female team finish this event? Team Lion Mode chipping away at that opportunity. Oh.
Abby just losing that out the back. Ashton going for it on the left of the screen. Other side.
Oh.
Star Strength gals getting done, but they're gonna run out of time. Our first female team to finish the roadblock, which has roadblocked every other team. A great battle again for the men. Men at work. The down underdogs and the full senders sending it once again.
Well, the 6th and final heat of the team competition on this 6th event did not disappoint by any means. The time to beat was set in the heat right before them by Team Hustle Made with a time of 11 minutes and 51 seconds. Would we see 1, 2, or even 3 of the teams in the final heat able to beat out that time? Of course we are. It was the team of Men at Work, Chandler Smith, Saxon Panchik, and Noah Olson that were able to absolutely smash that time. About 9 minutes and 30 seconds unofficially. Right behind them was the Down Under Dogs. But it was the female team of LSKD Gold that was so impressive. The only team of ladies to finish roadblock. They are continuing their dominance with one event to go. They have secured their spot as the winners of the Down Under Championships. Emily DeRoy right there. And the whole team of LSKD Gold absolutely dominating this competition. One event to go on Sunday at the Down Under Championships. The stadium is filling up. The scoreboard is filling up. And Jeremy Austin is going to fill you up with some information from the underway full senders after event 6, the Down Under Championships. Jeremy?
Thanks, Annie, and I'm with 3 absolute lunatics. Now, Lucas, I have to ask you, yesterday the John Cleary shuffle, I wasn't ready for it, I should have expected it, but the Budgie Smugglers came out.
Yes, they did. And to be honest, I heard your call on the first event when you said, you know what, I'm surprised he's wearing pants. So I came out with no pants, the boys were up for it, and that's what happened.
Jack, for you did well on the snatch ladder last night. But let's go through event number 1 on day 1. We're waiting at the start line. There's no underway full senders. What were you thinking?
Look, it might take underway a second to get underway, but don't you worry, we'll always be underway, we'll always be there. Timing's of the essence, it's better late than never.
Every day's Benny, absolutely outstanding performance last night on the snatch ladder. For you getting to jump in with Chandler and Ricky at the end to lift, I haven't witnessed or experienced anything like that on the competition floor here. Must have been amazing for you to lift in front of that.
Yeah, that was unreal. I nearly wasn't going to, but because I felt like the boys were just so in it. But these guys came in and rolled the bar for me, and I was like, well, when are you ever going to get this opportunity again? And to hit 140 in front of this crowd would have just been amazing. And when you're out there, all you're seeing is red. It's undescribable. So I'm very thankful for my teammates out there and getting me to do it.
Great lifting. You guys are doing very well, pushing for a podium position as well. Keep the ball rolling. We got individual stuff coming up right now, so don't go anywhere. More of day 3, the Down Under Championship, coming up very soon.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
An elite individual event 7, the final time these athletes will take the floor at the Wynn Stadium. It's a classic right here. 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb with a 6-minute time cap. Talk about a full send way to end the competition. This is it.
Athletes getting to work straight away. I remember this event vividly.
The final event of the regionals in 2016. And there is no time for hesitation at any point in this workout.
Hesitation. You blink and it's gone.
Yes. Athletes just needing to get one hand over that black tape line you can see The time to beat on this in the Pacific region was set by your one and only Con Porter.
You legends.
You legend. That was 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Will we see one of these athletes beat that time?
Now, Annie, the funny thing was, speaking to Zeke Grove during the week, Zeke Grove was in prime position. He goes up the top and gets a no rep for touching his leg on the way down on the rope. Judge goes no rep.
That's it.
We've talked about no reps all weekend. There's some that are going to be more crucial than others, and a rope climb's one of those.
Especially a legless rope climb.
Imagine if you got a 400-meter run no rep.
Right.
No, go do it again.
Yep. That is almost what a legless rope climb no rep can feel like, and it's what it can cost you. So super critical not to miss a thruster, not the end of the world. Miss a legless rope climb, that can be your dreams of going to the CrossFit Games over.
Anything forward to team competition? An athlete who is really going to love this is a big Matt DeLugas. Taller athletes loving rope climbs. Less time under tension, less distance to travel. Jake Wheeler, on the other hand, in this heat.
But you got to balance that out with the thrusters, right? It's a longer range of motion, 45 reps.
Bar rolling forward now. Cam Kuzla, hopefully those quads have eased off a little, but they seem to have because he's in the lead. Jack Fleming on the way back, Henry Carlisle. Oh, and probably the longest 9 reps ever. Over 3 minutes, so that time from Khan Porter.
I mean, these guys
still
are
intact.
Absolutely moving. So to think that at 3 minutes and 29 seconds, Cam Kuzla still isn't done, and that Con Porter had been done for a minute, that's just mind-blowing.
Oh, could have brought the house down. Similar feeling to last night. But Khan, he had to do that to go to the CrossFit Games. I tell you what, put him under pressure. He comes through with the goods.
Speaking of full senders, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And Cam Kuzla sprints down the floor.
Does a good job of remembering to go over that barbell. That'd be another costly no rep.
I'm going to put it out there in the universe now. I just hope someone doesn't trip on the way over. And
or
the legs,
forget to go over it.
Well, the legs don't work enough for it to go over. Maroney moves his bar forward to the 9 as Henry Carlisle strides it out in about 4
Almost
minutes,
landed in the DJ station
28.
right there.
Go and mix some tunes while he's there. Last 9 for Maroney, Wheeler, McCloy. And we talk about grip strength from day one as well. Back in the day, this event didn't incorporate all the grip strength elements we've had to go through. So some results you can't really compare, although there will be some fatigue from certain aspects. It's been very grip intensive. Even the sandbag carry after day one being really crucial.
Definitely. And it's one of those things where it might not be that your grip feels sore, but when you start something like a legless rope climb, you realize how fatigued your grip is. One of those things that can really be of great help on legless rope climbs, and Easy Muhammad does this the best.
Oh, what a legend.
The higher you jump, the less you have to pull.
Exactly. Only 10 seconds now till our time cap. And McCloy, big stride. Jacob Wheeler, tongue out. And he just slowed down a little for that barbell.
Oh, out of way, Jacob Wheeler.
Second to spare. Jacob Wheeler. And I'll tell you what, he is one athlete very happy that the weekend is now over.
Yep. Well, congratulations to all these gentlemen that competed all weekend long. This was no easy test. You can confirm that. Jacob Wheeler, Cam Kuzla, Shane Ashley Maroney, Henry Carlisle, Russell McCloy, Jack Fleming. Congratulations, gentlemen. Fantastic weekend. What a way to end it, huh? 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs.
But you think about it. Dave Castro had a knack of producing some great events to finish semi-final regionals, whatever it was.
And it's a beautiful twist on one of the most classic CrossFit workouts ever, and that would be Fran. A little added skill element in that legless rope climb. The kind of skill element that you need for the legless rope climb that allows no mistakes. It's a perfect movement to have in a high-level competition. Heat 2 coming out right now.
And Zach Thomas, I'm excited to see.
Zach Thomas, who had a great event 6 not that long ago.
But with so much spring he had with those box jump overs, and one of the taller athletes as well. If you're fairly tall and fairly light, legless rope climbs are no issue.
Correct.
And all these athletes can do thrusters till the cows come home. So the skill level, it's all going to come down to the legless rope climbs. I love the must hold your rope before you can commence.
Yes. All right, here we go. Event 7 for these elite male athletes, Heat 2. Classic regionals workout from 2016. You're looking at 21 thrusters at 45 kilos for these gents, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the finish.
Zach Thomas, not our first athlete.
I really appreciate that nice solid lockout he had on every thruster.
Wow, Harrison Rowley up and down the rope, lightning fast. The turkey up and down as well. Gobbled that rope up and he reused that.
Jesus.
Shellabere Healy, no shirts. As you see the pan across the field of play here. Rob Watts on screen, and now Rowley, the third and final rope climb coming up in the white shirt. Shellabere Healy coming back to the barbell.
Moves that barbell forward for his set of 15. Everybody else still has 1 rope climb to go. I love the descent style from Matty Gilpin. He does that little clamp with the inner thighs, so he doesn't bother trying to wrap his legs, but he does save his grip a little bit coming down by just squeezing it with those inner legs.
And speed of thrust imperative. You've got to be careful not to redline on these and go back and waste time standing at the bottom of the rope.
Right, but you don't want to you don't want it to take you too long, because what ends up happening is your grip gets taxed from that thruster. You can see some of these athletes, somebody like Zane there, not really using his legs. It's just a strict upper body pull. Some of the other athletes, I'm sure we'll see, especially in the second of these 2 rope climbs, using their hips a little bit more. You can see Zane's using his legs just a tiny bit.
But shaking the arms out on the way back on the left of screen as Zach Thomas finishes off the second set. Zane Shellabere Healy, CrossFit Dignus from WA in Perth. When I say WA, I mean Western Australia. Come on, catch up.
Not Washington.
No, not Washington at all. We've got about 45 less states than you guys. It's easy. SA, South Australia, catching on.
NSW, New South Wales.
Look at you go. Rob Watts about to start his thrusters as Zane Shellabere Healy heads back for his last rope climb. Faster than the previous heat. 3:25 ticked off now. And Zane will leap his bar and streak away to take heat number 2. Unofficial time of 3:34. And a good weekend for Zane Shelley-Healy. Went out on the run very quick on event number 4. Ethan van der Velden moving his barbell down for his last squats just to the right of the screen now.
Oh, look at the sprint from Rob Watt across the floor.
Rob Watt.
Just over 4 minutes for Rob Watt. That was more than a turkey trot down the floor, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Take him home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, you can see how much more labored Matt Gilpin's
Well, you were
rope
talking
climb
about
is.
the hips earlier.
Yep. And
now
maybe that was something that Matty should have employed a lot earlier.
Harrison Rowley over the line, and now Gilpin sprinting down the floor. Zach Thomas. He's leapt
Great
probably.
little jump
He jumped
over
over the
the
bar
bar.
and jumped about 3 meters. So just over 1 minute left now of our time cap. Ethan van der Velden and Whakatopi Stewart now, and not in too much of a rush to get completed, but experience for these young athletes hitting the floor for the first time, especially in Wollongong. But all done with about 45 seconds left remaining on the clock. So another quick heat here at Wollongong, heat 2. Plenty more to come, 6 more in fact. And are we going to see anyone knock over Khan Porter's time?
2:27 back in 2016. Both athletes that have done well in the previous heats, Cam Kisla and Zane Shelley-Healy, got a minute off of Khan Porter's time, so far it is safe. It was Zane Shelley-Healy that absolutely ignited this event.
Zane, great for a youngster. Another one of those athletes we're going to see plenty of in the years to come. And your old mates, the Gobbler.
The Gobbler, gobbling up his, yeah. Now a Shaka.
A Shaka, yeah.
Maybe I've had a little influence.
The Turkey Shaka,
The
heat
dou-
3.
The double Shaka.
Coming up in a couple of minutes' time. Curtis Jackson, I'll tell you what, speed up the rope and speed of thrusters. Look no further than lane 3 with Curtis Jackson. Also in lane 1, Luke Fowler, CrossFit Selwyn. 2 of our shorter athletes, 2 of those athletes that enjoy this little time domain.
That does hurt them just a little bit on that rope climb compared to the taller athletes. Not only do the taller athletes have a longer pull in each stroke, but they can jump a little higher up the rope. And we were talking a second ago about Easy Muhammad and how high he jumps up the rope.
But if you've got no body weight, it's easy to pull yourself up the rope as well.
This is true.
Shout out to Linda Fowler as well. I know she's tuning in to watch her boy all the way from Christchurch. As well as a big contingent from New Zealand tuning in. Plenty of athletes over here. Great to see everyone back. Wollongong Wynn Stadium again. And event number 7 is 16.7.
21 thrusters at 45 kilos for these gents, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the finish. And if you're not familiar, it's very reminiscent of one of the most classic CrossFit workouts. And I think it's called Fran.
It's not called Annie.
No. Maybe Franny?
If you said to me, would you rather do Annie or Fran? I would almost at a pinch do Fran.
Ew.
I know. That's how bad your workout is.
No. My workout's like a warm-up.
If you can't do ab mat sit-ups, it is not a workout. Or, sorry, a warm-up.
This is true.
Curtis Jackson, lane 3. Keep your eyes peeled. Ludwig Hansen as well. The red shirt. What is this? Red Sunday or something?
Yeah, we didn't get the memo, did we?
At all.
I thought it was orange. Yellow?
A few people in the crowd did.
Yep.
And a couple of names that have popped up in heat number 3 over the course of the weekend. Isaac Newman doing very well in the lifting event. Andrew Samble doing well on the John Cleary shuffle yesterday. Curtis Jackson doing well on the chipper yesterday. George Regas has been a surprise packet as well.
Did you see Curtis Jackson just drop the bar? Curious to know if that was a intentional break, but he actually dumped the bar and then picked it right. Oh, there he goes again.
Wow, okay. Talk about strategy. Samble, first back, Fowler, second.
Good jump up the rope from Andrew Samble right there. But it's Isaac Newman making quick work of that first rope climb.
Now Curtis Jackson, let's see what he does with his rope climb. He came to it late.
Ah.
Curtis Jackson is going to make up some serious time on these rope climbs, but he's walking away from the rope, and that's going to cost him time.
Here's another thing that these athletes need to be leery of, and that is when you jump off the rope, if you have another rope climb, trying to still the rope. And it's your boy Luke Fowler from CrossFit Selwyn that's getting to those 15 thrusters first, Jeremy.
Oh, Luke Fowler, as expected. This is really going to suit his wheelhouse. Curtis Jackson, I wonder if he's going to break the next set of 15 up or it is guns blazing for him, but he needs to make up some time, and about 20 seconds of that time quickly. Mitchell Case, our last athlete on the first set of rope climbs, and Fowler is going to be the first athlete back to the rope climbs. Minute 50 down. Time to beat Khan Porter back in the day, 2:27. And no one really going anywhere near that yet.
Isaac, the first one up the rope. I got to tell you, I think that's smart. Get that first rope climb under your belt. Now chalk up. Time to beat set in the heat 2, 3:35 by Zane Shelberhiel.
Just don't know why, but that's okay. Why?
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 Why is it on the heat sheet?
Why is it not? For Bailey O'Brien, Luke Fowler, Isaac Newman all heading to the barbell round 3. It's going to be Bailey O'Brien first, Newman second, Fowler third, and now Jackson fourth. Can Jackson come from fourth? He's already made up 2 spots. Can he go fast on these thrusters, sprint, get up that rope, and back down across the floor?
Look at Bailey O'Brien pulling that barbell down on those final thrusters, though.
Newman.
Oh, Newman, big move. He's so good at getting right on that rope. It's one rope climb. You gotta go.
Newman.
Oh.
Gets it done. Oh, Bailey O'Brien. Newman, sprint, finish. Who's it going to be? Slide. They both are in. Home base.
That's going to be down to those timing chips. What a sprint to the finish.
Newman O'Brien, exactly what they didn't want to do. Jackson, can he get Fowler? Another sprint finish, and it's going to be Curtis Jackson in over Fowler.
Advantage went to Curtis Jackson there. He was behind Luke Fowler. He knew right where Luke was. Luke had no idea Curtis Jackson had the heat on him.
But you go back to Khan Porter's time from 2016, 2:27.
No one has even come close.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
What happened back then?
Andrew Samble there, one rope climb to go.
Mitchell Case, Regas, Andrew Samble. Mitchell Case coming now to roll his bar forward.
the chance Andrew Sample is actually only on his 2 legless rope climbs and still has 9 thrusters. Oh! You could see Andrew just miss that legless rope climb. He was so close to the top.
I'll give you a tip. We are down to decimals. 3 decimal places for the split time for the chip timer between O'Brien and Newman.
Wow.
We are going 3 decimal places.
Wow.
It is tight. Newman, 3:18.883. Bailey O'Brien, 3:18.910. That's ridiculous. You cannot get any closer, can you?
No.
So 3:18.910 for Bailey O'Brien. Wow. Things are getting out of control here. Can't wait for the after party. About 35
Andrew
seconds
Sample.
left.
Oh. This is when it gets so painful.
Mitchell Case done under time cap, and looks like he will be the only one. George Rodriguez having trouble with that last one as well. Grip failing. We've seen the best in the world struggle at this movement with grip fatigue.
It's one of those things, you know, you go before you're ready and you waste an effort, and it is absolutely devastating to your time. Andrew Sample having a little fun with the crowd. It is the 7th and final event. You might as well.
Why wouldn't you? Rodriguez and Sample embrace. But great effort. And
Good for them.
How about the time between 1 and 2? 3:18.9, 3:18.8.
Well, now here's what the athletes in the next couple of heats need to remember.
Go 3:17.
Well, exactly. You're not just racing everybody in your heat, right? Jeremy, you are racing against everybody in your field. And so, you know, if we watch somebody trot into the finish because they're leading their heat, but miss beating Isaac Newman by 0.3 of a second, I'm going to be very disappointed.
0.08. 1v2. Crazy.
Event 7. That was the 3rd heat that just took the floor for their final event of the Down Under Championships. And the race was on early on between Luke Fowler, Bailey O'Ryan, and Isaac Newman. But at the end, it was a sprint to the finish with both Isaac Newman and Bailey O'Brien sliding in, and Isaac Newman beating out Bailey O'Brien by 0.3 of a second.
Now heat 1 of the females about to hit the floor. We're going to change things up a little bit.
Okay.
We'll bring the gentlemen back for the last heat of the day for the individuals. But heat 1 for the females. The regional 16.7. And I do see some redemption now for Courtney Fitzharris.
Courtney Fitzharris. It must be Sunday. Courtney Fitzharris put up a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds back in 2016. We saw a valiant effort from Courtney on the last event.
You know what she said to me when she came up before we were off air? She goes, I've never been able to do it, like ever. And she
With
did
the
it for
handstand.
And she did it for the first time today.
Whoa, I just
hey, we got that again. Yeah,
there's that chicken skin again. Such an inspiring performance from Courtney Fitzharris. Never gave up. And in fact, got a PB on her handstand obstacle walk.
Exactly. Underway for heat number 1 of the females. Athletes 6 minutes ahead of them, and that is it for their weekend. Bridget Corcoran, who has been one of those young ladies who has really opened my eyes again. We see that every time at competition, but it's all about, for me, efficient movement patterns and getting coached the right way. She's down at Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne, and they have sent teams to the games year after year after year from this competition floor. Even Benji Schwartz competed in the team one year and took his whole team over with him.
Too many athletes now, you know, they see the CrossFit Games.
They're in a rush.
They want to do all the sexy stuff soon, and they forget to master those fundamentals, and it's going to come back to bite you. I can promise you that. So if you didn't watch the games this year, then you might not have learned your lesson. You must master the basics first. Courtney Fitzharris, you see an interesting rope climb style, not using those hips. She kind of stays in a tight little ball, quick little strokes of those arms. If you have the upper body pulling strength, it can be less fatiguing metabolically, but much more taxing muscularly. So we'll see. She's got 2 rope climbs down, 1 to go.
I wonder if she sits back and goes, I know what I did last time. Maybe looking at that's probably not the best thing to do.
Could be.
But she's done, and she's done first, and she'll move on to the 15 thrusters, and time not too bad for Courtney Fitzharris. And even if you equal your time, that's okay too.
That's a win.
But she was so appreciative of this Wynn Stadium crowd after the previous event, number 6, when things didn't go her way, but didn't give up.
I was just upset that everybody in Wynn Stadium decided to cut onions at the same time. It's the oddest thing.
Well, what happened is they opened the back door and all the sand from the beach came in and got into our eyes. Georgia Otto having a break right next to Courtney Fitzharris on the far left of the screen. Fitzharris done, 2.5 minutes down.
She makes her way over to the rope. Probably a little chalk up first.
Beck Glenister, third athlete. Another athlete in red. I seriously didn't get the memo.
Again, I think if these ladies can remember to jump up the rope a little bit, even if you get a little run at that rope.
Game of inches, really.
Exactly. It's just 2 less pulls, possibly.
Bridget Corcoran and also Courtney Fitzharris climbing the rope. Fairly similar technique in that almost half L-sit position.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of that is that without even probably knowing it, you're trying to get everything closer to your center of mass. The further away things are from your center of mass, the harder it is to move, the closer things can be. And think of your center of mass, Jeremy, as your belly button. So if I bend my knees and bring my knees in tight, then all of my weight is closer to the center of my mass and a little easier to move.
Corcoran, Stoltz, 2 athletes finishing up their 15 reps. Nunda, Rip, failing. Fitzharris, she'll come back for her 9. It's not going to be faster than her previous time in 2016. But she's level pegging with Georgia Otto from Balcatta Legion, Perth, Western Australia. And now this is where things really start to speed up. You got 9 thrusters, 1 rope climb.
I got to tell you, if these athletes chalk up, it better be so quick. It's a quick jog to that rope, maybe a quick chalk up. I'd probably just rub your hands on the ground. Big jump, this is it.
Otto, Fitzharris. Otto getting, Georgia Otto.
I love the little leg movement Georgia Otto has.
Oh, she was about half an inch short at the top with an extra grab, but it won't matter. She's going to get down, leap her bar, and get in at 5:05. Georgia Otto. Fitzharris. Oh,
no rep.
There's those crucial no reps. The legs were together at the top. The same thing Zeke Grove got done back in 2016.
Oh, it's so hard too. You're at the top of the rope. You're at the end of your line.
Now,
you just want to grab it.
Courts. No point arguing about it. Let's get up the rope and get it done. There's only 30 seconds left as well. And probably not the finish that Courtney Fitzharris wanted. Corcoran with a no rep. Fitzharris going for it. The last opportunity. And no gas.
What a bummer for Courtney Fitzharris.
Not a good
so
day.
Close
3
on that
for
final rep.
Courtney Fitzharris. But Georgia Otto getting the job done. 5:05.
Unofficially.
Unofficially, of course, until we get our chip timers through. Make sure you check out all the details on Comp Corner. And thanks for joining us wherever you are, or right around the country or New Zealand or anywhere else, in fact. Including if you're still up in the States, you're doing it tough if you're still up.
If you're still up in the States, it's somewhere between 7 and 10 p.m. right now.
What's that all? Well, that's not too bad.
On Saturday, that is.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, stay up. Stay up.
Yeah, stay up. We
got
plenty
the
more
Elite
coming your
Individual
way.
Event 7. Final heat's about to come. Final event for these ladies in Heat 1 of the Elite Ladies. Courtney Fitzharris was ahead early on with very efficient rope climbs, but it was Georgia Otto who would come out the victor in Heat 1 of Event 7 with an unofficial time of 5:05. Courtney Fitzharris so close, but her judge no repping that final legless rope climb. We move on to Heat 2.
Heat 2, which brings us a number of athletes who are looking for a bit of redemption, including Lucy Clark. That obstacle handstand walk proving difficult for her as well. Monique Sims, another one who battled along with Courtney Fitzharris. But this is Event 7, which is Regionals 16.7.
Otherwise known as 21 thrusters at 30 kilos, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and then of course a sprint. And I will reiterate, sprint to the finish.
Lucy Clark, MSD Fitness. MSD, one of our Tasmanian affiliates.
I did not know that.
There you go. Learn something new every day.
I've learned
Yeah,
about
you know what?
10 things new every day. I love it down here.
Well, yeah, that's why we live here. It's great.
Because you get to teach me new things.
You know, Tasmania is not a state either. It's a territory.
Territory.
Territory. Territory. We've got 3 territories in Australia.
They
Australian Capital Territory,
Territory.
which is the capital, Canberra. We've got Northern Territory, which is where the top-end Trouble team are from.
Okay.
And our MC Kobe Head's affiliate, CrossFit Abode. He's up in Darwin as well, in the Northern Territory. And the rest are states.
Got it.
I want you to memorise all of those, and you'll have an exam at the afterparty. Morgan Gray, eyes are focused. It's funny how once athletes get underway, there's ways of addressing a thruster. There's the athletes that sprint and set, and there's those that goes, oh,
yeah,
thrusters, come on, get out of my life.
Get out of my life. All these ladies making quick work of the first 21 thrusters. See a couple of them with a little pause overhead, an opportunity to take a breath. Some of these ladies are pulling this bar down back into that front rack position. And then there's a few ladies like Morgan Gray who actually put the bar down purposefully, breaking up this first set of 21, trying to save the grip, save the breath as they head into their 3 legless rope climbs. Lucy Clark, the first one up that rope.
Oh, you use that
Yep.
adversity from the previous event as fire to fuel yourself, to bring yourself home strong. And that's an interesting one.
Not only that,
Chalk.
she's doing a good job of using those legs a little bit to help propel her up the rope.
Throwing the chalk in the crop top. I haven't seen that for a while. Saves.
Saves bending over, saves reaching
But
around.
you've got a little chalk receptacle just next to you. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just reach over and grab it. Unless she wants to use it for thrusters as well. Oh, Lucy Clark.
Yeah,
There's
barely
another
making
one.
that second one.
And the fact that they've got time to go and talk to their judge means they're not going to be rushing to get these three done. A guy that did rush in 2016 was Khan Porter, 2:27. Like, that's crazy.
Yep.
And considering Zeke Grove got 2:40 with a no rep, so he's done an extra rope climb, 2:40s.
Right.
Awesome.
Yep.
And he spent about 20 seconds arguing with his judge too.
We've we've yet to see any of these athletes, male or female, do this event in less than 3 minutes. Of course, we've saved the best two heats of one heat of men, one heat of women for last. So it doesn't
Lucy
mean it won't
Clark,
be done.
great job. Oh no, another one. Legs together at the top, clamping, and has been nailed for it. Emily Clements getting unscathed after the 3 rope climbs, and all out on her own as we hit the halfway point of our 7th and final event, of our 3rd and final day here at the Down Under Championship. Wynn Stadium at Wollongong reignites, and it ignited last night at the snatch ladder. Morgan Gray, Monique Sims, all pulling up side by side on the left side of your screen. Emily Clements will be the first one to finish. She's on the right-hand side in a purple top.
I like the slow, purposeful walk back to the rope.
Almost strut, you could say. Righto, rope. What do we got? Let's
Emily-
meet again twice.
Emily can't take her foot off the gas, though. She's got just over 2 minutes to finish this. That sounds like a lot, Jeremy, but those legless rope climbs, you can need a little extra rest in between those. So
The easier it reads, the harder it is. Carrie Freestone, bottom of screen. She is ripping through this second set of thrusters. Emily Clements up the rope again. Now Lucy Clark failing that rep again.
Oh, and Emily Clements failing her first attempt at that legless rope climb. Again, that is such a costly no rep.
Now, if you haven't done an event, I'm not talking this particular event, we're talking about the Down Under Championship or Torian Pro or regionals or that sort of level or the CrossFit Games, that accumulation of
Yep.
fatigue, if you have not
Yep.
trained that, it is going to jump up and bite you.
Yep.
Matt Fraser found out exactly how hard that was. Rich Froning did the same. But if you haven't trained that increase of fatigue over a couple of days, it's going to jump up and take you by surprise, and that's when the frustration starts to kick in.
And I think you can mimic these things like a regionals or something in your own training at home in your home gym where you do a long weekend, 3 days of grueling workouts. But here's what you don't get, Jeremy. You don't get that nervous system, those nerves that you have to deal with, and that can be so taxing on just your overall fatigue levels. So if you haven't been in competition and you don't know what it's like to feel that kind of nervous system fatigue, there's only one way to do it, and that's to do it.
Test it out. 20
Look
seconds to go in our
Morgan's
time cap, and these ladies. Morgan, will she have time for a couple of reps? You better hurry. Two reps for Morgan Gray.
good effort. Good effort.
You talked that nervous system, and we saw the nervous system shut down on Lucy Clark and Courtney Fitzharris and Alice Scott. throughout the weekend.
Right.
That's hard to train.
You can't.
That's pressure, and it's just implodes, and you can't control it.
You cannot mimic it. The only way to know what competition is going to do to your nervous system is to compete, to come to an event like the Down Under Championships, even local events, and go through the experience of having to psych up again and again, and on a day 3, on a Sunday when you're tired and you're sore and you're hurting and you don't want to psych up for a workout. It's forcing yourself to do that. It's the only way to get that experience. You see some of the mistakes being made. You see some people with the experience. Morgan Gray right there with some beautiful kip swings on that final few pulls on the rope climb. And that is what got her to that final set of thrusters. But unable to beat Georgia Otto in the previous heat, who put down unofficial time of 5:04. Can somebody in this third heat of ladies top her time? Could it be Alice Scott, Jeremy?
Hey, that was timely, wasn't it? Alice Scott coming on the floor. Now keep your eye on Ellie Hutchins as well, one of our taller athletes and one of our lighter athletes as well. Georgia Wellsman on screen right there. More blonde hair. And can Daisy back it up? 2 events in a row. And local favourite, Abby Carvel. I think we've got some Abby Carvel fans down in front of us.
They're too focused on Abby right now to hear us.
Yeah, we got some Abby Carvel people just down here. One of the local girls here.
Right there.
Fitness Alley. All smiles. She'll be smiling in about 6 minutes too. The weekend's done.
Exactly. Let
Not
the
too
beers
far
flow.
away. That's it. The last event of the Down Under Championship for these ladies is event number 7. It's regionals, 16.7.
21 thrusters at 30 kilograms, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the finish. And if it sounds easy, it's anything but.
I would love this event if you take out the thrusters.
You like legless rope climbs?
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind them.
I'd rather do legless than rope climbs.
Really?
That's weird. I like them.
How
I'm not.
come?
Obviously, you run out of them, but I like doing them because it's a good test of strength.
And do you kip them, or are you more strict?
No. Strict or nothing. Strict everything.
Is it a strength thing, like you're so strong you don't
Upper
have
body.
to, or is it a coordination thing, like you're so uncoordinated you can't?
My legs are that small that I've got no body weight below my hips, so it's really easy upper body. Underway for heat number 3, the individual women.
And you saw right there, Talia Jordan, one of those athletes that decided to put the bar down, purposefully break up this set of 21.
Well, we saw it with Curtis Jackson, and he didn't get the heat win, but he got a very respectable time. Hutchins, boom, first set, done. Thanks for coming. I'm back to the rope, but she's definitely going to be one to watch in this event. One of the up-and-coming athlete. Oh,
There
wow.
we go.
There you go. Good
That's
girl.
how you use your legs on a rope climb. Just because you can't use them by hooking them on the rope doesn't mean you don't use them by swinging them for momentum. Good on you, Ellie Hutchins.
So Ellie spending no time on this rope. Oh, and you said it about Easy Muhammad before, and the max jump you can get and the distance between your hands, you're spending less time on the rope.
Exactly.
It's a massive benefit.
Exactly. Time under tension, Jeremy. The less time you can be on that rope, the better off you are. Ellie Hutchins already on her 3rd and final rope climb of this first round.
Hutchins back now to her 15 thrusters. 8 heats coming for event number 7, the old regional 16.7. And Hutchins looking picture perfect.
Here's the other thing I like about Ellie. We saw some of the athletes really popping up onto their toes, almost like a high wall ball or a super heavy thruster. Ellie's staying flat-footed. She's doing the minimum amount of work she needs to do. 30 kilos is not heavy for these ladies. Don't do more than you have to get that bar overhead.
But that's what sucks you in, the lightweight. I'd rather do a heavyweight friend than a lightweight friend because lightweight would make you feel so much worse.
Yeah.
But Peter Hansen moving to the bar, Georgia Welsman on screen now.
I love the look on, is that Daisy McDonald? I love the look.
Daisy's just on the right-hand
Sorry,
side.
that was Georgia.
Georgia Welsman,
I love the look on her face. It's the look of boredom. And I don't know if you remember an athlete by the name of Mel Ockerby. She was CrossFit New England. And if you remember, there was an event where each teammate had to take one of the benchmark workouts.
Remember that final, amazing final.
Yep, and Mel Ockerby did Fran. And I'll never forget, I looked at her and I was like, she looks bored out of her mind. And you know what that was?
Relaxation.
Exactly. Zero tension in the face, zero tension in the neck.
I'll tell you who's got no tension in her body whatsoever. If she shakes her arms out, is Ellie Hutchins, moving now to the third and final set of thrusters. She has ripped this to shreds.
Look at the tempo she's doing this final set of thrusters with. So well executed.
And this is what we've been waiting to see from the female side of competition.
Yep. So Georgia Otto put up a time of 5:05.
That's going to get smashed right now.
Assuming Ellie does not get a no rep on this final legless rope climb, she will absolutely annihilate that time.
Peter Hansen,
great jump.
Second athlete to the barbell as Hutchins descends from that rope, and quick too. Ellie Hutchins, what a great finish and fast time as well. Unofficial time, 4:06.
Like a gazelle down that field.
I like that.
Do they have gazelles in Australia?
I don't think so.
Now they do.
We have. We've got one. Her name is Ellie Hutchins. We keep that gazelle in Adelaide, South Australia. Peter Hansen, the last rope climb. She's gone to the kip. Hips up high. But what I like is those elbows are staying close to her body.
Yep.
Peter Hansen.
Here goes Peter.
Plus 6'4". The 6'4" Army representing strong Peter Hansen.
Unofficial time of about 4:45 right there.
Julia Hannaford going at it as Georgia Welsman stares down the rope. Welsman for the final time. Again, another athlete with the kip and another athlete keeping the elbows tight. I like it. One kip, two pulls. Another great technique. Georgia Welsman. CrossFit chocolate box.
CrossFit chocolate box.
Oh,
I want to be a part of that.
I don't.
Is there a CrossFit Tim Tam box?
We haven't had one yet. Hannaford going for it. Can she get down in time?
What a great tap by Julia Hannaford. She's got time. Great leap, great effort from Julia Hannaford.
10 seconds to go.
Yes.
Abby Carvel is not going to get up that final rope climb to finish off her 3. And things speeding up, heat by heat. And Hutchins giving us something to chase now.
Ellie Hutchins with an unofficial time of 4:06. 4:08 is actually her official time.
Talia Jordan smiling once again. Gosh, she has a good time on the floor. Are you a smiler on the floor, or are you like a serious face?
What do you think?
I think you're very, very... No. You couldn't be serious if your life depended on it.
I think you're right
Same
there.
here.
Ellie Hutchins was absolutely perfect in that event. Final event, 7 thrusters and rope climbs. She used her length on the rope. She had a quick but efficient kip on those legless rope climbs. She was smooth on her thrusters, not doing any more work than she had to. And the gazelle of Ellie Hutchins comes in, 4 minutes and 8 seconds. We now come over to our final heat of women, where not only is there going to be a tight race on the floor, Jeremy, there is an extremely tight race on the leaderboard.
I reckon it's going to be slow. Just going to take their time. Just chill out.
You want to call Vegas and put some wagers on that?
Let's not. Things about to get out of control here. And our Heat 4 heat list. And Lividatakis, can she go? That progression continue upwards. Maddie Sturt with some damage control to do.
Lividatakis, who moved herself into second place in event 6. She's just 3 points behind Maddie Sturt. Remember, Lividatakis was the only female to go unbroken on all the ring muscle-ups, so we know she's got great upper body strength. Can she put it together with those thrusters at the end of the weekend? Could she overtake Maddie Sturt? Can Lauren Fisher secure her spot in third place, only 8 points ahead of Grace Walton?
Well, that's it. It's only 6 points from Lauren Fisher to Maddie Sturt. If Lauren goes quick here and wins the event, things are going to shake out
If we
massively.
look back to 2016, Maddie Sturt put up a time of 4:03. Lauren Fisher put up a time of 4:50. So it's still anybody's game out there.
Oh, athletes jiggling their legs, got ants in their pants. The pressure mounting. Lauren Fisher, stoic. She got the green memo for today too.
Oh, what an outfit. That is beautiful.
Sturt, can she do it? Can she protect the lead?
See the lady who's chasing her down right there on the left-hand side of your screen, Christina Lividatakis.
And the right with Lauren Fisher as we get underway for the final heats of the individual females. This is heat number 4, Down Under Championship, day 3 of competition. We are back in Wollongong at Wynn Stadium. It's been a minute, and it's been a minute since this event has happened here. 2016 was the last time this was on the competition floor, and 2 ladies on the floor were part of that. One here and one over in the US.
These ladies are ripping through this first set of 21 thrusters, but it's Maddie Sturt running to that first rope climb.
And almost the cycle. Lividatakis doing the same thing. This is going to be quick. Gemma Hoke going up. Georgia Pryor is very good at rope climbs in lane 8. Keep your eyes on her. She's in the white and the blonde hair. Sturt done for 2. Lividatakis not too far away. Pryor, Hoke in 7 and 8. Matching rope climbs as Sturt progresses.
I love the little
this is
swing
going
of
to
the
be
legs.
quick from Maddie Sturt. Talk about wanting the pressure, because this is the pressure you're going to need next year at the Torium Pro. Oh, she's put on a big lead between her and Christina Lividatakis.
Christina having to do some big kips at the end of that third rope climb. She's got some ground to make up if she's going to catch Maddie.
Sturt, less than 5 to go. Marnie Sykes, the far end, far left of screen, trying to play some catch up. Georgia Pryor making a move now. Georgia Pryor, bottom of screen, ripping through these thrusters. But it is the Maddie Sturt show right now. And she's going to prove to not just everyone here, but to herself, that she can go quicker than 4:03. We've just hit the 2-minute mark. Van Ziel just coming back to her thrusters now. Lividatakis has slowed down. Hoke, Pryor on their way with Marnie Sykes. Maddie Sturt.
Some bigger kips now from Maddie.
Maddie Sturt.
But no failed reps.
A mission. The last 9 reps with the barbell. 1 rep on the rope. We are going to see a fast time here from Maddie Sturt. I'm going to guess at about 3 minutes 25 to 30.
Maddie lost a little ground in that event 6. She's making
bored.
all of it up. Bored like good old Mel Lockerbie.
Bored like good bored. I'll tell you what, she's not going to be bored when she's sitting on top of the podium. But Sturt taking time. She just needs to finish ahead of everyone else. That's it.
Well, and specifically ahead of Christina Livitakis.
But that's all she needs to do. She doesn't have to beat anybody else in the other heats. She just needs to save everyone else here. But she wants to go quick.
And there it is.
And here we go.
Yes.
People on their feet.
Sturt.
Maddie Sturt finishing up the final event and a win here at the Down Under Championship. Welcome back.
Not only beating the rest of her field, beating the 2016 Maddie Sturt, who finished that event in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. She crushed that by over 30 seconds right there.
Hoke going back to her last rope climb. Prior 9 reps. Sykes about to finish her reps. But Maddie Sturt, an absolutely outstanding performance. Just got a message from our old school legend down here, Alethea Boone. And Alethea Boone, record still holds as Gemma Hoke bounces back.
That was a
from event
big
number 6.
move from Gemma Hoke right there. Christina Livitakis is still...
Failed that last rope climb. That's crucial.
This is crucial.
Now that is not staying in your own lane, which is just going to come down to experience. Now Lauren Fisher resting as well. She's only on her 15 thrusters. Van Zyl moving forward now. Sykes will be the next to finish, or will it be Pryor?
The other athlete to keep your eyes on is Grace Walton. She's finished her second of 2 legless rope climbs. She's just now advancing her bar for the 9. So, Jeremy, really anything could happen on this leaderboard except for Maddie Sturt. She has secured her first place finish.
Sykes failing. Pryor gets it done. Georgia Pryor, another great competition from her. And she just broke the 40-meter sprint record inside Wynn Stadium.
So not only are we needing to look at where these ladies are finishing within this heat, but there's other ladies, namely Ellie Hutchins and Peta Hansen, that...
Livitakis now. She's going to come second in the 40-meter sprint.
That was big for Livitakis.
15 seconds remaining.
She finished ahead of Lauren Fisher, who's still on the rope and unable to complete that rope climb. Wow.
What an epic contest. But it was Maddie Sturt against the old Maddie Sturt.
Bettering her time by almost 30 seconds from 2016. But most importantly, bettering the field right when she needed to. Christina Livitakis was within 3 points of snatching that title from Maddie Sturt at the Down Under Championships. But it was Sturt who was just flawless. So efficient on those rope climbs, securing her spot atop the podium.
30-second improvement. Yeah, it's been a while. We're talking 6 years. But you've got to think about the distance. You've got to think point A to point B.
And the load of work that these athletes have done leading up to this, and I'm not saying that they didn't do a heavy amount of workload in 2016 regionals, but I have a feeling these athletes are a little more taxed this weekend than they were. Again, this is the 7th event versus 6th event, so.
And no reps proving absolutely crucial. Sturt, crowd favorite here.
Are those Tim Tams she's throwing out?
No, they look like they're frog grips, I think. That's a good one to get. They're worth about $70. Now, keep your eye on Zeke Grove. We're talking about redemption.
Redemption. Yep.
So Zeke 2 minutes 40.
2 minutes 40 seconds.
How about knowing that you can go 2 minutes 40 with a rope climb, no rep? So you can go 2 minutes 20. We're going to see a quick time here.
Will it be quicker than Con
What
Porter's
about-
2:27?
I don't think it will be. What about Sneaky Pete?
Ooh.
There's one for you.
Will he sneak up on us again?
No, he won't sneak up on us. We'll be ready for him. But Zeke Grove, he knows what he has to do. And is he better than 6 years ago? Event 7, this is regionals, 16.7.
21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters at 45 kilos for these gents, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, sprint to the finish, no errors, no big deal.
NBD, we say in the biz, no big deal. Jay Crouch. Wow. Was in sprinting stance. I want to see if Jay Crouch has got a Khan Porter, you legend, in him. And Jay Crouch's thrusters, wowzer. He's going super quick.
As is Jake Douglas right next to him, and Zeke Grove. Zeke Grove taking advantage of being a smaller stature athlete. This is when it pays to have smaller limbs.
Wait for the bars to go down. It's going to be Jay Crouch. Oh, it's going to be Zeke Grove.
Douglas. Big biceps Douglas.
Oh, Jake Douglas, he's going quick. Zeke Grove rested a millisecond. He wants this 2:27 record from Khan Porter to prove.
Big jump.
Oh, the quickest chalking you've ever seen from
Smart.
Zeke Grove. Oh, Zeke, he's
Make
going after this. Ah, yes, sirree. Come on.
Can you beat yourself, Zeke Grove?
Jay Crouch, 3 seconds behind. Jake Douglas coming. Peter Ellis coming. Oh, the race. But we've seen the first 3 aren't the issue. It's the round of 2 rope climbs where people are coming unstuck.
Are we going to see another 0.3 of a second separation between all of these athletes?
Well, they're giving you your USA baseball slide finish.
We saw it in Heat 3 between Isaac Newman and Bailey O'Brien.
Jay Crouch, here he comes.
Zeke chalking up en route. Hands already on the rope.
We're 90 seconds already. 1 rope climb, 1 to go for Zeke Grove. He's got to chalk quick. He's got to get to the last thrusters. Jay Crouch is done with his first of 2. Jake Douglas, Pete Ellis, 1 for 1. Zeke
still looking so fast on that rope climb.
Zeke done with his 2. 9 reps on the thruster. He's not going to go faster than Khan Porter. Sneaky Pete.
Oh,
here he comes.
He's done it again.
No, we got him this time. Pete Ellis, Jay Crouch, Zeke Grove. Oh, these thrusters are out of control fast. We thought we had a tough job. How about the judges?
Oh,
Pete
look
Ellis.
at Pete Ellis.
Here we go.
His rope is still swinging from the last time.
Pete Ellis. Oh, this is going to be a sprint finish.
Oh.
Zeke Grove, here he comes.
Oh.
Pete Ellis is going to take event number 7 in 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Zeke Grove in about 2:55. Jay Crouch will cement a win at the Down Under Championship with a 3rd place in this heat. Jake Douglas will finish 4th, and Harry Debenham not too far behind them either. But what a race we have just seen, and
I have chicken skin.
Sneaky Pete Ellis. We
started it.
Hey, we got caught out once. It wasn't going to happen again.
Great job. How about Jake Douglas hanging on to the rope and hanging on most likely to that 2nd place position? But it was Sneaky Pete Ellis that snuck in for that event win.
Clint Cole finishing things up. And the Frenchman over the line.
Super impressive performance again from Sneaky Pete Ellis. Just enough to hang on to that third place position. Finishing off a great performance here at the Down Under Championships. All of these elite individual athletes have now finished their competition. What a competition it was. Jay Crouch setting the lead early and keeping that lead. But we knew there was going to be a big race between lanes 3 and 6 on this final event. Zeke Grove, Jake Douglas, Jay Crouch, Peter Ellis going rep for rep. But it was Pete Ellis running to the running to the rope for that final legless rope climb, getting it just a little bit faster than Zeke Grove. An event win for Pete Ellis, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. What an effort from Pete Ellis. Zeke Grove coming in second place on that event. Little bit too little too late, but Jake Douglas should hang on to his second place position. We're gonna now throw down to Jeremy Austin, who's standing by with some phenomenal athletes.
And wait for it. Hey, Sneaky Pete Ellis. How are you, buddy?
Good, mate. That was awesome.
Mate, you snuck up on us in one of the earlier events because you were down in this lane and we couldn't see you on broadcast, and you popped out of nowhere, but we got you at the last second. So from that moment, Annie Sakamoto has called you Sneaky Pete. You didn't sneak up on us that time because we were ready and waiting for you. Competing against athletes like Jay Crouch and Zeke Grove, you've done it before at the Torian Pro, but how does it feel to be on the competition floor here in Wollongong, where everything really started for the regional semi-final competition?
It's so amazing. I've been watching these boys for years compete here. And I've wanted to be here on the floor for so many years. It's so good to compete with them now. I feel like I've worked so hard for this. It's just so good to be out there with everyone else and being a competitor.
We've seen plenty of emotion. There's some emotion coming out of you now. There've been plenty of tears on the floor. Your nervous system's absolutely shot. You've emptied the tank. Mate, do you want a beer?
I'll have a beer, mate.
All right. Now, should he neck this beer? Win Stadium, should he get rid of this beer? Lee. All right, let's go. Let's get rid of that beer. Sneaky Pete Ellis, Pete Blackslands. He did that beer in the same time he just did event number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sneaky Pete Ellis. Individual competition now finished off. Team competition still coming, so stay tuned to the broadcast. We've got more action coming here from Wynn Stadium. Down Under Championship, day 3, nearly there, but a few things to do too soon coming up next.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
an enjoyable 2.5 days so far here. Wynn Stadium. Wollongong is the venue. We are back. The spiritual home of CrossFit here in the Oceania region. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. And we've seen some amazing performances. Blood, sweat and tears, and plenty of tears from Pete Ellis getting that Event 7 finished. And our elite men have hit the floor in the team's competition, and Men at Work only a 10-point lead. Back to the Down Underdogs, the Men at Work team. Noah, Saxon and Chandler, the Down Underdogs of Ricky, Khan and Matt. Matt DeLugos, for those of you who don't know, flying in from Las Vegas. And can the Men at Work get to work and put this one away? This is the final event. 16.7 in the team of 3. First team member will do 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs. Our second team member will split it up and do a little bit more work, and then the final team member will do exactly what the individuals have just completed. Annie, can you believe the emotion in Pete Ellis? Someone was cutting onions down there on the floor, like right next to him.
I can't believe he chugged that beer after that event. I mean, I almost gagged up here just watching him do it.
But what a weekend for Pete Ellis.
So good.
But
it was so awesome.
But to see what he puts into this and see what he gets out of this,
for sure.
It's just awesome.
And hard to finish that, you know, with that kind of a sprint effort at the very end of such a long, grueling weekend. So to see him absolutely charge the finish was great. Final event for the teams right now. 3 different variations of what we've already seen, and that would be one teammate will do 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs. Another teammate gets to do 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs. And then the final teammate will do exactly what we just saw the individuals do, and that is 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 rope climb. So all the same amount of workout of thrusters and rope climbs. These athletes just get to choose which variation they'll send their members through.
Now, Annie Sakamoto.
Yes, Jeremy Austin.
Can I ask you a question?
Are we on like a double name basis now?
Yes. What's your middle name?
Kimiko.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Well, that goes with your
Instagram handle?
And also your email address.
Well, there you go. What is yours?
What do you think it is?
Jeremy.
It's random.
Jeremy Random Austin.
Touche. Philip.
Philip.
1 L or 2?
Well, because you asked, it must be 1.
It's double.
Ah.
Boom. See, there you go.
All right.
Now,
Moving
the
on.
question,
What
the
were you
question I'm going to
ask
ask
me?
you, you're in the team, which one would you prefer to do? 45 thrusters for me would not be pleasant.
No, I agree.
So you think we're thinking forward now to the elite male and female teams? We've got the male team Men at Work, and we've got Down Underdogs. How do you think they're going to strategize, both teams?
Well, Down Underdogs, I'm going to assume Khan's going to take that anchored leg.
He's got to.
Right?
Honestly, he has to, and we're going to put a timer on him.
And does the crowd want to see it any other way? He's going to let us all down if he doesn't take it.
You know who's going to do the first one, I reckon?
Who?
I reckon Ricky.
Yeah, and that's a meaty ask, so it seems like Ricky really would be the appropriate person for that leg of it. 45 in a row and then 6 rope climbs in a row.
I think Matt would be well suited to do that middle leg.
Right.
Now, what about the Men at Work team. Our first team's finishing up.
Men at Work, I think Saxon might take the first leg. What do you think? I think Noah's going to take the final leg.
You think?
Yeah, I think he could be quick at that. No?
I was thinking maybe Chandler to kick things off. 45 thrusters for him would be
Nothing.
nothing. But then, yeah, you might be right. Saxon might be the right choice there.
So now the athletes on the floor that we see are doing 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, 15 thrusters, and then 2 legless rope climbs. The boys sending their first teammate over the line. It's a great visual on the floor. We see the numbering, 45, then the 30-15 breakdown, and then the 21-59. Easy for us as spectators to know right where these teams are. Something that some of the earlier athletes, I heard some of the Masters athletes mention, was how slippery that rope felt. Much slipperier than other ropes that they've used. And
But do you know why?
no.
One reason why they're slippery.
Why?
Do you know why at all? No?
No.
They're brand new. They've got no blood, sweat, and tears on them
yes.
yet. Like you've got
Literally,
your
yeah,
ones at the affiliate that they get a lot of chalk and they get a lot of skin and that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And they get grippier as they get older in age. So when
Definitely.
you've got brand new ropes, guys here walking around with beers. Their after party's starting early. They didn't
Can you blame them?
They didn't invite us, Annie Sakamoto.
Can you blame them? Their
I do
their
not blame them
athlete,
at all.
Abby Carville, is done. They're ready to celebrate.
TBC done. Athletes having to.
You know, it's when you wonder, I mean, is it almost a little better to do those legless rope climbs when the rope is a little more slippery? It's when you start to get your feet in and the rope feels slippery that it can be so frustrating. Often, if a rope is a little bit slipperier, slipperier?
Let's go with more slippery because we don't want to go down a slipperier slope than we have to.
I think legless, believe it or not, can almost be easier.
Eight minutes down. You've got to think the third athlete, they are waiting a fair chunk of time.
Mm-hmm.
And standing around for this long, especially when your
It's not
body's
easy.
been through the ringer, you'd expect them to probably be doing a lot more warm-up work than they're doing right now.
Right. What would you do for warm-up back there?
Me, the normal warm-up I do.
Burpees?
3, 2, 1, let's go. That is my warm-up.
Well, then they're doing exactly what you recommend.
It's a quick one. And the guys and girls in the individual competition sitting down below the rig, just watching on. Zeke Grove having a look. Georgia Pryor down there as well. She's in the white just near the guys in the Carve OGs. Zeke obviously down there for his Carve OGs because it is his gym.
You're supposed to be on that team.
Joel Munro finishing things off, and Alex Buckley now coming onto the floor. And they are your leaders in heat number 1. Elite teams for the men. Buckley.
We're just over
Thrusters
halfway
so
through
good.
the 16-minute time cap.
Thrusters for Buckley, not an issue. Buckley finished with the first 21. Judge Graham Beath, go that way, he says.
Walk that way. Maybe that'll be my karaoke song tonight.
That's it. And Cole under the rope with the Carve OGs. Big thank you to our volunteers and our judges. Everyone who's made the Down Under Championship such an amazing couple of days. The whole staff from HQ as well. Ed Morrison, Alice Hogan, organising the affiliate gathering on Thursday as well. It's just been one of the best weeks the community has had in such a long time.
And this community is so deserving of it. We heard Tia say earlier, you know, the Aussies, the Kiwis, everybody down here, they're such hard workers as athletes. You can see they're such hard workers as affiliate owners, volunteers.
Look, I know it must be difficult being in the States because there's 52 states, yes?
52?
I don't know.
50.
50, righto.
I thought there was another quiz. And
you got too many anyway. But because everything's so spread out, there's so many different areas,
Yeah.
regions, that sort of stuff. TBC finishing off. It must be difficult to sort of get that close-knit community feel like we've got down here with Australia, New Zealand, Pacific Islands.
It's definitely different. It's so spread out. Our local Santa Cruz community of affiliates is pretty tight.
That would be very tight.
Yep. But outside of Santa Cruz, it's not quite as close-knit.
Well, you feel that at the games as well. Remember in LA, Carson, for the games?
Yep.
Everyone finishes and just spreads out
Yep.
and goes their way because
Yep.
LA's obviously massive. But you go to Madison and everyone's there, and then you finish the day and you go out to dinner and you see everybody in the streets having dinner, at the pubs, doing whatever.
Right.
And it's that closer knit feel that we experience down here all the time.
And we are a group that is based on community, based on being together, so super important.
Mesomorphic, 2 athletes in, 1 to go as the Carve OGs, 10 reps remaining. And I wonder if Zeke had a hand in which order his team members went in.
Final rope climb for Carve OGs, doing their honorary teammate Zeke Grove proud. They're going to set the time to beat on this trio team event, the 7th and final event for teams.
And Buckley bringing the Carve OGs home.
About 3 minutes under that 16-minute time cap.
The next team to possibly get finished is going to be TBC. Not to be confirmed, but the team TBC.
It's TBD if TBC will finish next.
Ocean Fitness Black. Final athletes for Ocean Fitness Black. Time ticking away, only 2 minutes left on our time cap. Les boys halfway through. When I say halfway, we're nearly done the halfway point of the thrusters, not the rope climbs. 45 reps for the last athlete, split up 21-15-9. The middle athlete, 30 and 15. And the first athlete having to do all 45. Oh, can you imagine?
And again, watching a lot of these athletes right now, Jeremy, I almost think the legless are a little bit easier on the rope climbs because these ropes are a little bit more slippery. Trying to get those feet on can almost be a distraction.
Under a minute before we hit the time cap on heat number 1. Mesomorphics on the right. The boys on the left. Time ticking away quickly. The TBC to be completed. And completed they are.
That was a good one.
And under the time cap with 20 seconds to go. And Luke Starr and Darren Shaw must be very happy with the performance of the Star Strength athletes this weekend. There has been a plethora of them.
Ooh.
Big word for a Sunday.
Les boys trying to put the finishing touches on theirs.
And the slow walk to the rope so you don't have to get up it again. I like that one. That's experience right there from Les boys.
Yep. Well, congratulations to all of these elite men's teams who have finished their weekend of competition. The Carvo G's right there in red that set the time to beat. 13:06 unofficially. Getting through quite a large amount of work. Each athlete doing some variation of 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs. Some of them legless, some of them with legs. Heat 1, you see teammate 1 set out 45 thrusters, which sounds like to me the worst part of this workout, and then 6 rope climbs with legs, tagging off to the round of 34-15, and then 2 legless rope climbs. That's where Carvo G's definitely made a move to pull ahead. They were able to get their third and final teammate on that barbell with plenty of time. Able to finish up with a time of 13:06 unofficially. Ocean Fitness Black, one of the other teams finishing up. And TBC. We're on to Heat 2 from the Down Under Championships, the 7th and final event for these elite men's teams. It's called the Trio.
It is. 16.7 Trio. We've got a 16.7 event from 2016 and a big mashup. Rob Forte in charge of the programming here at the Down Under Championship. And his team, Reebok CrossFit Frankston, in this heat. And the 16.7 Trio has 3 components.
First teammate, 45 thrusters before performing 6 rope climbs. Those can be with feet. And then they'll tag off to teammate number 2, who has to do 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs. Advance the bar forward for 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs. And that brings in teammate number 3, 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the pub to finish.
You know what they should have? They should have beers at the end of the arena, in the end of the corporate
Well,
boxes.
how did you get Sneaky Pete Ellis a beer?
Hey, I have my way.
That was not a Fit Aid he drank. All right, and we're off on the trio. Heat 2 of
40.
the elite men's team.
45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs. And our teams on the floor, Carbon Method, Rec Gym, Kirawee, CrossFit Botany.
If you were forced to take this leg of the heat, how would you break them up, Jeremy?
Well,
How would you break up the
I'm keeping my
thrusters?
eye on CrossFit Botany's Jaden Azapati, who was exceptional under the barbell yesterday. And I think Jaden is going to go 45 reps unbroken. When you say, do you mean that's going to really hurt?
Yeah.
Or, I don't think he can do 45 reps?
That's going to really hurt.
Okay, so he's just broken it up. Jaden Azapati next to
What?
Luke Spencer with no shirt and the green shorts. So Jaden's just to his left on screen. But he had about a 5-second break, sorry, Annie, and I think he got through about 30, so he might be doing the 30-15 split.
Yep. You know, another fun way to break this up. could
Fun
be-
way to break
Well,
it up.
listen,
Give you fun.
Watch this. 16, 15, 14. So 3 sets,
Ooh.
but not 15.
Negative splits, I
Eh?
like it.
Just psychologically what that could do for you, knowing you only have to do one less rep.
Azapati, 30-15 splits.
My good friend Kelly Greco is the master of splitting things up that way.
You know how I would do this? One.
The 45 by 1, that's one way to do it.
Might take a bit longer, but Azapati up the rope for Botany. First rip in the bag. Spencer for Reebok CrossFit. Frankston soon after. It's going to be a great battle with these teams. So reseeded after the previous 6 events. But this event could be in your wheelhouse because we haven't tested this event so far. As a party for 3, Spencer going up for his 3rd right now.
You can see a lot of the athletes starting to fill in behind that rig right there. Like we were talking about early, Jeremy. Fun to kind of be behind that rig, and you can see more fans filling in behind the rig now as well.
Spencer. Oh, the legs are not working. It's like a broken giraffe. And Pat O'Kane will get things underway for Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Your leaders taking the lead back from CrossFit Botany. 1 rep to go for Jaden Azapati. And you're right, Annie. Jaden in the background struggling to get his feet locked in with the slippery rope.
Is it better at that point to go legless?
He's had to come down. This is crucial. Now, I'd be chalking my feet. I would be chalking every part of my body to get a lot of chalk on that rope. I would have been chalking it before the event. But if they've done
bathing in chalk,
if they've done their homework, they know it's slippery.
Yep.
So chalk every part of that rope. Unbound Athletic are our second team to the 30.
CrossFit Frankston going unbroken on this first set of 30.
Matt Riley, the big units.
Oh,
a few blokes is
CrossFit
his
Botany
team.
missing that rope climb again.
Yeah, Jaden Azapati struggling now.
I love how relaxed he looks on those thrusters.
Pat O'Kane, interesting technique on these rope climbs.
Really laying back, getting those knees up as high as he can. Almost missed it right there. Again, the further you can lay back, the easier it is to get those knees up into the chest, the more purchase you get on that rope. The problem is we're seeing right now with these gentlemen is when you go to stand up or use those legs, the rope is really slipping out from between their feet.
4 rope climbs required, 1 more for Pat O'Kane from Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Rec Jim Kirawee getting the first athlete over the line. O'Kane now on his last ascent before he goes back to the barbell for 15 reps and then back for 2 rope climbs.
And those 2 rope climbs do have to be legless, Jeremy. So I'm interested to see if for a lot of these athletes, those legless are a little bit easier, which is counterintuitive unless it's a
doesn't make a
slippery
lot
rope.
of sense when you say it, but for the reasons we've pointed out, it makes a whole lot of sense. Pat looking pretty smooth with the set of 15 thrusters. Reebok CrossFit Frankston, Unbound Athletic, as a party finishes for Botany, finally.
Oh, that was hard. I think he had about 2 or 3 failed reps. Super costly for CrossFit Botany.
But you think about it. You rest 40 seconds out of that time and don't go on the rope.
Right.
You've just cut down all that effort, and you've also cut down the time, and you finish the event.
On paper, that sounds right, Jeremy. In the moment, it doesn't seem like the thing to do, especially when your teammates are watching you. You don't want to be just standing around. It's hard to think that you're just standing around.
Pat O'Kane taking his time, which is a great move because these are, as you mentioned, 2 legless to finish.
And we just saw CrossFit Unbound Unbound Athletic missing that first legless rope climb.
O'Kane good for 1 on his rope climb. And interesting that Toby Crouch is taking the anchor leg. I wonder if he's going to put a stopwatch and try and match his brother.
See if he can beat his brother. Never mind matching him. See if he can beat him. Oh, what an effort.
Athletic.
What an
Great
effort.
job.
But that, again, right now, he needs to wait and make sure he doesn't miss this next rope climb. Super quick feet right there from Frankston.
O'Kane finishing up for Reebok CrossFit Frankston, and Toby Crouch underway. Let's keep an eye on the clock. 8 on the dot he started at.
The Carvo G set the time to beat in the heat before. Unofficially, that was 13:06.
Oh, I think Toby Crouch has got a way quicker time in him than that.
He's got 5 minutes to get it all done.
Doesn't look anything like Jay.
No. I had to double take the first day I saw
Doesn't
him.
even look like that Darren either. Carbon method over the line. Adrian sprinting down the floor.
Ooh, almost a little misstep from Toby Crouch there on that rope, but he caught it.
Oh, Unbound Athletic, another no rep. Toby, doing it easy. 2 down, 1 to go. Rec Jim Kirawee, 2 home. So Frankston against Kirawee, 1v2. Frankston now the opportunity to put the 15s to bed.
About 3.5 minutes from that time Carvo G set in heat 1.
Crouch looking good.
Might be something in that gene pool, huh?
Oh, there's something. Crouch now with
Quick
the
break.
last 5 reps to go. Surprised he didn't hang on for those last 5 and rested all the way down. The 2 rope climbs await Toby Crouch. Oh, failing reps. It's cruel. A few blokes. Crouch still
there's
looking
Toby.
great. Oh,
Not a problem.
11 reps remaining for the day for Reebok CrossFit Frankston. Toby Crouch. Oh, the shirt's off. Unbound Athletic. Finally getting done. 2 athletes in, 1 athlete to go. And less than 10 reps for Reebok CrossFit Frankston to get their weekend finished.
And that's how the final 9 should look, Jeremy. Look at the speed. Toby just pulling that bar down.
Now, the issue on the competition floor here, it gets very dry with the amount of chalk and everything that's down there. So athletes who have competed before have noted how dry their throats are. You add this event into it, your throat's even drier.
I've actually seen a couple athletes. Oh, look
Crouch.
at Jay getting the crowd behind, Toby getting the crowd behind him.
Toby Crouch finishing, anchoring the Reebok CrossFit Frankston team. Bringing it home in a quick time, 11:38-ish. Wait for our official time to come through, but that's going to be our quickest time to date.
Almost 90 seconds faster than the Carvo Gs.
TDZ. Sucking it in. Carbon method. The 9 are done. 1 rope climb remain.
We just got a message, CrossFit Frankston with 11:39. So again, almost 90 seconds faster than the Carvo Gs and the heat previous, 13:07.
Carbon method. Great weekend for the Kiwi team. Give that man a beer. Or 2. Actually, they'll need 3.
Yeah, look
There's
at-
3 of them. Still 2.5 minutes. TDZ coming through, and Rec Gym Kirawee finishing off their weekend. Fast for the individuals in their final event. This one a little bit slower. The 3 portions are fast on their own, but this event, tough. 16-minute time cap.
And you think about, for a lot of these athletes, you know, yeah, it sounds good that you're resting leading into this event, but, you know, if you warm up and then you sit for 20 minutes before it's your turn to go, that can be really hard. You've kind of gotten out of the mode, both mentally and physically. That anchor spot is not easy.
TDZ are sprinting home. And
Easily
done.
in that 16-minute time cap.
Unbound Athletic. They get finished up as well. It's a number of teams coming home late in the last couple of minutes.
CrossFit Botany right here about to put their finishing touches on the weekend. One legless rope climb separates them and being done.
Training under fatigue. Probably on their list of things to do, especially throwing in some rope climbs at the end.
Oh.
A few blokes in a bit of bother. So
Nice quick hands right here, CrossFit Botany.
Botany finishing up their weekend as well. Still 20 seconds on our time cap. And there won't be any time for any more work on the competition floor in heat number 2 for men's team competition. Love it how all the individual athletes have hung around, sitting at the end of the arena to cheer the teams on.
Why not, right?
Oh, exactly right.
I even saw Christina Livitakis giving some advice to one of the teammates from one of the men's heats. I love it.
A great start. Jaden Azzopardi started off red hot, but it came unstuck real quick.
It's easy to do when it's thrusters and rope climbs, and especially, like we were saying, with what seems to be a more slippery brand new rope. It was CrossFit Frankston that was so smooth the entire heat. They set the time to beat, 11 minutes and 39 seconds. Each member of their team doing their part, with Toby Crouch finishing up. CrossFit Reebok Frankston, the great performance all weekend long. CrossFit Botany, another team that finished that event.
And the team's leaderboard for the elite women LSKD gold, 585 out of 600 points. Other side in second, 521, and Lion Mode, 496. So that podium spot for third place still up for grabs. Star Strength gals, you did pinpoint them yesterday in our wrap-up show that they were one that were possibly going to jump into that third place position. For event 7, the elite teams, the women, right now, this is the 16.7 trio.
We have the trio. 3 different variations on thrusters and rope climbs. Teammate number 1 will do 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs before tagging off to teammate number 2, who will do 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, which will bring us to teammate number 3. Similar, exactly what the individual athletes did, 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint down the field and maybe to the pub. We've switched over to the female athletes now. Heat number 1 of the female teams. Nice calming breath right there.
They know what's ahead.
Before the storm.
And it's nothing nice. But Adapt Amongst the Stars, they were one that really jumped out at me on day 1. They're a bit quiet yesterday, but the Oz Army team, if there's rope climbs involved, you'd think,
Yep. It's got to be good.
the Oz Army girls are going to be up and down that rope pretty fast.
45 thrusters right now for all of these ladies. And it's not how you do the first 10, but how you go on those rope climbs. We've seen what looks like kind of a slippery rope. We've heard the rope is kind of giving a lot of these athletes trouble, especially when you use your feet. So it'll be interesting to see how these ladies teams deal with that. First couple of athletes to put the bar down, take a little break. I love the ladies from US Army, Oz Army, excuse me. Not popping off those heels. Just being real smooth on those thrusters. There's no need to do more work than you have to. 45 reps, all in a row. This could be where pacing it pays off a little bit. Probably smart to have a couple of rests on that set of 45, not just to keep the heart rate down, but to save the grip a little bit. Having that bar racked in that front rack position can start to get a little taxing on the grip. And you're going into 6 legless rope climbs, so not a bad idea to take a few breaks, keep that heart rate down, keep the fatigue on the grip down. First athlete on the rope, and that's Adapt Amongst the Stars. She's got one rope climb down before the ladies on Tri Black join her. Both of these ladies seeming to have no trouble on those rope climbs. All the ladies now chipping away at these rope climbs.
It's like, get up the rope, but don't fatigue yourself too much.
Right. Well, and again, this is where just some smart, kind of measured rests in between the efforts can really save your grip and your breath. It is 6 in a row.
Oz Army, another rep done there, the far right of screen in lane 7. Adapt Amongst the Stars.
5 of 6 rope climbs done. 6 rope climbs done for those ladies.
6 is a lot.
It's a lot. So is 45.
45 rope climbs, yeah.
No, 45.
You can do the 45 rope climbs, thanks.
Over a couple of days, maybe.
But it is going to be Adapt Amongst the Stars.
Great sprint down the lane.
I mentioned a little bit quiet yesterday, but we heard all about them on day 1 of competition here at the Down Under Championship. Wollongong still buzzing. Adapt Amongst the Stars. Erin Haley and Michelle making up the team. My girls from Canberra, one from Wagga. And of course, thoughts go out to those who are suffering the floods out there, out near Forbes.
Yeah, the
seems like we can't catch a break out here.
First couple days, watching that, it's tough.
Oz Army. Oh, the arms don't work to run with. Someone cut them off.
They send their second athlete on the floor for her 30 thrusters. But Adapt Amongst the Stars, right to her left, well into her set of 30 thrusters right now.
Now, if you're going to put a spin on 16.7, 21, 15, 9 thrusters, 3, 2, 1 rope points. Is this something you go with as a gym owner programmer? Would you have thought to do it this way? Because I'm loving the twist that
No,
Rob
I
Forte's put
love
on
the
this.
twist. I think for my everyday average affiliate goer, it's a big ask. It's where a lot,
massive.
it's where you're going to see a lot of your everyday average CrossFitters just get stuck. And in your everyday average programming, you don't want to see your athletes hit a wall and get stuck. It means you're not programming correctly.
BTS is about to finish.
In a competition, yeah, I think it's brilliant programming.
But you've got to sit there and you've got to program for the best.
Exactly.
And then you've got to program for the rest as well.
Yep. In a competition or at home.
And then you know that you've got Noah Chandler and Saxon
Right.
coming your way. It's like, ooh,
Yep.
this is going to have to be nasty, but achievable. Mesomorph.
I like things too where different athletes on a team can be highlighted in their different strengths. Some fast thrusters right now from Mesomorph over there in lane 4. Quick little break. She was ripping that bar down out of the sky, though.
Coming up to the halfway point, the Oz Army girls. Gee, I like that. Rope swinging around. Team member resting, actually
saw that earlier.
Making it a little bit easier. But you
Saw
mentioned
that.
on the individual, the rope's still swinging. By the time they go down and do 9 thrusters,
Yep.
that rope's still all over the shop.
Exactly.
And they do one rope climb and go catch it.
And that's, you see the more veteran athletes, they get down to the bottom of the rope and they still the rope. That's experience right there, Jeremy.
Dapped amongst the stars and the Oz Army girls. Having a great little tussle here. Oh, and a break. Dapped amongst the stars. Just to the bottom left, and the Oz Army on the right.
Yeah, opening up the door for the Oz Army right there.
Oh, strategic breaks. Adapt amongst the stars. The Tribe White come down the floor for the first athlete.
Well, and don't forget, Jeremy, these athletes, these two ladies right now are going into 2 legless rope climbs. So after doing 4 rope climbs the previous round with legs, they now have to complete 2 legless. So probably not a bad idea to break up even that set of 15 thrusters. And you see the athlete from Adapt Amongst the Stars, that kind of tight little ball.
You know what, Annie Sakamoto, I've changed my mind. I'm doing the 45 and 6.
Really?
Because I want to finish first and just go down the end and wait for everyone else. I want the weekend
The
to be over.
the anticipation is hard. It's hard to sit there and
you're
watch
sitting there
everybody.
watching both teammates ahead of you suffer through around 6 odd minutes of work.
6
each.
Ah.
Or longer.
One more rope climb. Great move by Adapt Amongst the Stars. Waiting just a little bit. Right at the top of that rope, you could see her slow down. So
now, talking to one of the legends down here at the Wynn Entertainment Centre and Regionals, Brandon Swan, unfortunately he couldn't be here this weekend competing. But he got told at the games when they were doing the legless rope climb event to rest, stop.
Yes.
And I can't remember who he said, but it was a female athlete that came up to him and said, don't do anything.
Yes.
Just stay there.
And we just saw that with Adapt Amongst the Stars. She went a little sooner than she was ready for, and she 3/4 of the way up that rope and had to come down. A little math going on. Awesome.
Australian Army girls.
Yeah.
Bit of discussion. Tapped amongst the stars.
That was a costly no rep
But
right
the only
there.
way you can rest your arms is to put them somewhere where they're not doing any work, and even hanging by your sides. The blood is just pumping through them.
This is tough. She's got one rope climb to go before her final teammate can enter the floor, and she doesn't want to fail, but she doesn't want to lollygag.
BTS coming back to the rope. So it's Tapped amongst the stars and Oz Army waiting patiently.
Here she goes.
Oh, let's
Here
go,
she
girls.
goes.
Come on. Put it on for us. Both Tapped amongst the stars and the
Use
Oz
those
Army.
hips.
Oz Army gets there. Yes. Oh,
Great
waiting.
job.
The perfect amount of time.
Huge move from Oz Army. And you saw her fellow teammate kind of coaching her through that, counting the seconds, telling her when to go.
They were counting the seconds down. We're going to wait exactly this amount of time. And it was perfect.
Brilliant. Great teamwork from Oz Army right there. Now they've moved into that first place position. Got about 4 minutes to finish this leg of the trio. Quick little calculated rest for Oz Army right there. While Tribe White enters the second part. Oz Army finishing the 21 thruster portion of this final leg. Oh.
Time ticking away.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
BTS CrossFit so close on that legless. Just missing. Adapt amongst the stars.
Oh, just
two
struggle streak.
Critical no rep efforts.
Oh, Oz Army, easy as you like.
And you said it, Jeremy, right when this heat started. Rope climbs, think Oz Army.
Boom, the girls are on.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about.
Almost.
When in doubt, roll yourself in chalk. Oh, get it, girl? Yes, and she gets it. Adapt amongst the stars, finishing the second leg of the trio, letting their third and final member on.
Now, we talk about coaching athletes through this. Oz Army have done this very well. Oh, let's see how Angelucci, the boss of Tribe. And he's just down there coaching his team through these rope climbs. An absolute legend down here. Games competitor on the team competition as well. Alessio, just because you crouch down doesn't mean we can't find you. But that's what you need. You need that steady voice.
Yep. The voice of reason.
Oh, the one whose heart rate is not at 200.
Exactly.
It's probably at about 90, but it's not at 200. Oz Army, though.
Going unbroken on that set of 15. I like her casual stroll back down to the rope. She was so good on the first three legless. She was also the one helping coach her fellow teammates.
Oh, adapt amongst the stars. Look at this. Hey, we've got a game on our hands here. Oz Army.
Oh, big jump.
Wow.
Great use of the legs. Easy first legless rope climb on the set of two for Oz Army right there.
Oh, instilling the rope as well. Look at you. They're listening to you as well. Boom.
That are their veteran competitors.
Time is going to beat all these teams.
It's right. Oh, I was just about to say, Jeremy, it's right when those arms lock out. It's really tough. Sweet. Rest of the team running down.
Oz Army
Big hugs,
girls.
big smiles.
Oh, so good. Thank you to all our military personnel, not just here in Australia, New Zealand, but right around the world. We love what you do, so thank you. And another event completed. The competition floor, the final from Heat 1 from our female teams.
Heat 2 of the ladies coming up for the 7th and final event called the Trio. But we just saw the ladies from Heat 1 trying to still themselves, still their nerves for the 7th and final time this weekend. Thrusters and rope climbs, what better way to end a competition? Each teammate got to choose which leg of the journey, kind of like choose your own adventure, right?
Sort of, but you don't get a choice. It's one of 3 poor choices.
This is true.
There's no winner here.
Bad, worse, or worser, right?
There's no winner at all.
They're all winners, Jeremy.
Yes,
Great
they are.
effort. I loved this Oz Army, the way they kind of coached each other through the event, counting seconds of rest, adapt amongst the stars. She had such a great lead going into that second portion of the event, but it was Oz Army and just the absolute brilliance, the weighting, and the strength on those legless rope climbs that led them to a heat win in the trio. We're yet to see if somebody else can finish it. Right now, Oz Army with the reps to beat on event 7.
Heat 2 hitting the floor. And if that was what's coming, we know some teams with more experience on this competition floor are going to be able to manage the fatigue better. And what sort of times are we going to see as we delve deeper into these heats?
You know, I think, Jeremy, it's a little easier to pace an event when you're not on a team, right? When it's just about you. When you have athletes that are relying on you finishing a leg of the journey before you can get on the floor, the pressure's on, and it's much easier to go maybe a little bit faster than you should.
CrossFit Wollongong, the local girls. Plenty of support here from the local affiliates and the local gyms in the region as well. But triple threat, talk about fast thrusters. Keep your eyes on lane number 6. This is the 7th and final event. It is 16.7 trio and consists of 3 different sections.
And we see the first leg of this journey, 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs. That's what these ladies are setting out to do right now before they can tag off to teammate number 2, who will perform 30 thrusters and 4 rope climbs before doing 15 thrusters and then 2 legless rope climbs. That lets them tag off to teammate number 3, who repeats what the elite individuals did, 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the end of the weekend for these elite female teams.
What a mouthful. Nearly as much as doing the workout.
I was just going to say, I'd rather say it 10 times than do it once.
Well, you're going to be saying it a few more times because we've got a few more heats coming up. This is the 3rd last heat. Triple threat were in the lead. But it is now Bayside. Oh, 1 rep short, putting the bar down, but so a cluster to finish for Bayside down in Melbourne. Your mate's gym, the Turkey, Rob Watt. 6 rope climbs started Triple threat.
Yes.
Going to the rope. Now, the way you split up these first 45 thrusters, obviously, it's going to depend on your strength levels. Normally, it's in the pressing tricep position up overhead. But for a few random people like myself, it is the squat that stops first.
There's one other fatigue factor there, and it's the heart rate.
I don't go that fast, so I don't know what that's like.
See these ladies not doing too bad, considering how slippery we heard this rope can be for a lot of these athletes right now. You got to wonder, like you were saying, Jeremy, there's been a little break-in period with a lot of athletes having already climbed that rope. So some of these athletes might be at a little advantage, a little more blood, sweat, and tears on those ropes than there was earlier today.
I've been loving, I know it's sad to say, but I've been loving the emotion that's come out of the athletes this weekend. We saw it with Courtney Fitzharris and Lucy Clark, Alice Scott, and we just saw it in the interview with Pete Ellis as well. Like, they put everything into this, and to get those rewards, especially for Pete Ellis.
Yep.
Like, you could see how much it meant to him.
All the training, all the discipline, all the moments of sacrifice, not eating this, not doing that, going to bed at this time, to train your body to be the best it can be, to be as ready as you can be for competition. It's a lot.
Especially when you finish the final event in front of this crowd with an outstanding performance like that.
I'll never forget the first time I went to the CrossFit Games in 2011 as an individual. When I got back to my gym, and this was, a couple days later, I pulled up to the gym, and I had done much better than I thought I was going to do, and pulled up to the gym, parked my car, and just burst into tears. And it was just...
Hit you then?
Huh?
It just hit you then?
It just hit me then. It was something about driving up to the gym.
Where it all started.
Yep. I mean, I just sobbed in my car. Happy tears, good tears. But all of that emotion that you're talking about came out in that moment.
It's special times. Bayside.
Ooh, look at the speed of her thrusters.
Roaring.
Pulling that bar down into the next squat. You can see her breathing the top and the bottom of every rep. Ideally, that's exactly what you're doing. 2 breaths. You can fit them in to thrusters that are that fast.
Sonia Mooring, good athlete in her own right, joining part of the team at Bayside. But yeah, those thrusters looking great, and Bayside are out in front on their own as Triple Threat finish off the 6 rope climbs. Triple Threat, Carla Tempany, Tanea, TTT, the Triple Threat. There you go. But Jim Kirawee, April Herring coming to the bar, and she knows a thing or two about thrusters and rope climbs on this floor. But choosing not to do the final portion, maybe she, having had done it previously, going, I don't want to do that again. We're going to do something different.
Well, there's strategies and strengths and weaknesses.
But younger sister Tess sitting behind her, up and comer, and exceptionally well. But I've been told there's 3 Herring sisters. There's April on the floor, there's Tess here as well, but there's Beck Herring as well. Beck messaged me yesterday and said, please let everybody know that I am the fittest Herring sister. So, Beck, there you go. Heard it here first. I'm sure April and Tess are going to have something to say about that, but they can't hear this, and you can. Bayside. Still your leaders. Triple Threat. Jam it. Rick Jim Kirawee. Ultra Instinct as well. Bayside continue their progression through the 7th and final events of the Down Under Championship.
Just 15 thrusters and 2 legless rope climbs separate Bayside from the 3rd and final leg of the trio. And they're making great work with this set of 15.
I know strategy plays a very important part in events like this, a competition. Ultra Instinct, just keep your eye on them. Emma Wright, she's down there on the far right-hand side of the screen. Amy Renata coming back to the rope climbs. But Emma Wright, a great competitor, waiting in the wings for the final portion of event 7. Triple threats. Some great team names this weekend too.
Yep. I love that. Lady from Triple Threat right there. She wasn't positive she hit the right spot before coming down. She took a second, hit it again, made sure she had hit the right spot on that rope so the rep counted. Being present in the moment.
April Herring coming back now for her set of 15. Halfway through the total rep scheme.
Oh.
Bayside doing it well. And Amy Tafai back, waiting in the wings, walking up and down, pacing. Yes, one of those other blonde-haired girls from the Oceania region.
One of the athletes that I very first saw do very efficient kipping legless rope climbs. She was a bigger athlete, and so it really served her well to kip. She was so efficient at them. That was an athlete from the Northern California region and a multi-year games athlete. Her name is Alessandra Pacelli.
Oh, what a legend.
And she was so good at legless rope climbs, and it was because she had such a smooth kip. And she was the proof that you don't have to be small, you don't have to be light to be good at legless rope climbs.
No rep from Bayside, Tonya Moy. And I won't say what came out of her mouth, but it's still coming out of her mouth. Turn around, good idea to turn around to the camera. So
She actually had a little smirk. She handled that quite well.
Yeah. Coming up to the 10-minute mark now, 6 remaining. Their weekend coming to a close. There's Amy right there waiting patiently. Put me in, coach. I can do the job. There's an Ace Ventura reference if you didn't know.
It's a song, too.
Sonia.
Oh, Bayside.
Crunch.
Going a little bit too early.
Kayla Couchman.
And this is where the wheels can start to fall off the cart a little bit.
The Swole sisters. Oh, how about the cruisiness of Michaela Couchman's thrusters?
Cruisiness, good word.
But not rushing. Squat, press, squat, press. There's Emma right now. Is it? No, it's not just yet. Emma's still waiting. Amy Renata to finish off the 15 thrusters. There's Emma to the far right in the blue. We come in with expectations into an event, competition like this. Hey, we think we should finish around this based on our training time. As April Herring runs down the floor. Great to see her back in competition. And younger sister Tess. Oh, she is just like a young teenager in a rush to do everything.
Oh, you see her rip that bar off the ground? Out of way, Tess. Triple threat, sending their triple and final member onto the competition floor. Just under 4 minutes to that time cap. Tess going unbroken on her first 21 thrusters.
Oh, Tess, killing it. Sonia Mori back there with Bayside, just waiting patiently.
She's had 2 missed reps, so she really needs to wait and make sure she gets this final legless rope climb.
And what a rig. Alpha Fits providing the rig for these rope climbs. Put to the test. Great Aussie manufacturer. Tess Herring about to.
Look how fast Tess's rope climb is. Oh, and that descent. So efficient.
Style points too.
And so efficient. Why spend time hanging out on that rope if you can jump off of it?
Sonia going back up, using that kit now. Oh, the girls waiting patiently. Sonia, one pull away. Make that 2, Sonia. No, the feet have touched. As Tess next door. Oh, Sonia, she's beside herself.
3 reps now she's missed.
All that effort. She's just going to have to
Absolutely
wait now. And Michaela Couchman. The happy dance down the floor. Shane Orr watching on in the background. Plenty of characters in the crowd.
Tess still looking so fast on those rope climbs. Oh, her descent.
What a great crowd in here.
She's so brave the way she jumps off the top of that
I know.
rope.
It's like, yeah, gets to that point. It's like, ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Look at the speed on this set of 15.
Oh, that head coming through. You can see a really good position of that as that barbell comes through. Oh, 2 of the prettiest men. Make that 3 with Steve Willis. Are they twins? That's Dave Driscoll to the right, owner of CrossFit Wanderlust in Bali, and Jamie Montisalvo to the left, and Steve Willis, old schooler. Jamie, the owner of Alpha Fit. Oh, of course he's drinking a beer.
He did that for you right there.
He did.
It's a box of solid dudes, though, I will say that.
Absolutely.
I've had a lot of fun getting to know those guys better this week. We talked about this earlier. We talked about how good Easy Muhammad is at getting a really big jump up the rope. Tess, just as good, taking a page right out of Easy's book. Watch this jump she does. Higher you jump, but the less you pull.
The composure on her face. Oh, she's so young, yet she's such a great competitor. And probably learning from older sisters Beck and April. Oh, my ankles hurt. Running out of time.
Oh, looks like she got a no rep there. Not quite sure what that was about.
That's all we're going to have time for.
Great effort from all these ladies.
And sometimes the strategy of putting your fastest person last doesn't pay off because you can't get the reps completed.
Well, I think what you have to do is who's your best legless rope climber, and no matter what, you got to put them last. Because in the event that you get there, you need to have somebody that's good at legless rope climbs. We saw that with Rec Jim Kiraway and Tess on the legless rope climbs. 45 thrusters to start your final event for these elite teams ladies. 6 rope climbs. All these ladies having no trouble on the 6 rope climb portion of this event. Where so much of this came down to was that second team member. 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, and then for so many, it was the 2 legless rope climbs that got so tough. Specifically, Bayside CrossFit missing not 1, not 2, but 3 rope climbs. It was Rec Jim Kiraway and the sprinting effort of Tess that took them to almost finishing that workout. Great job to all those ladies. Congratulations on a fantastic weekend, and we head into the 3rd and final heat of elite teams in the trio. Event 7 at the Down Under Championships.
I think this is the 10th or 11th Star Strength team we have got in the field.
Yes.
We've got 2 neck and neck. The Star Strength Gals, the Star Strength Pink, battling it out with our side, and leaders coming in, LSKD Gold, Team Lion Mode. Top in trouble, jumping into the top heat on the final event on the final day, and Torian Pink, lane 7.
On our side, a team that we saw make a big move yesterday, pushing themselves into that 2nd place position. Can they hold on to it? Team Lion Mode is hunting them down like all good lions should.
I like that. You're cagey on me for a second there. But
25 points ahead
Event
of
7.
Team Lion Mode.
This is the 16.7 trio, and 3 portions coming up.
First team member is going to enter the floor and do 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs before tagging off to teammate number 2, 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs. And ideally, they'll then tag off to teammate number 3, who will do 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, 1 legless rope climb, and a sprint to the finish and the end of the weekend for these ladies. 45 thrusters to start. You see Laura Clifton making quick work of those 45 thrusters right there in lane number 4. Trying to buy her team a little time to get through the 2nd and 3rd portion of this event. 45 thrusters. Different ways to break it up, because I'm going to assume every one of these teams is going to break up that 45 thrusters. Not worth it to go unbroken.
I'll give you a little precursor before we get things really heated up here for our last heat of the other teams for the females. Emily, DeRoy, and rope climbs. Hold your breath. It's coming.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, it's not going to surprise you after.
Laura Clifton, the first one off the thrusters.
Loves a thruster. There's Laura Clifton.
I'll admit, Jeremy, I wasn't paying attention, but I don't know that she even broke those up.
She wouldn't have.
Yeah, I don't think she did. She had no trouble on that first rope climb either.
So Laura looking to go back as an individual competitor.
She's definitely making a statement right now.
One of those unfortunate competitors making the CrossFit Games, but due to the top 5 only going, having to stay home. And that was her first experience with the online qualifying position.
Yeah.
And that would have been frustrating. I know we're all in a global pandemic and all, but
Well, exactly, and then
you're
there's
awesome,
no one,
but you got to stay home.
Yeah, no one to blame, nothing you can do. It's just how life rolls.
And then, then she went into the team competition this year with her team from our side, and they missed out. EXF coming through Henry Carlisle, in fact, taking the EXF team to victory in that final event number 6 at the Torian Pro, and knocking our side out of contention. So she goes, nah, that's it. I'm back as an individual next year.
I want control of my own fate.
But CrossFit, the games department have said we're going to go. We're going
Yep.
to change things
Yep.
up a little. If you guys are good enough, we'll send more of you there.
Yep.
So, hey, we are good enough down here, so we're going to get a heap there.
And we are seeing that, the proof of that this weekend, Jeremy. So many capable athletes here in the Oceania region. Been nothing but impressed by the efforts.
We're
Laura
awesome.
Clifton done with her 6th rope climb.
Hey, we're awesome down here. And a super
Yes,
fast
you are.
3.5 minutes. She has smashed that.
She smashed that. Unbroken thrusters, quick rope climbs. She leaves almost 13 minutes on the clock, 12 and a half minutes on the clock for her fellow teammates to get this work done. Just 2 teams have managed the first of the 2 legless rope climbs in the last round. That was Rec Jim Kiraway and Oz Army. Can any teams in this 3rd and final heat get to at least the 9 thrusters, if not finish this event? And if anything can get them there, it's Journey's Don't Stop Believing. If you can't hear it, that's what's playing.
Hey, they're on a journey.
Oh, this is a good karaoke song right
This
here,
is a
huh?
great karaoke song. Laken Watts, Emily DeRoy, Alexander Bullock, front and center. Oh, saying being relaxed and composed. Emily DeRoy, anything but relaxed. The tension is there, you just can't see it. She's keeping everything really tight. Her midline.
I love the break that she took. She dropped the bar, but notice she didn't take her hands off the bar. That's a veteran move right there. She didn't step away from the bar. She stayed right over it, just enough time to release a little tension in those forearms, those shoulders.
Isabel Gosling for
Laken Watt to the rope.
Star Strength Pink getting finished up. Second athlete, which is weightlifting sensation Emily Atten from last night, getting the ladder finished.
Laken Watt, not only fast up the rope, so fast down the rope.
That's what happens when you wrangle kids. You reel them in. That's why she's good on the rope.
Love that descent from Laken.
But Amy Alessi, she's going to be the 3rd and final team member, and she is magnificent up and down the rope. DeRoy
really using her length on these rope climbs. You see that 3rd pull. She doesn't even have to stand all the way up. Just taps right above that black tape mark. Gets her knees real high up into her chest right there. She's up in about 2 pulls.
Alexandra Bullock back up the rope. Tell you who also is very good at a rope climb is Lisa Campbell from Torian Pink. Laken now moving to the barbell. The last 15 for her. She'll go back for 2 legless. Alexandra Bullock going from first place to second now. As Shania Vicky finishes up for Torian Pink. And it will be Christy Bell to move the barbell forward in the blue, pulling alongside Laken Watts. Emily DeRoy, Alexandra Bullock. So 1 through 4 on the floor. Torian Pink to your far rights in the blue. It's Emily Atten, the 5th place team in this heat, gets going. And the barbell looks even too light.
And Emily choosing to go unbroken on that set of 15, which puts her ahead of both our side and Team Lion Mode. Great move from Emily. 2 legless rope climbs. This is where we've seen so many of these teams get stuck. The second of the 2 legless rope climbs.
DeRoy about to ascend. Watt on the descent. 1 rep remaining for Lion Mode. DeRoy with 1 as well. Alexandra Bullock heading up the rope.
What a great race right now between Emily DeRoy and Lakin Watt. Lakin to the rope first. I love the use of the legs, kind of swinging them. And then that bigger kip right at the end to finish.
Oh, Emily DeRoy coming
Look how
quick.
fast she is on the way down.
Oh,
Out of
Lakin
way,
Watt.
Lakin. Oh,
And now Amy Alessi. Hold on to your hat, people. A no rep, Emily DeRoy. Wow. That's going to hurt. It won't damage the number 1 spot for them.
we've seen this in every single heat with so many teams. That second legless rope climb, what is it?
Now, the funny thing is for Amy Alessi, who's way out in front now, everyone's running around trying to speed things up. You've got to get to the bar and get under some sort of control.
Yep. Yeah. That's when you got to tune out all the other voices, all the other noise, and you do you.
But she's an experienced competitor, and she'll be sitting there going, okay, Emily hasn't run past me.
Right.
So she's obviously
Right.
got a no rep. All I've got to do is pace this, stay in my own lane, stay in your zone. Some great thrusters from Alessi, but Bullock coming back down.
Yep. That elusive second legless rope climb.
It has brought everybody unstuck. Emily Atten sprinting down the competition floor as Emily DeRoy ascends for hopefully the last time.
She gets it. But she's lost a good amount of time.
Now Christy Hollard has to make up some time and fast.
Oh, beautiful first rope climb from her.
Amy Alessi doesn't mind a rope climb, muscle up, pull up, anything really. Very strong gymnastically. Great battle for second now. Far left, Star Strength Pink with 80 Karnowitz as Amy Alessi. Oh, so quick. Ady Karnowitz on the left there. As Lauren Lovick head back. Part of the Star Strength Gals. Alessi.
Ooh,
third
so fast
and
up there.
final. Easy does it. Alessi back.
Talked about those beautiful blonde ponytails, the lion's mane of Lion Mode right there.
Like that one.
On to her second and final set of thrusters. 0 mistakes, that's what this event is about. 1 missed rep, especially on those legless rope climbs. And it's extremely costly.
Alessi about to finish off her second set of thrusters and head back for 2 rope climbs. Fairly hefty leaders. Christy Bell fangs it down the competition floor. Lucy Campbell now will roll on for Torian Pink on the third and final portion of event number 7.
Torian Pink, another team that has done quite well. First 3 legless rope climbs done for LSKD Gold. But Amy Alessi has opened up the lead for Team Lion Mode as she's done with 1 of her 2 legless rope climbs. Only 11 reps left for Lion Mode. No ladies have been able to finish this event thus far. Just about 3 minutes left. Sorry, I misspoke there. Star Strength gals actually finished. And Amy Alessi to her final barbell, final 9 reps.
She knows every inch of this competition floor and is comfortable in it, and she is going to come home very strong. She whips her hair back and forth. Not that ever gets annoying.
Quick rest.
But
See,
she's just
kind of rolling out the wrists.
Her teammates Lake and Watanabe Ashton down the other end of the thing said, just calm down. Yeah, we got time. We got heaps. Well under time cap. Just got to stay ahead of Star Strength Pink, Lion Mode, and they are doing that, and they will cement that 3rd spot. Last rope climb, and she just gives her teammates a nod to, yep, I got this.
She's been so good on those legless rope climbs.
Lucy Campbell heads back, Victorian Pink. Alessi, part of the Blonde Brigade herself.
So fast up that rope.
Abby
Look
Ashton.
at those quick hands. Little pump of the legs.
And Lake and Watts,
Big kick.
they are Team Lion Mode, and they are our heat winners for event number 7.
About a minute to spare right there.
Outstanding work from the girls.
So not going to win the event here, LSKD Gold, but they have been nothing but dominant this weekend. All top 3 finishes. Torian Pink making a little charge at the end here.
Trying to cheer on their teammate Lucy Campbell as Chrissy Hollard can't get it done. So proving how difficult it is. The winners of the female team event couldn't get the last event done under the cap. The Team Lion Mode. What an outstanding performance.
Got a note from the scoring table. Team Lion Mode was the only female team to finish this in a time of 15:02. Super impressive from those ladies.
Never doubted them for a second.
Cementing that 3rd place finish. And that blondes do have more fun.
There's a lot of them here. Let's hope they don't have too much fun tonight.
It's fun to be fit too, Jeremy. And
it certainly is.
Team Lion Mode just proved that. Perfect execution from all 3 ladies on that event. 3rd and final event here in the Wynn Stadium, the trio. Some variation of 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs, depending on how you chose your own adventure, with legs, without legs, all in a row, broken up. It was Team Lion Mode with their beautiful blonde manes that proved to be the most calculated, with the best execution, no missed reps, specifically on those rope climbs. The only female team in 3 heats to actually finish this event, coming in with a time of 15:02. One of few teams, men or women, to actually finish this event. Great job, Team Lion Mode. And we are on to the final event of the weekend, Heat 3.
That's daunting as a judge, telling the top 3 elite men that have come out here from the US what to do.
That's what they're here for. That's
Well,
what those
exactly.
judges are
Oi,
here for.
Listen to me. Do this, or it will be a 0.
And you know, your best athletes are going to respect that. They're not going to argue with judges. They're going to ask judges right now,
Hey.
what do you need to see out of me?
They're in a better position anyway. A heat list for our final heats of the competition. Event number 7. And it is going to come down to the wire. The Down Underdogs win. And 2 spots in between them and Men at Work. We have got a race on our hands.
Just 10 points separate the Down Underdogs and the Men at Work in this trio event, where the first teammate will perform 45 thrusters and 6 rope climbs before tagging off to teammate number 2. 30 thrusters, 4 rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, and then the anchor man comes on with 21 thrusters, 3 legless rope climbs, 15 thrusters, 2 legless rope climbs, 9 thrusters, and 1 legless rope climb. And what did we say for the Men at Work? Who was going to start it off?
Haha. We got there.
Didn't know I was coaching on the side, did
Hey,
you?
and Ricky, look. Down
Yep.
Underdogs leading things out as well. Ricky will go 45, Saxon will go 45.
The question is, will they go 45 unbroken?
Yes, they will. I don't think the Down Underdogs can do anything else but send every single portion of this final heat, this final event, the final day of the Down Under Championship. We have had an absolute ball being back here in Wollongong. The crowd has loved every second of it. And how many athletes are we going to see here next year on the competition floor if these guys go back to the US and go, oh, seriously, they've had so much fun.
Yeah, undoubtedly, a ton of international athletes are going to make their way to this event. Look how fast Ricky Garrard is on those thrusters. He's almost making Saxon's thrusters look slow. He is so fast.
Ricky ahead. Wow, here we go. We've got a race here. 6 rope climbs. This is going to be tough. Can the Down Underdogs?
2 strokes. He's got 1, possibly 2 rope climbs done before Saxon gets on there.
But they need to win, and they need some space between them
they do.
and the Men at Work.
I don't know if anybody else can put that space in there that they need.
Hustle made, maybe. The team with Royce Dunn, Jack Jeffrey, and James Newbury in it. But the Underway Full Senders, they are going to full send this one. And event number 8 as well.
The karaoke?
Correct. Ricky chalking up quickly. Saxon doing the same. It won't be until we
Ricky.
see someone sprint down the floor.
So good, Ricky. 2 strokes every time. Big layback, big extension of those legs. Tap, right back down.
Yes, sir, Ricky
Whoa.
Garage. That is quick.
Huge lead right here for the Down Underdogs.
Sub 2.5 minutes. DeLugas now.
Exactly as we
barbell.
predicted. Matt DeLugo's second part.
Hey, we do know what we're talking about. Finally, it's happened.
10% of the time.
Batman Robin, JJ, Darcy Hancock coming to the bar now. Oh, Darcy Hancock, seriously?
And this is exactly what Down Underdogs needed, a little space between them and the Men at Work.
The full senders, hustle made.
Wow.
And DeLugas, he's a tall athlete. And you watch the speed of Jack Jeffrey and Lucas O'Brien.
Noah trying to make up some time right there.
Darcy Hancock is going to be finished first. He is moving at a stupid pace in lane number 2. And he is going to be finished first. That is ridiculous, Darcy Hancock.
And this is where
That's
that
30
length
unbroken.
this is where that length of Matt DeLugo's kind of hurts the Down Underdogs. He should be able to make it up on the rope climb a little bit.
So DeLugas lumbers to the rope. Interesting. Didn't jump.
He didn't
Whoa.
jump. He's so tall
But
he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to. He can still get it in 2 grabs.
Yes. Look at this.
Hancock for Batman, Robin, and JJ. Already
Look
onto.
Just like we were saying, as much length as Matt DeLugos had to use on those thrusters, he's getting it back right here on these rope climbs. Look at that.
Last rope climb for Darcy Hancock in lane 2. He comes back now. Have a look at these thrusters when he does come back and rolls his bar forward.
Matt DeLugos not far behind.
But watch these thrusters from Hancock. You can't beat that speed. That is crazy.
That's close to 2 thrusters every second.
And DeLugos. But the down underdogs need to put space, and it needs to be 3 teams, because when they go count back,
exactly,
the first place finishers from minute work will get
tie.
them over the line. Batman Robin, JJ are our leaders in second. It is the down underdogs in third, minute work. Underway full senders in fourth. Hustle made. Trying to work hard to get there.
Now's when we better see. There you go, Matt. Give a jump. Oh, full senders. Batman, Robin, and JJ, sorry, so fast right now.
Oh, here he is. Darcy Hancock can rope climb and can weightlift. 5 minutes. We are now heading into sub 8-minute territory.
And you know who is frothing at the bit for
Khan
this third
Porter.
and final.
You legend.
You
It's time
legend.
to bring it. Let's go. I've got the stopwatch on.
Khan Porter, who previously got himself to the games on this exact event in 2016 at a time of 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Can he do it again? Can he even better that time?
Bradley Spreadborough going back for Batman Robin and JJ, and he's got those arms. Oh, wow. How about those legless rope climbs in the background? Khan, no rep. Brad Spreadborough going up now. Porter heading back. They need to stay ahead. They need some help. It's coming in the form of Jack Clark and Underway. Batman, Robin and JJ now moving forward. Porter back, getting his first rope climb done in under 1 minute.
Quick chalk up from Khan Porter right there. Chalk's flying everywhere. He's on his third and final of this round.
Porter
running to the bar.
Brad Spreadborough going back again for Batman, Robin and JJ. His rope climbs have been outstanding. Khan Porter, 5 reps to go. Batman, Robin and JJ from CrossFit CQ, Rockhampton are your leaders in the last heat of the final event of the Down Under Championship as Porter goes back 1:48. He won't be quicker than his time of 2:27, I don't think. He needs to get back up and get back up fast if he can catch Brad Spreadborough, who's just at the top now. The last 9 reps.
Gotta go.
Khan Porter, he's coming fast. This is what we've been wanting. 2:15 on the clock for this round for Khan Porter. He just needs to send it.
Batman, Robin, and JJ about 3 reps up on the down underdogs. Can Khan Porter make up that distance?
Spreadborough going back now. Last rope climb, Khan Porter. Can he catch Brad Spreadborough from Batman, Robin, and JJ? Oh, he's gone to chalk. It's going to be Batman, Robin, and JJ at a time of 8:20. And Khan Porter, it's great to have you back, buddy. Welcome back to Wollongong, you absolute legend, Khan Porter.
Now the question is, how many teams are going to finish between down underdogs and the men at work?
Jack Clark starting his 9. He needs to push and push hard. Can he catch Chandler Smith, Jack Clark? He is trying his hardest. Chandler struggling a little. Can he get there? The kick started. Oh, and Chandler
Big
Smith.
drop from Chandler Smith.
Hats off, sir. You have been outstanding this weekend, as has your team, the men at work. And if you're an American watching on late at night, you should be very proud of their team. The full senders. They are going to cement a podium spot, and they are absolutely stoked. Let's hope they wear clothes on the podium.
Budgie smugglers?
It wouldn't put them past it. They're just that sort of people. They're that sort of team. Newbury about to finish things off.
It's been so fun to see James Newberry back on the competition floor. In between runs, I think he's done a 40-minute run every morning before starting the competition.
Superstars, Ariti had done smidge over 10 minutes. And James Newbury. Is this the last time we see him on the competition floor? I hope not.
He got roped into this event. Chances are he'll get roped into another.
Roped into it. I like it. A good tie-in.
Yeah. Wow. Just one athlete still out there from Greater West HQ. You can see Matt DeLugo, some of the other athletes, Rob Forte, the creator of all of the events here tonight. Well, organized how these regional workouts would go. Kind of a false sense of time cap with how fast these other teams were. There's still about 4.5 minutes till the time cap.
I know, it's crazy. And all the athletes are coming in.
It's really a false sense of where this Greater West team is right now. Cue chicken skin. As we see all these athletes come around the Greater West team.
Patelli.
He's got it. He's got it.
It's got to inspire you to get up there.
And they send their third and final team member on the floor. No big deal. The entire stadium is watching you do this final.
The last team member, Tim Good now. Tim has got to send this if he's going to go under 16. It's 3.5 minutes away. And all that excitement, I forgot to find out what the time for Khan Porter's, but it was slower than his time to get to the games of 2:27.
Back in 2016.
Oh, he was a spring chicken back then. How daunting. Everyone in the entire place is watching you.
It's somewhere between thrilling and daunting, right?
I know some athletes don't like this happening because they don't want that extra pressure on them. They don't want the extra eyes on them. But hey, you don't get a choice.
Exactly. Big smiles. soaking up every last minute. The crowd enjoying getting to get behind Greater West team right now. 2 minutes. Crazier things could happen. Kind of a wider grip on that thruster.
Oh, cut down the time
Shortening,
space.
exactly.
And look who's front row. Noah Olsen.
So odd to see him out there supporting others, isn't it? Wider grip, helping shorten down the range of motion for those thrusters. Greater West, 2 rope climbs, 9 thrusters, and 1 rope climb to go. Just about 1 minute and 15 seconds. And the entire Wynn Stadium behind Greater West. Easy first legless rope climb. Just 11 reps in 1 minute. Kicks that bar forward. Look at this. All the athletes have surrounded the Greater West team. You can hear the entire crowd counting his reps. He's got just under 15 seconds. Can he make it? Oh, what an effort! He won't make the time cap for the run down
No
the
one
field,
cares.
but nobody cares. What an amazing effort. Oh, there have been so many moments in this competition,
Bottle
Jeremy.
them all up. So much goodness.
Oh. Again, it was easy to have kind of a false sense of where that Greater West HQ team was within this event. They still had a little over 3 minutes to finish it, and that's exactly what their teammate endeavored to do. But all weekend long, it has been the men at work, all of these men at work, getting work done, thrusters, rope climbs, running, pulling, pushing, squatting, holding, hugging, sprinting to the finish like Con Porter on this final event. But in the end, it was the team of Batman, Robin, and JJ who overtook the Down Under Dogs for an event win. Won't necessarily get them on the podium, but it does get them bragging rights. A time of 8 minutes and 20 seconds. About 10 seconds ahead of the Down Under Dogs, and you better believe that's a brag. All Chandler Smith finishing up for the men at work. So fun to see that American team. Obviously Chandler's effort last night, but all these gentlemen having a great weekend here at the Down Under Championships. Thank you to all of these athletes who gave it their all weekend long, and thank you to all of the fans, the ones that are here at the Wynn Stadium, and everybody else who tuned in, stayed with us all weekend long. Jeremy Austin, myself, Annie Sakamoto, we had such a fun time. If I were you, I'd buy your tickets now for the Down Under Championship next year. Get those plane tickets. In the meantime, we're going to toss down to Jeremy Austin, who has some fit team for sure next to them as we set up for our awards ceremony. Jeremy?
Thanks, Annie. And I've got the Blonde Brigade with me, Team Lion Mode. I'll start with you, Lakin. Outstanding performance, by the way, girls. Well done. Awesome. Lakin, you've just had a baby.
Yes.
How do you bounce back and get into this competition arena so quickly?
Look, it was a long process and there were a lot of tears, but my husband helped me a lot with the nutrition, the training and kind of the emotional side of things, and we're back here.
Happy days. Abby, what is it about the Oceania region, blonde hair and extreme fitness? Please enlighten me, because I'm going to dye my hair blonde if you give me a good answer.
I unfortunately can't give away all the secrets.
That's all you're giving me?
That's all I'm giving you.
Amy, you know every inch of this competition floor, every single one. You're happy to come back and compete in the team again. Are we going to see you back here again competing in the Down Under Championship?
I hope so. I mean, I'm definitely coming to the end of my time, but I'm just trying to enjoy it. But hopefully, yes, I will be back.
Happy days. Well, we look forward to seeing you. Great job this weekend, girls. Podium awaits for you girls. We're going to get to a short break. We'll be back in just a little bit with some fit guys, Batman, Robin and JJ. Back with Batman, Robin and JJ. Darcy Hancock, we're going to start with you. I've got a couple of quick questions. It's going to be, how do you do thrusters that fast? You can answer that one quickly now for me.
I'm short, and I can just cycle a bar.
It's okay, chalk. But also, I'm going to ask you about the lifting last night. You seem to get better and better each barbell as it went along.
Yeah, they felt heavy the whole time building up, and I just kept getting under it. I was surprised at myself.
Brad, I'll go to you next. Those last overhead squats, they were testing for you. What was going through your head when you were so close yet so far?
I don't know, man. We practiced that one at home and it went to plan, but today it didn't. So all I could just do was learn from it and brought it back in this last one. So.
And Jake, finally with you, you would have been happy to see some heavy barbells out here today, but talk me through the name, Batman, Robin, JJ. Where's that come from?
It's Brad and I normally do partner comps together, and we have a little inside joke in the gym that I'm Batman and he's Robin. He's like my little sidekick because he just sits on my ass all day. I love it, bud. But there was like this little inside joke going around Rocky that Darcy was JJ as in Jake Jr. That's where the JJ come from. He hates it, but we thought we'd call us that anyway, so it's good.
Nice, exceptional performance in event number 7. Absolutely annihilated that one. Congratulations on a great weekend as well. We're going to head over to Kobe Head very shortly, and we'll get started with our podium presentations. So let's head over to Kobe, and we'll wrap things up at the end of Day 3 Down Under Championships after we get podium presentations out of the way.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, before we get started with our podium, I would like to first of all thank every single volunteer that has made this weekend such an amazing event. Put your hands together, make some noise for everyone, staff and volunteer, that had a hand in putting on this incredible event. And in no order of importance, but just a reminder that the after party starts at 6 p.m. at the Crown. And then the final little piece. The Down Under Championship will be back. Who wants to see it again? And now to probably what you have all been waiting for, the podium. We're going to start with the elite women. Going to announce from 5 up to 1. On 532 points, Georgia Pryor. come out. In fourth place on 535 points, Grace Walton. And now for our podium finishers. On 552 points, Christina Livinatakis. And in second place, on 559 points, Gemma Hawk. And on 584 points, your winner of the Down Under Championship 2022 for the elite women's category, Maddie Sturt. And now onto the men's division in fifth place on 510 points, Evan Morris. Evan, are you in the house? All right. I'll take the prize. In fourth place on 548 points, Zeke Grove. In third place, on 579 points, Peter Ellis. In second place on 604 points, Jake Douglas. And your winner of the Down Under Championship 2022 for the elite men's division on 648 points, Jay Crouch. Toby Crouch's brother. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our top 10 elite individuals from the Down Under Championship 2022. And now for the teams. For our elite women teams, in 5th place on 559 points, Torian Pink. In 4th place on 577 points, Star Strength Gals. And for your podium, in 3rd place on 584 points, Westside. And in 2nd on 596 points, Team Line Mode. And your winners of the 2022 Down Under Championship for our elite women teams on 680 points, LSKD Gold. All right, now on to our elite men's division. In 5th place on 544 points. Finishing with an event win, Batman, Robin and JJ! And in 4th place on 554 points, Superstars. your podium. In third place on 577 points, Underway Full Senders. And in second place, just 5 points behind first place, on 665 points, Down Under Dogs. And that means that you're winners, and what an honour it was to have them down here in Australia at the Down Under Championship. You're winners of the 2022 Down Under Championship on 670 points, Men at Work. All right, they said it. It is an Australian tradition. The shoey for Noah, Chandler, and Saxon. This will officially make them part of Australian culture. That was a good arm. Hey! Hey, good catch.
Amazing. A triple shoey
The eighth and final event for these athletes.
No, that is the warm-up for the 8th event, which is coming strong. What an amazing, crazy good event this was. Down Under Championship for 2022.
Again, so many magnificent moments happened in this Wynn Stadium, and I just feel so honored that I got to finally experience not just the athletes, but the crowd that this stadium had to offer. So much fun. Thank you so much to all of the athletes, especially the ones that traveled from afar to compete. Your broadcast host, rookie right there, of course.
There's a story behind that, but we'll save that for another day.
Yeah. All of the judges.
Bridget Corcoran was great. Isaac Newman.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Newman.
Alice Scott, promising future for this young lady. But of course, the male champion himself, Jay Crouch.
Prince of the Pacific. That's going to trend on Twitter as well. But some roadblocks.
What's that head tilt?
Hey, we had a great time.
We did indeed, as did Julia Hannaford.
Georgia Welsman. Oh, so many great athletes. So many great times. Christina Lividatakis. Don't forget.
And such great battles, especially between these two teams, the Men at Work and the Down Under Dogs. They did not disappoint at the Down Under Championships. Again, I want to thank all the event organizers, not only for putting it on. Okay, good.
Get through, yeah.
You say their names.
I just can't thank enough people, the competitors, the spectators, the Down Under team, Andreas, Mel, Rob, and Scotty. They have been exceptional on putting on this event. Alpha Fit have been absolutely amazing. The Wildlife as well. All of the staff, the volunteers, everyone involved in the competition. The Double Take guys in production, the guys back in Brisbane, the guys on the ground here have been awesome as well. I can't thank you enough for keeping me amused for the last week. It's been awesome having you out here.
And most importantly, all of the fans that were here in Wollongong, and all of the fans that are at home watching. These athletes would not have the fire that they do if it wasn't for you.
Some great moments here. On behalf of the entire crew here, I'm Jeremy Austin, and thank you for joining us. We'll be back Down Under 23 in this arena this time next year. We'll see you then.